Chapter 633. In the Fire Nation's imperial palace, Missouri Zhu appeared and pointed at the sky. Seeing the former, Mo Zhu's face turned cold. "You really came. It's been a long time. I have to come and see an old friend," Mo Zhu said slowly. "Do we have such a relationship?" Mo Zhu shouted and clenched his hand. His halberd absorbed the power of the eight desolate. Vigorous fire elemental energy roared crazily with shocking power. Mo Zhu raised his right hand and seven-colored brilliance gathered, illuminating the void. With a bang, the two experts clashed for the first time. Boundless turbulence violently shook the entire palace. Strange light shone brightly as the aftermath of the battle scattered between heaven and earth. Seven rainbow burial sun. The immortal technique appeared again, and the divine sun appeared. Its shocking power drowned the Fire Nation's master in front of it. "Ha!" Mo Zhu shouted angrily. Turbulence spun rapidly in all directions, and a huge vortex revolved around him. Then, he slashed down with his halberd to meet the immortal technique head-on. The two techniques collided, and the earth trembled. The aftermath of the battle between the two experts in the immortal realm was endless, constantly shaking the imperial palace. Not far away, Ning Chen was quietly watching the battle while protecting Yin. He wanted to experience the power of the second stage of the immortal realm. He had a great enemy who was not weaker than a corporeal expert. Moreover, he could appear at any time. Therefore, he had to understand the battle methods of experts at this level. This person was Xian Luo, a true demon among demons. Xian Luo's strength after breaking the seal should be slightly weaker than Mo Zhu. However, the seal in the demonic Wheel Ocean Palace for many years had greatly damaged Xian Luo's vitality. Coupled with the loss of half of his body, he was no longer at his peak. Based on this, it was very likely that Xian Luo at his peak was at the peak of the corporeal realm, or even comparable to a true realm expert. Big trouble. Ning Chen's eyes flashed. He hoped that Xian Luo's injuries would take more time to recover. In addition, after dealing with the matter of the phoenix body, he had to quickly start cultivating the Celestial Devil Clan's ability that he obtained from Xian Luo. Otherwise, his chances of winning the next time they met would still be slim. Xian Luo could find him through the power senses. This was his greatest disadvantage. It meant that no matter where he went, Xian Luo could find him. While he was lost in thought, the battle between the two powerhouses in the Great Hall became increasingly intense. Although Mo Zhu came here in his incarnation, his combat strength was still terrifying. Every move he made could shake the wind and clouds. On the other hand, the Fire Master was supported by the power of Yen City's earth veins. He stood in the corporeal realm, and had an endless supply of energy. He was actually on par with the Ink Master, and was not at a disadvantage. With a loud bang, Mo Zhu lifted his hand to meet the halberd head-on. In the aftermath, boundless fist strength smashed into his body. For the first time, Mo Zhu's lips turned red. "Have you calmed down?" Mo Zhu said calmly as he flipped his palm, shaking off the battle. "Not yet." The Fire Master shouted coldly. The flame halberd danced with the fire elemental energy, and the fire dragon of the eight wastelands appeared. Its roar shook the heavens as it rushed towards the former. Immortal technique, waning waxing moons. Mo Zhu raised his hand, and the power of extreme yin and extreme yang spread out. A yin moon appeared, and as the black and white intertwined, a world-shaking might that surpassed the natural order appeared again. Rumbling sounds rang out as the eight desolation flame dragon collided with the yin moon immortal technique. A terrifying explosion rang out and the formation flickered. Outside King City, 10,000 li of sand flew into the nine heavens. Tick-tock, a light sound rang out. In the battle, blood trickled down from the corners of the Fire Lord's mouth. He was injured for the first time. "Fire Lord, you're in a sorry state." At this moment, outside the main hall, a purple-robed figure suddenly appeared. The Sword Dominator had reappeared in the world. Purple Marquis. Chi Huan squinted his eyes and looked at the man who appeared in the battle with a serious expression. Old 8. Emoju said. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, silver light gathered, and a silver-robed and silver-haired figure walked out, blocking in front of Purple Marquis. Ling Luozhen. Seeing the woman blocking in front of him, Purple Marquis's eyes flashed with a strange light. You can't enter this hall. Ling Luozhen blocked in front of the king's hall and separated the battle. Then let's see if you have the ability to stop me. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light flashed, and the domineering sword cut through the void, pressing forward. Ling Luozhen flipped her palm to block the sword, and the ground around her trembled violently. Your reaction is not bad, but it's still too weak. Purple Marquis condensed his yuan energy into his sword. His sword was swift and sharp, and its sharpness was unstoppable. It destroyed everything before his eyes. Ling Luozhen's body moved, and her yin energy converged, causing undercurrents to surge and collide with the sword light. The battle on the other side instantly became white-hot. Sword and palm collided, and killing intent filled the air. Inside and outside the king's hall there were two battles. Four ascending immortals attacked, and their might was shocking. Loud explosions resounded over 100 miles. On the other side, Chi Huan blocked the reinforcements of the 13 guards. The 9 azure frost pearls suppressed everyone. In the main hall, Ning Chen became the only person who didn't attack. He was seriously watching the battle. Mo Gate had come prepared, and the situation was clearly leaning towards Mo Gate. The decisive advantage of their strength made this battle disadvantageous for the Fire Nation from the start. Ninth brother, the Flame Realm is 300 miles to the east of this city. I'll tell you how to enter in a bit. Right now, you should immediately go there and retrieve the Flame Essence. Mo Sovereign sent the Flame Nation's ruler flying with a flip of his palm. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. Holding Yin Er's hand, he turned into a streak of light and shot towards the east. Seeing someone leave, the Fire Nation's expression immediately sank. He wanted to stop them with his halberd. However, Mo Zhu also moved. 7 colored streaks of light crisscrossed, blocking the path ahead. 700 miles to the east of Yen City, there was an endless mountain range. A black-clothed figure appeared and quickly rushed towards it. Ning Chen quickly found the location of the fire region. He clenched his left hand and a white streak of light appeared. His 2 swords spun, and an extreme sun rose, slashing towards the void in front of him. Heaven and earth violently shook, and the illusion collapsed. The scene in front of him changed, and an unfamiliar world appeared before him. Large cracks appeared in the world where flames soared. Earth fire spewed out, reaching dozens of feet high. It was a shocking sight. Formation patterns flickered around the earth fire, concealing its aura. From the outside, there was only a mountain range that stretched for 1,000 miles. Ning Chen stepped in and immediately felt the surrounding temperature rise. The powerful pressure was even stronger than when he was in the Feng Shui Forbidden Land. 100 miles away, in a huge mountain pass, the waves of fire had reached their peak. The extremely high temperature caused the world to distort, and no one dared to take half a step closer. Ning Chen held Yin Er's hand and jumped into the mountain. His phoenix essence rose, blocking the surging waves of fire. It's so hot here. Yin Er wiped the sweat from her brow and said softly. Ning Chen's aura weakened, and he used all his strength to protect the little girl. He said softly, bear with it. We'll be out soon. Lava spewed out from the ground in front of him. A huge stone platform stood in the lava. There were about 20 to 30 red crystals floating up and down. The majestic fire essence overflowed, and it was exceptionally beautiful. Ning Chen's figure flashed and landed on the stone platform. With a wave of his hand, he collected 10 fire essences. Take all of them. Yin Er raised her head and suggested. There's no need. Ning Chen shook his head. Master Mo knows the method to enter this place, so he should also know how many fire essences there are. Since he said he would take 10, then take 10. There's no need to lose a lot for a small gain and make him wary. Oh, Ener softly replied. She reluctantly glanced at the remaining dozen fire essences. There were treasures here, but she couldn't take them. How annoying. Let's go back. The matter of the phoenix body is more important. If there's a chance, we can come back and take it. Seeing the reluctance in the little girl's eyes, Ning Chen spoke softly and was about to leave. But at this moment, Ning Chen suddenly paused. He looked down at the earth fire, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Under the earth fire, their eyes were similar yet cold. It was like a mirror image reflected in the eyes of the two people looking at each other. Vermilion bird. Ning Chen coldly spat out 2 words. Before he had even finished speaking, the earth fire surged and a red-robed figure flew out. A similar appearance, a similar aura. Since ancient times, these 2 gods of fire had been destined to be incompatible. But now they had met once more. Phoenix, we meet again, the vermilion bird lightly said. Ning Chen waved his hand, and Genesis Supreme appeared once more. Looking at the person in front of him, he didn't conceal his killing intent. It seems that we can only meet on the battlefield. The vermilion bird clenched her right hand. Amidst the flowing lights, red feathers gathered and formed a scarlet divine weapon. It was cold and red as it spun continuously. Just as the 2 of them were about to fight again, an old voice rang out, entering Ning Chen's ears. Old Ninth, come back immediately after you take the fire essences. Hearing Master Mo's urging, Ning Chen frowned. He waved his hand, put away his sword, and flew toward the exit. In an instant, the black-robed figure left the fire region and disappeared. Looking at the former's figure, the vermilion bird's sword scattered and its eyes narrowed. This generation's phoenix had lost too much of its inheritance and was unable to use its innate abilities. This was the best opportunity for it to devour its body and restore its ancestors' might. Within the Fire Nation's royal palace, the battle between the 2 sides was still ongoing. Master Mo was suppressing the Fire Nation's master. The might of his immortal arts was difficult to block, and each move brought unparalleled pressure to the Fire Nation's master. Outside the palace, Ling Luo was blocking Purple Marquis with her true strength. Her pressure had far surpassed that of an ordinary Void Realm expert and was infinitely close to the corporeal realm. With the support of her extreme Yin energy, the master of Mo clan's 8th peak displayed an astonishing ability, forcibly blocking the late corporeal realm Purple Marquis. Ning Chen had just returned and was about to enter the battle when he was stopped by an old voice. Old Ninth, Old Fifth, there's no need for the 2 of you to worry about this matter. You should leave, said Master Mo calmly. Hearing this, Qi Huan sighed in his heart. He withdrew from the battle and walked out of the hall. Ninth junior brother, let's go, said Qi Huan. Ning Chen frowned, but he didn't ask any questions. He suppressed the fluctuations in his heart and followed. As soon as the 2 of them left, space stirred and 2 more figures appeared. Without saying a word, they entered the battle. Outside Yen City, Ning Chen turned around to look behind him as a serious look flashed across his eyes. Just now, Ling Luo's condition had been very strange. With her strength, she shouldn't have been able to block Purple Marquis. Ninth junior brother, don't think too much and ask too many questions. Focus on your work, reminded Qi Huan. Ning Chen returned to his senses and nodded once more before leaving with Qi Huan. Once the 2 of them were far away, an incomparably vigorous energy erupted from Yen City's royal palace, causing the entire palace to collapse. 7-colored light illuminated the world, engulfing everything within. Chapter 634. The Red Luan Star was an ancient star that had been passed down for countless years. It was famous in the 3 ancient eras, and it had reached its peak. However, after the collapse of the Western celestial world, the Red Luan Star also gradually declined. In ancient times, it was rumored that the Queen Mother of the West, who was the ruler of the Western celestial world, came from the Red Luan Star. Although it had been a long time, and no one knew whether the rumors were true or false, The Red Luan star was indeed powerful. On the Red Luan star, there were nearly 100 dynasties and countless aristocratic families and sections. Among the ancient ruins, one could still vaguely see some of the past glory. Among the sects, there were many large cities that crisscrossed with formations. The king's domain was located in one of the cities. Looking from the outside, there was only a hazy sea of fog. The Red Luan king's domain had been the absolute ruler of the Red Luan star since the 3 ancient eras. They looked down on all sects, and few sects dared to challenge them. This was a true colossus, and its inheritance was frighteningly long. No one knew how many terrifying things were hidden under this seemingly peaceful inheritance. Over the past few months, the news of Princess Red Luan's wedding spread everywhere, and it became the most eye-catching event in the entire Red Luan king's domain. Many Luan carriages flew across the sky to congratulate the king's domain. In the fog, the king's domain appeared. In the deepest part of the fairyland where birds sang and flowers bloomed, there were many ancient palaces. They were majestic and magnificent, even surpassing the imperial court of the mortal world. In the sky above the king's domain, the void rolled, and a sedan covered by a white curtain appeared. When the patrolling guards saw it, they all knelt down and saluted. "Greetings, Princess! Rise." In the sedan, a pleasant voice sounded. There was a trace of charm in the elegance, which made people feel weak all over. Hearing this familiar voice, the guards lowered their heads even more. They were afraid that if they did not pay attention, they would lose their composure in front of this charming princess. "Where is the princess?" "In the sedan," the woman asked. "She is with the prince consort," a guard replied respectfully. "Tell her to come to the Drizzle Pavilion to see me." After that, the sedan drove out and flew toward the palace in the west. In front of the flowing wind palace, Hong-yi stood quietly. Beside her, Princess Red Luan, who was wearing a long dress, accompanied her. Hong-yi was very quiet and didn't speak much. In her calm eyes, traces of confusion became clearer and clearer, causing Princess Hong Luan to be even more worried. Princess Consort is back. She wants you to go to Drizzle Pavilion to see her." At this moment, a guard ran over from afar and knelt down to salute. "I know. You can leave first," Princess Hongluan said calmly. "Yes." The guard accepted the order and got up to leave. Princess Hongluan glanced at the man beside her as she softly said, "I'll be leaving first." Hong-yi nodded and calmly agreed. Princess Hongluan left. Her beautiful face was filled with worry as she walked towards the princess consort's palace. The Drizzle Pavilion was surrounded by mist and mist. In front of the pavilion was a dark blue lake that rippled under the water. The scenery was exceptionally beautiful. In front of the lake, a woman with a white veil over her face stood quietly. Her aura was restrained and powerful. The closer one got to her, the more one could feel the nobility that could not be blasphemed. "Mistress." Princess Hongluan walked over and respectfully bowed. The woman turned around and looked at the person in front of her. She calmly said, "Hongluan, how are things going?" Princess Hongluan lightly shook her head and said, "Recently, his gaze has become more and more strange. When he looks at me, the emotions in his eyes are also fading. The mind-bewitching technique is likely to lose its effect." Hearing this, the woman frowned and said, "Hongluan's mind-bewitching technique has never been an exception. How can this be?" "I also don't know. There was nothing abnormal before, but after returning from the Western immortal world, this situation has become more and more serious," Princess Hongluan replied. The woman narrowed her eyes and said, "Did you meet someone in the Western immortal world? Or did you coincidentally meet an old friend of his and stimulate him to remember something?" Princess Hongluan thought for a moment and shook her head. "Probably not. In the Western immortal world, other than Guinu and a few disciples of Mahist sect, he didn't have any contact with anyone else." The woman frowned again and said, "Go and call him over. I'll help you test him. If he really remembers something, we can only use the mind-bewitching technique again." Princess Hongluan heard this, and a trace of hesitation flashed across her beautiful face. She softly said, "Using the mind-bewitching technique on the same person twice will greatly affect his mind. I don't want to hurt him." The woman's eyes turned cold and said, "Hongluan, I asked you to use the mind-bewitching technique on him to make him fall in love with you, not to trap you. I don't want to hear what you said a second time." Hongluan knows her mistake. Princess Hongluan lowered her head and replied, "Go." The woman's expression eased and said. Princess Hongluan sighed in her heart and turned to leave. Less than an hour later, outside the Drizzle Pavilion, a red-clothed figure strode over. Her expression was as calm as water without any ripples. "Greetings, Princess." Hong Yi bowed and greeted. Yaoji turned to look at the man in front of her and said calmly, "I heard Hongluan say that you remembered some things in the past. Is that true?" Hong Yi shook her head and said, "Princess is overthinking." Yaoji's eyes quietly observed her expression. After a long time, she warned, "Your wedding with Hongluan is approaching. I don't care whether you remembered anything or not, your marriage with Hongluan is already known to the world. At this time, I don't want to hear anything that I don't want to hear. Do you understand?" Hong Yi nodded and softly responded, "Go back." Yaoji waved her hand and said, "I'll take my leave." Hong Yi bowed again and turned to leave. "By Yujing." Seeing her turn to leave, Yaoji suddenly spoke. Hong Yi stopped and turned her head. She saw a gorgeous face appear in front of her. It was so familiar that her body unconsciously stiffened. In front of the lake, Yaoji's eyes were flowing with brilliance. The white veil on her face covered her appearance, and traces of a charming aura were emitted, bewitching people. A moment later, Hong Yi's expression returned to normal. The familiar face was once again hidden in her heart. "Princess, is there anything else?" Hong Yi asked indifferently. "There's nothing else. You can leave," Yaoji calmly said. Hong Yi nodded and turned to leave. After the phoenix figure left, Princess Hongluan appeared and stepped forward. "He has indeed begun to remember something, but it's very little. Maybe it's just some fragments of memory," Yaoji slowly said. Hearing this, Princess Hongluan heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this point, Yaoji's tone changed. She looked at the woman in front of her and said, "There's already someone in his heart. Although it's hidden very deeply, it's unforgettable. I can feel that he still hasn't truly forgotten that person. In addition, he may have suspected that his memory loss is related to the king's domain. Just now, at the last moment, he was clearly very vigilant against me." "What do you mean?" Princess Hongluan asked softly. "Find a chance to use the mind-bewitching technique on him as soon as possible. Be careful. Now he's very vigilant." "It's not easy to succeed," Yaoji said seriously. Princess Hongluan nodded and silently agreed. Outside Hongluan's star, in the endless starry sky, 3 figures walked over. The people from Mahist sect had arrived at Hongluan. They were extremely fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After landing on the vast star, they directly walked toward the king's domain. Mahist sect's Gemini appeared in various large cities and walked toward the king's domain. The red invitation card flew out and disappeared into the fog. Before long, the fog dispersed and a great path appeared to welcome the guest. When the 3 of them entered the king's domain, the scenery around them immediately changed. It was a fairyland filled with singing birds and fragrant flowers. Spiritual qi was extremely abundant, making them feel as if their bodies had become lighter. "So beautiful!" Ina looked left and right, her large eyes filled with admiration. In front of them, Qi Huan turned his head and looked at the little girl beside Ningchen. He gently smiled. This child had always been taken care of by his junior brother. Her childlike innocence had never disappeared. It was a good thing. On the path of martial arts, it was very important to be able to keep one's original heart. Unfortunately, there were very few people who could truly do it. Not long after the 3 of them entered the king's domain, A beautiful maidservant came over and led the three of them to the west. After walking for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the maid stopped in a tidy little courtyard. She whispered a few words, then respectfully bowed and walked away. "Miss, please wait," Ning Chen called out to her. The maid stopped and looked at the guest in front of her. Puzzled, she asked, "Young master, do you have any other instructions? I want to see the prince consort of your domain. Can I trouble you to inform him?" Ning Chen asked softly. The maid revealed a troubled expression. "Young master, I'm sorry. The prince consort's matters have always been handled by the princess herself. Servants like us can't get close." Ning Chen's eyes narrowed when he heard this. He nodded and said, "I was rash." The maidservant bowed again and retreated. "Ninth junior brother, are you very familiar with the prince consort of the Red Luan King's domain?" Qi Huan asked. "Yes," Ning Chen said softly. "It's a very familiar old friend. It's just that we haven't met in a long time. He might not recognize me now." "I see." Qi Huan smiled and said, "You'll definitely have a chance to meet in a few days. There's no need to rush now." Ning Chen nodded and said, "Senior brother, don't worry. I won't act rashly." On the side, Yin-Er's mouth twitched when she heard Ning Chen's words. These words could only fool an honest person like Qi Huan. "It's already late. You've traveled for so long. Junior brother, you should rest first. Tomorrow, we'll go visit the Red Luan King together." Qi Huan looked at the darkening sky and said softly, "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and led the little girl to the other side of the courtyard. Ning Chen walked into the guest room and prepared the bed for the little girl. He then prepared to leave. "Be careful when you go," Yin-Er reminded him. "Don't worry," Ning Chen softly replied and said, "Don't run around here. I'll be back soon." Under the night sky, the black-clothed man left the courtyard in a flash. Before anyone could see him clearly, he had already disappeared. Flowing Wind Hall, in front of the hall, Hong Yi stood under the moon and looked into the distance. For some reason, she felt uneasy. At this moment, red mist filled the air and a beautiful figure walked out of thin air. Her eyes were as bright as the stars, and her decadent aura submerged Hong Yi. In an instant, the black-clothed man appeared and a cold sword slashed towards the woman behind Hong Yi. Chapter 635. In front of the flowing wind palace, the Red Luan bewitched the heart. In an instant, the wind rose and the demonic body appeared at the same time. The sword light threatened to kill. The palm and the sword collided, and the aftermath spread out in all directions. The red fog was scattered by the sword wind, and the decadent aura dissipated between heaven and earth. The wind and clouds on the Taisher sword changed, and a murderous aura circulated. With a slash of the sword, a furious gust of wind howled, and the sword broke through the dust. Princess Hong Luan flipped her palm to block the sword. Clanging sounds rang out as their quick moves collided. In the blink of an eye, over 10 moves had already been exchanged. Wisps of red mist filled the air and interweaved into an inescapable net. However, the black-robed figure was like a startled swan. Before the first sword was finished, another sword was raised. The sword was as fast as lightning, cutting through all the bindings. In the center of the battlefield, Red Robe stood there quietly. There was no change in her eyes. A moment later, with a wave of her hand, Mo Kuang appeared. With a clanging sound, the two swords clashed. Sword chi spread out in all directions. Their eyes were equally cold and emotionless. The two of them exchanged blows again. After a single glance, there was no turning back. The sword's edge was reincarnated, and killing intent filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, the battle turned into a blazing white. Mo Kuang's and Taisher's swords clashed, and the two divine weapons crisscrossed. Phoenix primordial surged, and magnificent neon lights bloomed in the night sky. Queen Hong Luan withdrew herself from the battle. She looked at the two of them as her eyes flickered. In the battle, these two were at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. They were the closest to being the only pair in the world. Their swords came from the same source, but their sword moves were completely different. Battle of the Phoenix Demon under the moon, battle rebirth battle, sword moving spring and autumn. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the king's domain? The phoenix body waved her sword and shook off the battle as she spoke. The one who taught you a lesson. The demonic body's eyes were as deep as the abyss. Extreme yang rose and a sword reflected the sun and moon. The martial arts of the Sun Sutra reappeared in the world. Seeing this, the phoenix body's expression turned serious. She put her left hand together and turned it into a sword. Suddenly, a scorching torrent spread out. The power of the heavenly book of Yang soared into the sky. The Sun Sutra and the Book of Sun, two extreme Yang martial arts, appeared at the same time. In an instant, the night was as bright as day, and boundless heat waves swept out in all directions. His sword intent condensed, and he struck out with his sword. The two swords collided with a shocking explosion. Angry waves shook, affecting the entire king's domain's grand formation. Heaven and earth shook, and dust and sand tumbled like waves. Seeing that the battle had reached a stalemate, Princess Hongluan took a step forward and stretched out her delicate hand. Red mist filled the air as she tried to capture Hei. Sky Breaker. The demon body swung his sword to block Imo Kwang's attack. Immediately, his left hand condensed Yuan Qi and slashed his sword across the air. The sword Qi swept over. Princess Hongluan raised her vital essence and forcefully dispersed the sword will. Her figure did not stop as she swept forward. The demon body's eyes turned cold. It clenched its left hand and a white beam of light appeared. A mournful sword cry echoed through the world as it wrapped around the demon body's arm. Two swords appeared at the same time, one hard and one soft. The demonic body was fighting one against two, displaying his shocking swordsmanship for the first time. Mo Gate's ninth son, Wang Jing, used force. Your crimes are unforgivable. Princess Hongluan flipped her palm to shake off the sword tip on her arm. She struck out with her palm, causing red mist to surge, breaking through the clouds. The demon body took a step forward, moving like the wind. His sword was brilliant, and he made a strong counterattack. Princess Hongluan changed the direction of her palm again. The red mist turned into a waterfall and locked onto the sword tip. The red mist twined, and the white rainbow soft sword's edge twisted, breaking free from its bindings. The soft sword cut through the red mist, pressing forward. White rainbow chill strike, Mo Kwang blocked the attack. In front of the princess, the phoenix body flashed past as the tip of his sword slashed down, unleashing 1,000 feet of phoenix flames. Unrepentant! The demon body snorted coldly. The white rainbow wrapped around Mo Kwang's sword, and Taisher slashed towards the phoenix body. Princess Hongluan stepped forward and received the sword tip with a flip of her palm. Red mist spread, and she made another counterattack. In an instant, the demon body moved, dodging the palm force with extreme speed. The sword tip turned back, and a dazzling killing light shot out, sealing the throat and seizing the soul. Princess Hongluan leaned to the side, avoiding the sword tip. The sword tip twisted again, following her like a shadow. The extremely fast sword had endless variations, one sword after another, forcing the demon body to kill. The sword tip collided, and the phoenix body retreated half a step. She stepped forward, and her figure was like an illusion. At the same extreme speed, she pressed forward. Clanging sounds of swords rang out, and sparks flew in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it was a confrontation of absolute speed. On the other side, Princess Hongluan's palm force grew stronger, supporting the phoenix body and sealing the black robe. There was blood, and the two swords were red. However, the demon body's expression did not change. The sword force changed again, and the white rainbow soft sword moved strangely, borrowing and diverting force. The exquisite defense blocked the stepping celestial. The wind and clouds in front of the flowing wind palace changed. The sound of swords was ear-piercing, and the sword light was dazzling. The demon body's combat power was shocking. In a shocking battle, the demon body on the sword went against the celestial. With two swords in hand, both hardness and softness were combined. The white rainbow on the left turned into heavenly might, and the Taisher on the right fought with extreme speed. One was strange and one was fast, showing the extreme power of martial arts. The rising sun shines in the east. Seeing that the situation was in a stalemate, the red robe's sword changed the wind and clouds, and a divine sun rose behind him. Wherever the divine sun's brilliance shone, the sword will surged endlessly. Today, you are a disgrace to the name of knowing destiny. The demon body's eyes were unusually cold. His left palm slashed across the sword tip, and blood dripped, dyeing Taisher's sword tip red. In an instant, the crimson sword light rose to the extreme, and unparalleled sword pressure swept across the entire Red Luan realm. At this moment, in the king's domain, cultivators from all over raised their heads and looked into the depths of the king's domain. They were shocked. This was Sword Qi. In a small courtyard in the west of the king's domain, Qi Huan, who was about to rest, felt the rapidly spreading Sword Qi in the distance. His expression changed, and he took a step forward, rushing in the direction of the Sword Qi. Nirvana! In front of the flowing wind palace, the sword of Nirvana reappeared. The magnificent sword light rose between heaven and earth, and the extreme sword pressure shook the sky. In an instant, the sword light fell, breaking through the sky, and an earth-shattering vibration drowned the void for hundreds of feet. Under the sword light, the phoenix body and Queen Hong Luan joined forces to block it. With a bang, they were forced back several steps, and their blood and qi surged violently. At the same time, in the king's domain, the matrices were automatically activated, and the matrices flickered, resisting the terrifying aftershock. How dare you! In the depths of the king's domain, an angry roar came out. The void rolled, and thunder roared, and lightning flashed. A large hand slapped down, capturing the black robe below. The demon body stepped forward, and his body moved quickly, avoiding the large hand. Then he slashed with his sword, and sword light soared in all directions. In the void, the large hand that gathered wind and clouds collapsed, scattering between heaven and earth. Ninth son of Mo Gate, you dare to cause trouble in my king's domain? I can't let you live. Before he finished speaking, purple light gathered, and a man in purple clothes walked out. His eyes were filled with disdain, and the aura of a king was undoubtedly revealed. Seeing the person who came, the demon body's expression froze. The Red Luan realm monarch was in trouble. With the appearance of a monarch, his aura was incomparably vigorous, and the pressure made the whole battlefield shake. He had the strength of a peak immortal corporeal realm, and he seemed even stronger than Master Mo. In the next moment, the Red Luan realm monarch moved, and an extremely powerful palm sealed the void, swallowing heaven and earth. With the arrival of danger, the demon body's eyes flashed with a bloody light. The true essence in his body surged, and the yellow spring seal was activated. At this moment, a green light flashed in the distance, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived at the battlefield. With a flip of its palm, it shook the monarch. With a muffled groan, Qi Huan retreated several steps. He was heavily injured in just one move. Seeing this, the demon body suppressed the demonic qi that was about to erupt. His figure flashed, and he took Qi Huan, retreating 10 feet away. "How are you?" Ning Chen asked. "I'm fine." Qi Huan endured his injuries and replied. Then he looked at the person in front of him and said, "Realm Monarch, my 9th junior brother didn't mean to offend your realm. There must be some misunderstanding between us. I hope you can be merciful. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we'll know once I capture this person." The Red Luan realm monarch didn't hide the coldness in his eyes at all. He took a step forward and pressed forward once more. Ning Chen frowned slightly, and he took Qi Huan with him, turning around and dodging the attack. The Red Luan realm monarch was about to attack again, but his expression suddenly changed. Ding! But at this moment, the sound of a string resounded between heaven and earth, stirring up the wind and directly separating the battlefield. Amidst the sound, a man in luxurious clothes walked out with a silver string in his hand. Blood dripped from the string, dyeing the ground below red. "Guest, long time no see," said Mo Xiaoai as he glanced at the black-clothed youth not far away. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. "Thank you for your help, house master." "It's nothing," said Mo Xiaoai calmly. The Red Luan Realm monarch's expression sank. "House master Xiao Yu, this isn't a place you should be. Realm monarch, keeping people 1,000 miles away from you is beneath your dignity," said Mo Xiaoai indifferently. "The Red Luan realm doesn't welcome scheming people." "House master Xiao Yu, please leave," said the realm monarch coldly. "Ha!" Mo Xiaoai lightly smiled. "In terms of scheming, I'm far from being your opponent." Also, Mo Xiaoai's expression turned cold. "You don't have the right to stop me from going where I want to go." "Arrogant!" The realm monarch's expression sank. True essence surged in his hand, and a heavy pressure rapidly increased. "Do you want to fight? I'll accompany you anytime." Mo Xiaoai indifferently looked at the surging true essence around the former's body. "Realm monarch, you're a guest. Hong Luan's wedding is imminent, so let's talk about our grudges later." Just as the battle was about to begin, an elegant voice rang out from afar, stopping the two from fighting. Recognizing where the voice came from, the realm monarch suppressed his anger. He coldly glanced at the three people in front of him, then took a step forward and returned to the palace. Mo Xiaoai also restrained his aura and looked to the west with a smile. "Princess Consort Yaoji, we haven't seen each other for many years. Aren't you going to meet your old friends?" "It's not appropriate for a woman to meet guests." "House Master Xiao Yu, welcome to the Red Luan realm," said Yaoji from the west. "You're welcome." Mo Xiaoai smiled. To be able to meet so many old friends today, this trip was worth it. "Princess Consort, please send my regards to the old ancestor." "Of course," said Yaoji. After greeting her, Mo Xiaoai looked at the demon and said, "Friend, do you have time to talk?" "Any time." Ning Chen calmly nodded. "Very good. Once I've settled Hong Luan, I'll treat you to a drink." After speaking, Mo Xiaoai didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. After taking 3 steps, Mo Xiaoai suddenly stopped and looked at the red-clothed man not far away. He said, "I haven't thought of how to make you pay for the wound on Hong Luan's face. Perhaps you can think of a price to satisfy me." After speaking, Mo Xiaoai faintly smiled and walked away. After the realm monarch and house master Xiao Yu left, Ning Chen coldly glanced at the phoenix and didn't continue fighting. He quickly left with the heavily injured Qi Huan. "Do you know him?" asked Princess Consort Yaoji softly. The red-clothed man shook his head and didn't say a word. He turned around and walked toward the palace behind him. Chapter 636. In a quiet courtyard in the west of the king's domain, 2 people appeared. Ning Chen condensed phoenix essence in his palm and sent it into the person beside him to help him heal. Not long after, Qi Huan's injuries were suppressed. He opened his eyes and looked at his junior brother. "Ninth junior brother, you were too reckless today." "I had no choice." Ning Chen sighed. "I'll go back to my room to heal. You should rest too. Remember, don't be so impulsive again." Qi Huan reminded him. "Okay." Ning Chen nodded. Qi Huan dragged his injured body back to his room. Ning Chen pondered for a moment before walking to the guest room on the other side. In the brightly lit room, Einer sat on a stool and kicked her legs as she waited quietly. When she heard Ning Chen's footsteps, she immediately ran over to open the door. "Did you fight?" Einer looked at the person in front of her and asked. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and walked into the room. "Why did you fight? Can't you be reasonable when you're talking to yourself?" Einer closed the door and quickly followed behind. Princess Hong Luan seemed to want to do something to the phoenix body. The phoenix body didn't notice, so I had no choice but to attack. "So we fought," Ning Chen said softly. Didn't you say that the phoenix body is intelligent? Why is it so stupid? Einar pouted and poured a cup of tea for him. I'm not sure. Maybe something happened that I couldn't resist. Ning Chen took the tea and said softly. Then what about his marriage with Princess Hong Luan? We can't beat those old monsters here. Einar moved a stool to the side and sat down. If we can't beat them, then we have to think of a way. Ning Chen took a sip of tea and replied. What way? Einar also poured herself a cup of tea and asked curiously. I haven't thought of one yet. Ning Chen said calmly. Pfft. Einar spat out a mouthful of tea and sprayed it all over his face. She immediately jumped up from the stool and used her sleeve to wipe it clean. It's okay, Ning Chen said softly. He pushed the little girl's hand away and didn't mind. Einar guiltily sat back down on the stool and said awkwardly, What if the phoenix body doesn't wake up? Should I stop it? You can't expose yourself. She didn't care whether Ning Chen was a demon or a human, but the others certainly didn't think the same. The sects of the Central State couldn't tolerate the existence of demons, and the people of the outer heavens were certainly the same. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, If the phoenix body is still stubborn on the day of the wedding, we can only forcefully stop it. Even if our identity is exposed, we can't sit back and do nothing. Is there really no other way? When she was in the Western Celestial world, she had seen how powerful the Realm King of the Red Luan realm was. At that time, it was only a clone. Now that they were in the Red Luan realm, once their identities were exposed, it would not be easy for them to escape unscathed. Moreover, Lord Mo would be arriving soon. At that time, it was hard to say if he would stand on their side. Ning Chen looked outside the window and pondered for a moment before saying, We can't be completely out of options. Let's take it one step at a time. The appearance of the Dawn Moon Tower Master today might be a turning point. That black-hearted boss? Einar asked in surprise. Okay. Ning Chen nodded. He's just a big profiteer. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? Einar curled her lips. You can't judge a book by its cover. Ning Chen looked at the little girl in front of him and softly said, The strength of the Dawn Moon Tower Master is at least on the same level as the Realm King of the Red Luan realm and Lord Mo. It's just that she usually doesn't reveal her strength. That strong? Einar asked in surprise. Ning Chen nodded and said, If I didn't guess wrongly, Hong Luan must have been a member of the Red Luan realm in the past. Since the Dawn Moon Tower Master was able to save her here, her strength is definitely not below the Realm King of the Red Luan realm. Einar guiltily drank a mouthful of tea and said, If I had known earlier, I would have treated him better at the Dawn Moon Tower and not called him a profiteer. Ning Chen put down the cup of tea and stood up to walk to the window, saying, Children's words carry no harm. You are still a child, so the Dawn Moon Tower Master won't bicker with you. Moreover, you will be able to see him again very soon. See him? Why do I want to see him? Einar moved a high stool to the window and sat beside it as she asked. To talk about business, Ning Chen replied. What about Sister Hong Luan? Einar continued asking. She's here too. Ning Chen looked at the magnificent scenery of the king's domain outside the window and said, The slash on Hong Luan's face by the phoenix body won't end well. The matters involved in the phoenix body's slash are definitely far from what we have seen. The Dawn Moon Tower Master definitely didn't appear in the Red Luan realm at this time to congratulate us. Will he help us? Einar asked expectantly. Ning Chen shook his head and said, He won't. The Dawn Moon Tower Master is a merchant, and merchants pursue profit. Unless we have something of value that can catch his eye, it won't be an easy task to get his help. Previously, when he helped Hong Luan, it was a fair transaction, and no one owes anyone a favor. Today, the Dawn Moon Tower Master helped us, which is already commendable. However, this favor will end here, and there won't be any more. A black-hearted merchant. Einar pouted. He isn't black-hearted, but he knows better. The human heart is complicated, and judging by value may seem heartless, but sometimes it's the most correct method. After speaking, Ning Chen's gaze shifted to the little girl beside him and said, a favor is heavy. Unless it's someone you cherish, don't owe too many favors, and don't give too many favors. Don't think that you will be rewarded for helping others. There's a limit to everything, and too many favors will similarly distort a person's heart. The Dawn Moon Tower Master is the most intelligent person in the world and can see clearly. I don't understand, said delicately. If you don't understand, then remember it. You will naturally understand it in the future, Ning Chen said softly. Oh, replied and leaned against the window, looking at the scenery outside. She said, then do we have anything that can catch the eye of this black-hearted merchant? Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, the Dawn Moon Tower Master's words before leaving today are an invitation to negotiate. The Dawn Moon Tower Master's wine isn't something you can drink as you wish. What you will do next will depend on the outcome of this negotiation. Don't lose out, said. Don't worry. Up until now, we haven't had any conflicts of interest with the Dawn Moon Tower Master. This negotiation is just for each side to take what they need. It will be much easier than the negotiation with the Heavenly Sanctum, Ning Chen replied. Nodded, not quite understanding. She thought for a moment and said, if we can awaken the phoenix body this time, will we still go back? Ning Chen fell silent. He didn't directly answer and softly said, it's impossible for the identity of this half of my body to remain a secret forever. Do you know why no one can tolerate a devil? Devils are bad people, but you aren't, replied delicately. Ning Chen lightly shook his head and calmly said, you're wrong. It's because a devil's heart is cold. In essence, Xian Luo, Xiazi, and I are all the same. A devil is a devil. There has never been a distinction between good and bad. Ning Chen's dark eyes became even more profound as he continued, a devil's nature is much simpler than a human's nature, but it's also much crueler. Just like when I massacred the Allied forces in the Central Province, I wasn't any different from how I am now. The reason why I've always wanted to summon the Phoenix body back is because I want to quickly hand over external matters and focus on cultivating the divine abilities of the Celestial Devil Clan so that I can deal with Xian Luo's pursuit. The other, more important reason is that my rationality is based on my past memories. However, I don't know how much longer I can endure it. Perhaps one day I'll get tired of it and return to being like Xian Luo, treating human lives like dirt. Hearing Ning Chen's words, Ina raised her head. Her eyes were filled with tears as she said in a wronged manner, "Do you not want me anymore?" Ning Chen looked at the little girl and said, "I promised that I would teach you martial arts. However, if you stay by my side, you won't know when you'll be in danger. Therefore, it would be more suitable for you to be given to the Phoenix body. His brain is damaged now. How can he teach me martial arts?" Ina said as she wiped her tears. Ning Chen raised his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes and said, "The choice is in your hands. Even if I give you to the Phoenix body in the future, I'll have to wait until he recovers his memories. After all, we are one body. The only difference is that we walk different paths. Now that my original body is missing, following the Phoenix body is the best choice. Devils have never been a race with patience. Even I don't know when I'll get tired of this fake side of me. If you don't want to endure it anymore, you can. I'm mentally prepared and won't be afraid. It's fine as long as you don't abandon me. That day at the Waning Moon restaurant, you promised that you wouldn't abandon me again," Ina said as she wiped her tears. Hearing this, Ning Chen frowned slightly, not knowing how to answer. At the same time, in the big city next to the Red Luan Kingdom, Mo Xiaoai walked in front of a restaurant that was not inferior to the Waning Moon Chang'an. In the hall, Hong Luan, who had been waiting for him, saw him return. She stood up and bowed respectfully, "House Master." Mo Xiaoai nodded and said, Hong Luan, prepare a pot of heartless night dream tomorrow. There will be a distinguished guest coming. House master, you met an acquaintance on this trip? Hong Luan asked in surprise. Oh, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Just prepare the good wine. Mo Xiaoi chuckled and walked up to the second floor. On the second floor, the layout was exactly the same as the Waning Moon Chang, an Injinsi city. There were the same 10 guest rooms, and a sign hung in front of each room. Mo Xiaoi entered the bright room and waved his hand to close the door. In the room, exotic flowers and herbs were arranged. Each of them was a rare treasure in the world. The fragrance was faintly discernible and intoxicating. On the other side of the room, a wooden box that was more than 10 feet long was placed on a quaint table. The wooden box was very ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. Friend, long time no see. Mo Xiaoi looked at him and smiled. Buzz. In the wooden box, a light sound was heard, as if it was responding to the former. Can't wait? Oh, don't be impatient. Now I have something that interests me more. Fighting and killing, how vulgar! Mo Xiaoi chuckled and said, Have you seen a demon who has been trying to maintain his rationality? A demon who has lost his humanity and can still maintain his rationality by relying on his past memories. I really have a whole new level of respect for him. However, how long do you think he can endure this false mask? Chapter 637. In the Red Luan royal territory, as the wedding day of Princess Hong Luan approached, the festive atmosphere in the territory became more and more intense. Lanterns and colored banners were hung high everywhere. Outside the territory, in a neighboring city, Ning Chen walked over with Yin. The gloomy and rainy weather was incompatible with the festive atmosphere in the entire Red Luan city. In a private room on the second floor of the Dawn Moon restaurant, the owner had prepared wine and was waiting for the guests. On the first floor there was singing and dancing. The dancers on the stage were faintly discernible, causing the guests below to be unable to take their eyes off them. Not long after, Ning Chen and Yin entered. Hong Luan personally went up to welcome them and brought them to the second floor. Sister Hong Luan, is the injury on your face healed? Yin looked at Hong Luan and asked. It's healed. Hong Luan removed the veil on her face and a delicate and beautiful face appeared in front of them. It was flawless and even prettier than Shi. Sister Hong Luan is really beautiful. Yin's large eyes were filled with envy. Hong Luan put on the veil and gently smiled. Yin is also very beautiful. When you grow up, you will definitely be prettier than sister. Hearing this, Yin smiled happily and nodded heartlessly. As they spoke, the three of them entered the bright room. The owner of the Dawn Moon restaurant changed into a plain silver-gray robe. Her powerful aura was completely different from the first time they met. Restaurant master, the guests are here. Hong Luan respectfully bowed. You can leave first. Also, bring our little girl Yin to taste Hong Luan's specialty dishes. Mo Xiaoi smiled. Yes. Hong Luan bowed again and accepted the order. Ning Chen also patted the little girl's head and indicated for her to leave with Hong Luan. Yin obediently followed them out. When she was about to leave the room, she turned around and said, Restaurant master, don't take my previous words to heart. You are not a black-hearted merchant. Mo Xiaoi chuckled and said, Little girl Yin is right. I am a black-hearted merchant. Otherwise, why would it be called, all merchants are evil? Hong Luan covered her mouth and laughed before leaving with the little girl. All these years, only Yin dared to call the restaurant master a black-hearted merchant in front of her. Please have a seat. After the two of them left, Mo Xiaoi looked at the person in front of him and softly said, Many thanks. Ning Chen didn't stand on ceremony and sat down across from him. How is it? The layout of my restaurant is pretty good, right? Mo Xiaoi took out the heartless nightmarish dream he had prepared beforehand. He poured 2 cups and pushed 1 cup in front of the person in front of him. Brothel Master Xiaoye's taste is naturally not something an ordinary person can compare to. Ning Chen took the wine cup and replied. Where's the wine? Mo Xiao Ai asked again. Heartless, nightmarish dream. Naturally, it's also a top-quality wine. Ning Chen replied after smelling and tasting it. Brother Ning, do you know that I've always been stingy? It's hard for me to treat people to a drink. Mo Xiaowai chuckled. Businessmen pursue profit. The wine in a restaurant is meant to be sold, not used to invite people, Ning Chen said calmly. Oh, it's really easy to talk to smart people. With Brother Ning's wisdom, you should have more or less guessed why I invited you here, Mo Xiaowai continued. I can guess a little, but not much, Ning Chen said softly. It took me a lot of effort to save Hong Luan. It reminded me of the grudge from 100 years ago. It's really not easy to let go of it. Mo Xiaowai took a sip of wine and smiled. Brothel Master is from the Red Luan King's territory? Ning Chen put down his cup and asked. That's right. When did you find out? Mo Xiaowai wasn't too surprised. Based on the Red Luan King's attitude towards you, you're definitely not welcomed by the Red Luan King's territory. However, you were able to enter the King's territory so smoothly. It only means that you're very familiar with the territory. Ning Chen paused and looked at Mo Xiaowai before continuing. Based on the conversation between you and Princess Yaoji yesterday, it's obvious that you've known each other for a long time. You mentioned ancestor in one sentence. I don't think outsiders would call you that. Mo Xiaowai chuckled and said, You were able to infer the general truth from these details that ordinary people wouldn't notice. Brother Ning's intelligence is really admirable. You're too kind. Ning Chen said calmly. Brothel Master, you're the one who's really surprised me. With your strength, I think you're rarely matched even in the entire Red Luan starfield. Mo Xiaowai smiled and filled the former's cup again. He said, The space zone is vast, and there are many planets with life. Who knows where the peerless experts, who are beyond our knowledge, are hiding? In the end, we are just frogs in a well. How much we see is how big the sky is. The real sky may be much bigger than what we see. Ning Chen was silent. After a while, he said softly, I've learned something. Mo Xiaowai filled his cup and continued, To be honest, Brother Ning, I used to be from the Red Luan King's territory. I've known the Red Luan King and Princess Yaoji for a long time. As for our relationship, the Red Luan King and Princess Yaoji are the current Red Luan and Princess Yaoji. Master and Shadow, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said calmly. Mo Xiaowai took a sip of wine. What an incredible young man. His intelligence was really terrifying. After a while, Mo Xiaowai put down his cup and said, Brother Ning's guess is correct. Since ancient times, there have been two successors in each generation of the Red Luan King's territory. One is the Master and the other is the Shadow. The Master stands in front of the people and the Shadow stands behind the people. If there's no accident, the Master will eventually devour the Shadow and become the Master of the Red Luan. Only when something happens to the Master will the Shadow have the chance to walk in front of the people and take on the responsibility of the successor. The Red Luan is this generation's Shadow. What a cruel rule! Ning Chen replied and asked, What about the Brothel Master? Is she the Master or the Shadow? What do you think, Brother Ning? Mo Xiaowai smiled. Master, Ning Chen replied without hesitation. Oh! Mo Xiaowai looked surprised and said, Why are you so sure, Brother Ning? Tolerance. Ning Chen said calmly, No matter how similar the Shadow is to the Master, it's still different. I think that in the countless years of the Red Luan King's territory's inheritance, there are only a handful of cases where the Shadow has successfully replaced the Master. The difference in the path of growth is beyond imagination. The tolerance of the Master standing in front of the people and the Shadow standing behind the people will only increase. Ning Chen glanced at the two people on the first floor through the bead curtain and said, It's not that I'm disrespectful to Miss Hong Luan, but regardless of personal grudges, the gap between Miss Hong Luan and the Red Luan Queen is not small. It's not only martial arts cultivation, but also many other factors. It can be said that Miss Hong Luan has no chance of winning against the Red Luan Queen. Mo Xiaowai tasted the wine in his cup and said calmly, Hong Luan is indeed not suitable to be the master of the Red Luan King. Miss Hong Luan is not suitable, but the brothel master is different. Ning Chen looked at the person in front of him and said, The Red Luan Queen walked from the shadow to the front of the people. Even though she gradually gained the strength and dignity of a king, she is still lacking compared to the brothel master. I think that this gap will be difficult to make up for in this lifetime. Mo Xiaowai smiled and did not comment further. He changed the topic and said, Let's not talk about this anymore. Oh right, there's one thing that I've always been interested in, but I don't know if I should ask. Brothel master, feel free to ask, Ningchen replied. Mo Xiaowai raised his cup and toasted to Ningchen. In my knowledge, devils are the symbol of slaughter. I've never seen a devil like Brother Ning who works hard to restrain his nature. May I ask why? The brothel master's understanding is not wrong. I'm not different from other devils. In places unknown to the brothel master, I may have killed more people than anyone else. However, I have something that must be done, so I have to follow the rules set by humans. Ning Chen spoke with an indifferent expression as he downed the wine in his cup with a clink of wine. You found a way to revive the dead? Mo Xiaowai also drank the wine in his cup and asked slowly. Yes, Ning Chen replied. I can't help you with this. Although I like to do business with like-minded people, I don't have this bargaining chip, Mo Xiaowai said with regret. Don't worry. I've been searching for more than 20 years. Maybe I'll need another 20 years, 40 years, or even 100 years. Maybe one day you'll get this bargaining chip. At that time, no matter if I'm a human or a devil, you can exchange it for everything I have, Ning Chen said unhurriedly. Even if it's your life? Mo Xiaowai raised his head and said indifferently. Yes. Ning Chen nodded. This kind of business is really tempting. If such a day really comes, I don't want your life. I want your sword, the only sword in the world, Mo Xiaowai said with unprecedented seriousness. If such a day comes, I'll give it to you with both hands, Ning Chen said calmly. Hearing this, Mo Xiaowai smiled, and his expression returned to normal. He filled the wine glasses in front of the two again and said, Back to the topic, I invited Brother Ning to come here to discuss another business. Please tell me, Ning Chen replied. The enmity between me and the Red Luan King's territory is too long ago. There's no need to mention it again. However, that girl Hong Luan has worked hard for the Waning Moon restaurant all these years. Even if she didn't make any contributions, she still worked hard. I think she should get justice for being chased by the Red Luan King's territory back then. Mo Xiaowai smiled. Why don't you do it yourself? Ning Chen asked. Because I can't. Mo Xiaowai said honestly, the waters of the Red Luan King's territory are much deeper than they look. If I do it, it'll be too troublesome if those old monsters are involved. With your strength, do you still need to worry about this? Ning Chen frowned. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Although I'm not afraid of this kind of trouble, I don't want to easily provoke them, Mo Xiaowai said indifferently. What can I get? Ning Chen raised his cup and asked. A chance. Mo Xiaowai said softly, when Brother Ning appeared in Jinxi City, you didn't know much about the Red Luan star field. It's impossible for you to have any enmity with Princess Hong Luan. The reason why you attacked last night should be because of the prince consort of the Red Luan King's territory. I can give you a chance to solve this fairly. Without the interference of the Red Luan King's territory, there will be fewer obstacles for Brother Ning. Hearing this, Ning Chen fell silent and didn't say anything. Mo Xiaowai looked at him and continued, You need a chance, and I also want to get justice for Hong Luan. I think this cooperation is also the purpose of Brother Ning's visit today. As for whether this slap will hurt enough, it depends on Brother Ning's strength. Chapter 638. In front of the Dawn Moon brothel, Hong Luan stood quietly as she sent off the honored guest. Her beautiful face was lightly covered by a thin veil, but it still couldn't hide her tranquil and gentle temperament. She used to be the princess's shadow, but now that she was lucky enough to leave the king's domain, Hong Luan cherished it very much. She was sincerely grateful to everyone who had helped her, including the house master and the young people who were far away. On the second floor, in the bright room, the Dawn Moon brothel mistress wiped the silver strings wrapped around her sleeve. Bit by bit, she was very careful. All the guests who visited the Dawn Moon house knew that Hong Luan was proficient in the zither. However, what they didn't know was that Hong Luan's zither skills were taught by the Dawn Moon house's owner. The Dawn Moon brothel mistress was not good at the zither, but she was good at strings. She had mastered all the strings in the world. To be able to suppress the current king of the Red Luan realm for several hundred years, the Dawn Moon Tower's master, as the main body, was the most shockingly talented successor to the throne of the Red Luan realm. However, due to some reasons, she gave up. Hong Luan. Yes. In front of the Dawn Moon house, Hong Luan heard the house master's voice and returned to her senses. She turned around and walked towards the second floor. In the king's domain, time passed day by day. There were less than 10 days left before the wedding of Princess Hong Luan. Most of the invited guests had already arrived. Only a few of the most distinguished magnates had yet to appear. Mo Zhu was one of them. However, everyone knew that these people should be arriving soon. Sure enough, when almost all the guests had arrived, a golden light shone in the sky above the king's domain, and an incomparable pressure spread out. It was noble and imposing, and people couldn't help but look sideways. The mist outside the king's domain dispersed, and golden flames filled the air. In the flames, 3 7-colored elks pulled a carriage through the air. The shocking scene shocked everyone in the king's domain. Empress Jinsi. Someone recognized the Golden Dawn symbol on the carriage and blurted out. Rumor had it that among the strongest cultivators in the Hong Luan galaxy, the Emperor of the Jinsi Empire was the closest to the true realm. He had already taken half a step into the true realm 100 years ago, and his strength was unfathomable. Overlord Jinsi appeared. A red divine bridge appeared in the sky above the king's domain, leading directly to the depths of the king's domain. 3 7-colored elks pulled the carriage onto the divine bridge and rushed into the depths of the king's domain. From beginning to end, the owner of the carriage never showed up. As Overlord Jinsi disappeared at the end of the divine bridge, a woman suddenly appeared in front of the king's domain. Her face was calm and peaceful. She held a Taoist seal in her hands and chanted a spell. She closed her eyes and spoke to the heavenly language. Her fluttering fine black hair drifted in the wind. Wherever the woman passed, hundreds of flowers bloomed, and life descended upon the world. Spirit Cultivator. The instant the young woman stepped into the Red Luan realm, everyone could sense her presence. Gazing into the distance, expressions of shock appeared on their faces once more. Please. With the arrival of the Heaven's Speaker, the divine bridge reappeared. The voice of the Red Luan realm king was heard, and she personally went to the end of the divine bridge to welcome him. The arrival of the 2 strongest cultivators in the world attracted the attention of everyone. Just as everyone was unable to calm down for a long time, 7 colors shone brightly in the void. An aura that was not inferior to the previous 2 cultivators appeared and quickly spread out. In a small courtyard on the west side, Ning Chun and Qi Huan sensed something and walked out of their rooms. Looking at the swirling void in the distance, their eyes narrowed. It was Master Mo. He was finally here. Within the king's domain, within the 7-colored light, Lord Mo appeared. His white robe fluttered in the wind, as if an immortal had descended. His otherworldly aura caused others to involuntarily feel awe. In the next moment, Lord Mo stepped onto the divine bridge and disappeared at the end of the bridge. The appearance of the 3 strongest cultivators caused the wind and clouds to change. At this moment, the sound of strings rang out between heaven and earth. Drifting wind and drifting clouds drifted over thousands of miles to meet the king. Within the sound of strings, a man in a silver-gray robe and a large cloak appeared. Beside him, a veiled woman followed. Her face could not be more familiar, but her aura was completely different. In the sky, the divine bridge appeared on its own, as if welcoming the former master of the king's domain. From far away, Ning Chen looked at the man walking towards the divine bridge. An imperceptible brilliance flashed through his deep eyes. Master of the Dawn Moon Tower, just how strong are you? At the end of the divine bridge, the Red Luan Realm King's eyes were extremely cold. The Red Luan Realm only needed one king, and that was him. Passing by, the Master of the Dawn Moon Tower looked at the person beside her. The corners of her mouth curled up. She said, "Shadow, how does it feel to become light?" "Mo Shaoi, this is not a place for you to come," the Red Luan Realm King said in a deep voice. "Since when do I need your permission to go wherever I want to go?" The Master of the Dawn Moon Tower smiled faintly and replied softly. Then, she stepped forward. All the strong cultivators arrived. Half a day later, the Wuji banquet began to welcome all the guests. In front of the palace, the Red Luan Realm King sat on the main seat at the end of the stairs. During the banquet, Overlord Jinsi, the Heaven's Speaker, Master Mo, and the Master of the Dawn Moon Tower sat in pairs at the front of the crowd. Their noble status was self-evident. The banquet was extremely luxurious. All kinds of rare dishes were constantly served. The exotic fragrance assailed the nostrils. They had never seen anything like this before. Ning Chen and Qi Huan sat next to each other. Among the strong cultivators, they could be considered to be at the front. It was clear that the Mahist sect's status was not to be underestimated, even in the entire Red Luan realm. Beside Ning Chen, Ener was happily eating. She ignored everyone's gazes and ate her own food. The sumptuous dishes were very tempting. The little girl's mouth was stuffed like a bun. Ning Chen drank while quietly picking food for the little girl. He also had no interest in the greetings of the people at the banquet. Not long after, the Red Luan Realm King and the Red Luan Realm King walked over together and greeted the guests one by one. After a brief exchange of glances, Ning Chen looked at the two people walking up the stairs. The indifference in his eyes became more and more intense. At the front of the banquet, two people came and toasted Master Mo and the others. Overlord Jinsi, the Heaven's Speaker, and Master Mo accepted their toasts one by one. However, when it came to the Master of the Dawn Moon Tower, they stopped. At the banquet, the Master of the Dawn Moon Tower did not reach out to accept their toasts. A faint smile appeared on her face as she said, "Before drinking this cup of wine, I would like to know who among the two of you is going to pay for the sword slash on Hong Luan's face." As soon as her words fell, the atmosphere suddenly stagnated. On the main seat, the Red Luan Realm King's expression darkened as he said, "Master of the Dawn Moon Tower, today's banquet is to welcome the distinguished guests of the king's domain. Don't go too far." "Am I going too far? Compared to the means of the Realm King, I am still far inferior. A debt must be repaid and a life must be paid with a life. I have already restrained my emotions. Don't make me lose my last bit of patience," the Master of the Dawn Moon Tower said with a smile. "Arrogant." The Red Luan Realm King was furious. He slammed the table and stood up. Looking at the former, his expression was extremely furious. "I wonder how Master of the Dawn Moon Tower will repay us," the Red Luan Realm King said calmly. "Simple. Choose one of you and let me slash him once," the Master of the Dawn Moon Tower said playfully. "What if we don't agree?" the Red Luan Realm King asked indifferently. "Ha!" The Master of the Dawn Moon Tower lightly smiled and said, "Then it's even simpler. Although I haven't fought for a long time, it shouldn't take much effort to kill the two of you." Chapter 639. The atmosphere at the Wuji banquet was stagnant. The words of the Waning Moon House Master shocked all the cultivators present, their faces filled with disbelief. Nobody had heard much about the Waning Moon House Master, but she was able to sit side by side with Lord Mo and Emperor Jinsi, which made everyone secretly pay attention to her. No one would have thought that the most inconspicuous person among the four would shock everyone with a single word. Provoking the Red Luan King's domain in front of all the cultivators in the world, this was the first time such a person had appeared in thousands of years. Although the Red Luan King's domain had gradually stepped down from its peak after the collapse of the Western Celestial World, it was definitely not as simple as it appeared to be on the surface. At this moment, all the cultivators were looking at the Red Luan King's domain. Someone had provoked the King's domain. As the Lord of the King's domain, how should he respond? On the main seat, the Red Luan King's face became gloomier and gloomier. His powerful aura kept shaking, obviously reaching the limit of his patience. Sitting down, Lord Mo picked up his wine cup and took a sip. No change could be seen in his eyes. He didn't say anything, quietly watching the development of the situation. Opposite him, Emperor Jinsi glanced at the Red Luan King and the waning Moon House Master, then looked away without saying anything. The last of the four, the only woman, the Heaven's Speaker, closed her eyes and said softly, with the House Master's dignity, "Why do you have to make things difficult for two juniors?" The waning Moon House Master smiled faintly and said, "I'm not making things difficult, I just want to seek justice. Spiritual cultivators, if there is no retribution for your evil deeds, won't your evil deeds be justified?" Hearing this, the Heaven's Speaker sighed softly and didn't say anything more. "Mo Xiaowai, you are misleading the public with your lies. The King's domain can't tolerate you. Leave, otherwise you will experience the most ruthless anger of the King's domain." On the main seat, the Red Luan King couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up and said in a low voice, "Domain King, please calm down." At this moment, an elegant voice came from afar. Along with the voice, a beautiful woman appeared. Her face was covered by a white veil, but her noble temperament couldn't hide her charm. As soon as she appeared, everyone present couldn't look away. Seeing the newcomer, the Dawn Moon Tower's master smiled. The Red Luan's art of mind bewitching was the best in the world, and Princess Consort Yaoji had undoubtedly cultivated this art to the peak. "House Lord, the grudges of the past have been in the past for many years. Why keep brooding over it? As for the grudges of the younger generation, isn't it better to let them settle it themselves?" Princess Yaoji looked at the former and said softly, "Eh." The Dawn Moon Tower's master chuckled and said, "Princess Consort, we haven't seen each other for many years, but you're still as eloquent as before. Hong Luan isn't good at martial arts, and if she were to settle it herself, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to fight for justice for herself in this lifetime. The rules of the King's domain have been like this for thousands of years. Back then, you chose to give up. Today, you shouldn't have come back and interfered with the affairs of the King's domain," said Yaoji softly. "Unfortunately, I still came back." The smile on Waning Moon Tower's master's face gradually faded as she calmly said, "Yaoji, on account of our past friendship, I can take a step back and let the younger generation settle this matter. However, it's not Hong Luan." Hearing this, Yaoji's beautiful eyes flashed and she asked, "Who is that?" "Hong Luan's husband, the 9th son of the Mahist sect," said Waning Moon Tower's master lightly. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. Even Mo Zhu's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously looked at Ning Chen, who was below the seats. "9th junior brother, is it true?" Beside the seat, Qi Huan asked in shock. Ning Chen quietly drank a cup of wine. His deep eyes didn't change at all. He didn't say a word, nod, or deny it. "Master Mo, is this true?" asked the Realm King Hong Luan in the main seat. "I don't interfere in the affairs of the younger generation." Master Mo retracted his gaze and said calmly, "Martial artists compete, swordsmen compete. It's fair and just." Overlord Jinsi, the leader of the four, put down his wine cup and spoke for the first time. It was hard to stop halfway. The Realm King Hong Luan's face darkened, and he quickly weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Waning Moon Tower's master came prepared. Once she made trouble, even if the King's domain could win, they would have to pay a heavy price. Such a result was not what he wanted to see. However, if he followed Waning Moon Tower's master's words and let the younger generation settle it themselves, the dignity of the king's domain would be placed on the princess or the prince consort. The king's domain couldn't lose, especially in front of so many witnesses. Princess. Thinking of this, the realm king Hong Luan looked at the princess and said, "You will fight this battle." "Yes." Princess Hong Luan accepted the order softly. Hearing the former's decision, Waning Moon Tower's master smiled faintly and said, "Realm king, do you know why you can only be a shadow?" Touched again, the realm king Hong Luan's face darkened. His suppressed anger was on the verge of erupting again. "Prince consort, you will fight this battle," said Yaoji at this moment. "Yes." Beside the princess, the phoenix figure, who had been silent all this time, nodded. Waning Moon Tower's master didn't hide her smile and said, "It seems that in terms of boldness you are not as good as a woman. It's meaningless to argue." Waning Moon Tower's master must have made a decision. The location of this battle must be in the king's domain. "As for the time, it's up to you," said Yaoji calmly. "Okay." Waning Moon Tower's master nodded and said, 3 days later, at the Sun and Moon Lake of the king's domain, we will settle our old grudges." Then Waning Moon Tower's master stood up and said softly, "Hong Luan, let's go." Hong Luan nodded and left together. The moment they passed each other, Hong Luan looked at the black-clothed young man who had helped her before. A trace of undetectable shyness flashed through her beautiful eyes and disappeared in an instant. In front of her, Waning Moon Tower's master didn't look back and said indifferently, "Hong Luan, demons have no feelings. This is only a transaction and nothing more." Hearing the voice transmission by her ear, Hong Luan softly responded and soon after silently followed him. After Waning Moon Tower's master left, everyone at the banquet was still unable to calm down. Everyone could see that the realm king Hong Luan was very afraid of Waning Moon Tower's master. Otherwise, they wouldn't have agreed to this battle. On the throne, the realm king Hong Luan's expression was ice-cold. His aura gradually disappeared and killing intent kept jumping in the depths of his eyes. "I'll take my leave." Sitting down, Yaoji bowed and didn't stay any longer. She turned and left. The banquet quickly dispersed, and everyone left one after another with different thoughts. Before leaving, they all looked at the red-clothed young man beside Princess Hong Luan. Without a doubt, the prestige of the realm king Hong Luan had already suppressed this person. The realm king Hong Luan couldn't afford to lose this battle. However, it was rumored that the prince consort of the realm king Hong Luan possessed the inheritance of the phoenix, and his sword cultivation was even more astonishing. Although he hadn't reached perfection, his true battle strength was close to treading deities. It was also because of this that Princess Hong Luan fell in love with him. In comparison, Mo clan's 9th son was much more low-key. Other than knowing that he was Master Mo's 9th disciple, the outside world didn't know anything else about him. After everyone dispersed, Ning Chun held Yin Er's hand and left the banquet. Before leaving, their gazes crossed each other emotionlessly. Chapter 640. In the Sun and Moon Lake of the Red Luan King's realm, the water was connected to the sky. Today, Feng Mo was going to fight a battle of life and death. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, Hong Yi sat quietly with her eyes closed. Her aura circulated around her, and a black divine sword was placed in front of her. Her sword intent was unstoppable. Outside the Sun and Moon Lake, many experts appeared. Every one of them was at the absolute perfection realm, and their powerful auras covered the sky. The battle was about to start, and the air pressure on the lake dropped. Ripples appeared on the lake's surface, spreading hundreds of meters away. In the sky, 5 extremely powerful auras appeared. The 5 strongest experts in the world had appeared to watch the battle. On the other side, Queen Hong Luan also appeared. Her beautiful eyes looked at the figure in red in the center of the lake with a serious expression. After waiting for a long time, the sound of wind suddenly came from afar, and a black-clothed figure walked over. His sword intent was restrained, and he didn't have the aura of a cultivator. Only his deep eyes were sharp. Finally, he's here. In the sky, the dawn moon tower's master smiled. Her silver-gray robe fluttered in the wind, and she looked extraordinary. Not far away, Master Mo's eyes flashed. He also wanted to see how strong Old Ninth's sword was. Sister Hongluan, hurry up! Outside the Sun and Moon Lake, Ener pulled Hongluan and ran over to watch the battle. Under everyone's gaze, the black-clothed figure walked over and stepped on the lake's surface. In an instant, the calm Sun and Moon Lake finally changed. Huge waves rolled, unable to withstand the sword's might. I've made you wait for a long time. The demon opened his mouth and waved his hand. Green light bloomed, shocking the world. In the pavilion, Hong Yi stood up, and sword intent surged out from her body. On the lake's surface, the huge waves separated, and a sword path appeared. Please! As soon as she finished speaking, the two figures started fighting. The two disappeared in an instant and their swords collided. When the battle started, the water on the Sun and Moon Lake surged into the sky. In the light of the water, two figures, one black and one red, continuously intertwined. There was no testing of moves and no mercy. When the battle started, it became white-hot. The two people with different appearances had the same sword intent. Their battle strength reached the peak of their lives. The current on their swords stole the light of the sun and the moon. The entire Sun and Moon Lake turned into a world of swords. Sword chi surged, destroying mountains and seas. Outside the battle, the spectators could not hide the shock on their faces as they watched the battle. They were all consummation mortal sovereigns, and they were all shocked by the might and pressure from the two swords. There are actually two people with such swords in the world. In the void, Overlord Jinsi looked at the two figures in the battle and exclaimed in admiration. On the other side, Mo Zhu's eyes flickered as he watched the battle. Of Mo Gate's disciples, OL-9 had followed him for the shortest amount of time, and was also the most low-key one. He rarely spoke, and unless it was the day of his apprenticeship, he would never come to Wordlessness Peak again. After today's battle, he finally understood that his disciple's strength had far exceeded his imagination. On the other side, the Heaven's Speaker, whose eyes were still closed, spread out his divine sense to observe the battle. Strange. A moment later, the Heaven's Speaker frowned and murmured softly. She felt that the existence of these two people was not ordinary. Spiritualist, did you see anything? The waning moon house master looked at the woman beside her and smiled. Not yet. The Heaven's Speaker shook his head. Heh! The waning moon tower's mistress smiled faintly and said, Since you can't tell, then just focus on watching the battle. A sword like this is rare even in the treading immortal realm. The Heaven's Speaker nodded and did not say anything else. At the center of the lake, waves surged as the battle between the two became more and more intense. Below the battle, one formation after another awakened. The formation runes flickered and blocked the shock waves of the battle. In front of the spectators, Een-Er's face was filled with nervousness. She did not even blink, afraid that she would miss a single moment. The two people in the battle constantly intertwined with each other. The sword light that could not be seen clearly was like a winding path to the underworld. Why was there such hatred? Perhaps it was because their trust in each other had been shattered, or perhaps it was because they were disappointed in themselves. The killing intent on the demon body's sword grew thicker and thicker. Heaven fall! The sword entered the void, and the sky became the sword. Sword light fell like rain, unable to be dodged as it engulfed Hong Yi. Eastern sunrise. As the sword rain fell, Mo Kuang's sword intent spread out from the phoenix body's hand. A blood-colored divine sun rose, its brilliance illuminating the world and shaking the heaven-fall sword. When the two sides collided, the sky fell and the earth fell. The waterfall was chaotic, and huge waves surged into the sky, turning into rain. Phoenix, today you will pay the most painful price for your stupidity. The demon body waved his sword, and the power of the Sun Sutra rose around him. Instantly, the entire Sun-Moon Lake was filled with a sea of fire. Emo Kwang squinted his eyes. His unattainable ninth sun had actually merged the fire of the Feng Shui Forbidden Land into his body. The heavenly fire burned the world, refining the phoenix body. The demon body was emotionless and wanted to completely devour the phoenix who had forgotten the past. The phoenix body focused and released the phoenix fire. The blood-colored flames rose, resisting the might of the heavenly fire. The opposing flames devoured each other. In the waves of fire, the two bodies passed each other again. The swords clashed again, reaching white heat. The phoenix body stepped forward, and his figure was like an illusion. Red light shone around his body as he moved at full speed. The phoenix body was extremely fast, and the tip of the sword drew blood on the demon body. Sword after sword, it was dazzling. The demon body waved his sword to block the attacks. Although he had part of the phoenix origin, his speed was still slightly inferior to the phoenix body. In the rapid exchange, he blocked a sword and was hit. Blood bloomed. The situation of the battle changed. The demon body's sword momentum changed. He abandoned speed and used strength to suppress extreme speed. After the exchange, there were thousands of aftershock. A waterfall soared into the sky and drowned the two bodies. Fourth sword, River of Forgetfulness. In the waves, the demon body gathered his energy and absorbed the death aura in the world. The water energy churned and merged into his sword. The River of Forgetfulness crossed the sky, and Taishur opened the road to the underworld. Seeing that the incoming attack was extraordinary, the phoenix body gathered 9 suns. 9 divine suns spiraled into the sky and illuminated the world. In the next moment, the two attacks collided. The formation outside the battle collapsed, and the aftershock spread out in all directions. Seeing this, the Dawn Moon Tower Master took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Hong Luan and Yin. She waved her right hand and dispersed the aftershock. In other directions, the sovereigns of the Perfection Realm flashed and retreated 100 feet, avoiding the sharp sword light. Princess Hong Luan turned her palm to block the sword light. She was not willing to take a step back. She looked at red in the battle and did not want to hide the worry on her face. Drip. In the sky above the center of the lake, a drop of blood fell into the water. It was so light that it could not be heard. The two bodies that stood at the peak of the mountain, the hands that held the swords, were dyed red. Blood flowed down along the edge of the swords, silently pouring down. At the same time, in the inner world, 100 miles away from the forbidden land of the human realm in Wanqing Pass, a figure in green walked over. He looked at the forbidden land created by Ji Ming in the distance. There was no change in his calm eyes. In front of the forbidden land, a girl stood quietly. Drops of dew wet her long hair. She had been standing there for a long time. Maybe a day, maybe a month, or maybe a year. Soon, a familiar sword aura approached. The girl looked back and saw the person. She was startled at first, but then a bright smile appeared on her face. Senior. Seeing the girl in front of the forbidden land, Prince Yan's calm face showed gentleness. He said, "Why are you here? Why didn't you go to Sky Beyond to find him?" "I want to help him pull out this sword." A man looked back at the forbidden land and said softly. Prince Yan stopped and looked at the broken stone sword floating in the forbidden land. After a while, he said calmly, "I'm going to get the sword. Do you want to come with me?" "I want to go, but I don't want to be a burden to you," a man said honestly. "Ha!" Prince Yen chuckled and said, "It's okay. Let's go." A man smiled happily. She helped him carry the sword and followed him. In the fairy execution forbidden land, sword light flashed and covered the sky. It was a terrifying forbidden land formed by the power of the earth veins. In the past, in order to resist the invasion of Tianfu, Ji Ming used the fairy execution sword to form the forbidden land. He killed 30% of Tianfu's army and several perfected human sovereigns. Their blood dyed Wanqing Pass. However, after the Forbidden Land was formed, the fairy execution sword could no longer be pulled out. Wanqing Pass also became a forbidden land that separated the north and south of Zhongzhou. No one dared to approach it. Today, a legend was asked by Ji Ming to appear in the Forbidden Land to retrieve the fairy execution sword. In the Forbidden Land where the sun couldn't shine, the green and red swords flew out and turned into a stream of swords to protect Aman. In front of them, Prince Yen walked forward step by step. The legend of the Xia dynasty, the legend of the Eastern region swordsman, reappeared in the ancient times. The invincible fairy execution sword Qi blocked the king's sword and couldn't move forward at all. In the center of the Forbidden Land, a broken stone sword that was neither gold nor jade was stabbed into the ground. Its terrifying aura surged and its power kept increasing. The fairy execution sword was a ferocious sword that was famous throughout the 3 ancient times. It guarded the eastern deity world for hundreds of thousands of years and killed countless people. However, with the collapse of the 4 deity worlds, the fairy execution sword was also severely damaged. Its blade was broken and there were countless cracks. Even so, the power of the ferocious sword wasn't something that could be stopped by humans. One sword turned the Forbidden Land and buried tens of thousands of soldiers. The name of the fairy execution sword was Domineering. The king's sword was a ferocious sword. Today, the king of swords walked forward step by step. He had handsome eyebrows and bright eyes. His young face was calm and peaceful. The sword intent around him was endless, suppressing the ancient ferocious sword. The king held the sword. The fairy execution sword's aura rumbled and the sword was pulled out. "Ah man," said Prince Yen. Hearing that, Ah man understood. She put down the sword rack and retreated a few steps. Prince Yen waved his hand. The fairy execution sword flew into the rack. In an instant, the 4 swords hummed together. The rumbling sword intent sealed the fairy execution sword. The ferocious sword stopped. In the Forbidden Land, the gloomy sword intent quickly retracted. The murderous aura dissipated. After a few years, peace returned. Prince Yen glanced at the green coffin not far away. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and put it away. Then he walked out of the Forbidden Land. A man followed him, carrying the sword rack on her back. "Senior, did he find a way to come back to life?" asked Ah Man. "No," answered Prince Yen. "Something happened to Sister Qing Ning," said Ah Man. "She was a bit depressed." "I already know." Prince Yen nodded. When they met in the Western deity world, the demon didn't say anything, but Prince Yen couldn't see any of the past emotions in his eyes. Ning Chun was a sentimental person. Unless he suffered an irreparable blow, he wouldn't completely abandon his emotions and fall into the demon path. "I want to go find him," said Ah Man softly. "First, come with me to the homeland of the Western Buddhas. You need to understand some things," said Prince Yen calmly. Chapter 641. In the Red Luan realm, on the Sun and Moon Lake, waves soared into the sky. The battle of the Phoenix demon had reached its most critical moment. The Phoenix body was extremely fast, unparalleled in the world. With a sword in hand, her figure constantly moved, and it was difficult to distinguish. Every strike was deadly. On the other hand, the demon body was at a disadvantage in terms of speed. She gave up on speed, and her sword was as heavy as a mountain. Every move could destroy mountains and seas and split the earth. The battle of strength and speed was at its peak. The Phoenix demon swept past, and the strange light of the 2 swords collided. The clouds moved against the pressure, and the unparalleled martial arts of the sword surpassed the limits of the realm, reaching the peak of the sword. Outside the battle, the human supremes all looked solemn, shocked by the 2 people in the battle. At the front, Queen Hongluan clenched her fists. The battle a few days ago was stopped not long ago. She did not expect the sword of the Mahist sect's 9th son to be so powerful. On the other side, Yin was also very nervous. She stared at the battle with her big eyes, unwilling to move away for a moment. I didn't expect that a peak half venerable could have such ability. The future of these two is limitless, Empress Jean, she commented from the void above. Empress, who do you think will win? Beside her, the Dawn Moon Tower Master, who was dressed in a silver-gray robe, smiled. One is at the peak, and the other is at the chaotic return to void. It's possible who will win, Empress Jean, she replied. To have such terrifying attainments in the sword at such a young age, the younger generation will surpass us in time, the Dawn Moon Tower Master said with a smile. Empress Jean, she nodded and said, Tower Master's insight is admirable. I didn't expect you to discover such a genius in the sword first. The waning moon brothel's mistress faintly smiled and said, Compared to Master Mo, I am ashamed of my inferiority. Every single one of the disciples of the Mahist sect can be called a genius. Ning Chen is only one of them. Not far away, Master Mo's face did not change at all when he heard this. He said, Tower Master, you flatter me. Ninth Son is introverted and doesn't like to talk. I don't know much about his strength. Today's situation has shocked me as much as you all. On the other side, the Red Luan Realm Queen heard the three's conversation. She could not help but frown as she looked at the battle. Her face became more and more serious. At this moment, an elegant and otherworldly figure walked over from afar. Her face was covered by a light veil, and her beauty carried a trace of charm, causing her to be extremely striking. Seeing the newcomer, the Dawn Moon House Master's lips curled up slightly. She didn't say anything and turned her attention back to the battle. On the Sun and Moon Lake, red and black clothes continuously intertwined. The aftershocks shook the surroundings, and 100 zhang tall waves surged and fell like rain. With a single glance, the sound of 1,000 swords rang out. The black-robed man stopped in his tracks. His sword fingers slashed out, causing the scorching heat to surge and spread out endlessly. The 100 suns returned to the east. The moves of the sun scripture appeared for the first time in the world. In an instant, the world seemed to be on fire. Divine suns circled in the sky, shocking everyone present. Seeing this, the phoenix body's expression turned solemn. Taking a step forward, the sword of Songlio guided the azure stream, and the four symbols deity sealing sword appeared once again. The two extremes shone at the same time. The might of the sword shook the heaven and earth. Within 100 miles, the sword will rumbled and flames surged. The sword's sun and dragon sparrow collided. With a shocking explosion, the heaven and earth sank. In the Sun and Moon Lake, the lake water turned into white mist and instantly dried up. Sword rain fell, and the earth rumbled and cracked. Blood splattered, and the phoenix body retreated a few zhang. The blood did not stop flowing, and the sword did not stop either. The azure dragon coiled and appeared in the world. Four symbols deity sealing sword, heavenly dragon shakes. The appearance of the angry dragon stirred up tens of thousands of waves. The azure dragon soared through the sword and pressed forward with a murderous aura. The demon body waved his sword to block the attack. The corners of his mouth turned red, and he retreated a few steps. The phoenix body's advantage appeared for the first time. In an instant, the sword light was like rushing thunder. It was too fast for the eyes to take in. Having lost the initiative, the demon body immediately felt the pressure multiplying. He was restrained in every move. Oh! Outside the battle, the Dawn Moon House Master looked surprised. The prince consort of Princess Hongluan was indeed extraordinary. He could actually forcefully suppress the battle. A difference of one move. It seems like the outcome is about to be decided, Overlord Jinsei said. Not necessarily, the Dawn Moon House Master replied. The two of them are equal in strength. Now that the 9th son of Mahist sect has lost the initiative, it will be difficult to turn the situation around, Overlord Jinsei said calmly. On the side, Mo Kuang was silent. After a while, he slowly said, The 9th son still has a sword in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the battle changed. The demon body's left hand clenched, and a white rainbow appeared. The mournful sound of the sword resounded for 100 li mo quang, and the white rainbow collided. The white rainbow wrapped around the phoenix body, and its speed was immediately restrained. Sky breaker! In an instant, the demon body slashed with Taisher, and a dazzling sword light whistled through the air. The phoenix body blocked the sword light with its fingers. Its foundation was slightly weakened, and the corners of its mouth were instantly dyed red. The current you has already forgotten why the sword in your hand is dancing. You are no longer qualified to exist in this world. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon body's sword aura became heavier, and the former was pushed back. The torrent on the sword rushed to the 9th heaven. It stepped forward, trapping the enemy with one sword and attacking with the other. It was a combination of hardness and gentleness, and the unparalleled sword art appeared again. The world-shocking sword stood at the peak, infinitely close to being the only one. The phoenix body's speed was restrained, and it was at a disadvantage. What a terrifying swordsman! Outside the battle, Overlord Jinse's eyes turned serious for the first time. The 9th son of Mo clan had really impressed him. Among the people present, except for the old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years, no one dared to say that they could suppress this person. On the other side, seeing that the battle was in danger, the Red Phoenix Realm Monarch's expression became abnormally heavy. She clenched her fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Prince Consort. In front of everyone, Queen Hongluan looked nervous, and it was difficult to hide her worry. With a ripping sound, the clothes on the phoenix body's left shoulder were torn apart, and blood splattered out. Now, it's time for you to pay the price for your stupidity. The demon body stepped forward, and the white rainbow in its left hand locked onto the former's sword. In its right hand, Taisher gathered the power of the Sun Sutra, and endless waves of fire engulfed the phoenix body. Prince Consort. Outside the battlefield, Queen Hongluan's expression changed. She couldn't hold it in any longer. Taking a step forward, she rushed towards the battlefield. In the air, the Dawn Moon Tower Master moved at the same time. In an instant, she blocked in front of the phoenix body. Her silver-gray cloak fluttered, and the aura of a peerless expert overflowed, not allowing anyone to interfere. Tower Master, there's only one victor in this battle. You can stop now, Princess Yaoji said as she took 2 steps forward. When did I say that there was only one victor in this battle? The Dawn Moon Tower Master looked at the woman in front of her and indifferently said, Mo Xiaowai, you've repeatedly challenged the dignity of the king's realm. I cannot tolerate you. Seeing that the phoenix body's power was about to be devoured, the Red Phoenix Realm Monarch's figure descended. Vast origin energy condensed in her palm and pressed forward. Is it finally our turn? The Dawn Moon Tower Master coldly said. Silver strings appeared in her hand. Silver light intersected, and a profound sound descended from the heavens. In an instant the wind and clouds surged. The water vapor in the Sun-Moon Lake that had been evaporated by the heavenly flames condensed once more. The water roiled, and 100-meter-tall wave soared into the sky. With a loud explosion, the palm energy and the profound sound collided. Terrifying shockwaves violently shook the earth. Piece after piece of land was uprooted and immediately fell back down. The shocking power caused the heavens and earth to change color. At the same time, in the inner world, in the Western Buddha's homeland, the old water railing, the place where the Taoists and demons fought in the past, everything within 100 miles was devastated. On the scorched earth that was incinerated by the demon calamity, not a single blade of grass grew. It was extremely desolate. Huge ravines crisscrossed the land. The once prosperous Pure Land was completely destroyed after the battle. In front of the old water railing, a legend appeared. Looking at the scene before him, a hint of regret flashed through his calm eyes. It was a pity that he wasn't able to see the extraordinary sword qi and the power of orthodox Taoism with his own eyes. In the remains of the Zenith Sword formation, 2 other sword intents filled the place. One of them was very familiar. It was left behind by Ningchen. The other one was very unfamiliar. He had never seen it before. Feeling the sword intense in the heavens and earth, Prince Yan's eyes regained their calmness. He already knew about the heavenly abode. If he guessed correctly, the last sword intent was the sword of the heavenly abode sword master. The 11th sword is truly a perfect move that exhausts the limits of human strength. After saying that, Prince Yan didn't stay any longer. He continued walking forward. Wild followed him with his sword on his back. He glanced at the remains of the battle won last time. A hint of sadness flashed through his eyes. His sword no longer had any emotions. Everyone has their own path. Humans and demons walk different paths, but in the end they all return to the same place. There's no need to feel sad for him, said Prince Yan. Yes. Wild came back to his senses and nodded. Half a day later, the two of them arrived at the West Jade Mountain. At the peak of the clear sky Lotus Mountain, the West Jade Lord felt a powerful sword pressure from afar. He opened his eyes and took a step forward, disappearing from the Lotus Mountain. In the next moment, the legend and the Bodhisattva met. The atmosphere was calm. There wasn't a hint of killing intent. Grand Xia, Prince Yan, said the West Jade Lord. The only person who could possess such sword pressure could only be the legendary swordsman of the East, who had disappeared a long time ago. I've come to ask about what happened back then, said Prince Yan calmly. The West Jade Lord sighed and nodded. Come with me. Yan Qin Prince nodded and followed him. At the highest point of the clear sky Lotus Mountain was the Seven Buddha Heavenly Pass. Buddhist flames soared into the air. As soon as they entered, they felt a wave of unbearable heat. The three of them walked forward and stopped after 100 steps. Dozens of feet ahead of them was a beautiful woman floating in the flames. Her eyes were closed, as if she were sleeping. Wild's body trembled when he saw the familiar figure in the flames. He was about to walk forward when he was stopped. Miss, it's too dangerous up ahead. Please wait, said the West Jade Lord. Prince Yan narrowed his eyes. A Buddhist method of tempering one's body. The legend of the Grand Xia really has extraordinary knowledge. Qing Ning's body was destroyed by demonic qi and the resentment of the masses. Only by using Buddhist flames will there be a chance, said the West Jade Lord softly. How long will it take? Asked Prince Yan. 10 years if it's short, 100 if it's long. Whether or not Qing Ning can survive this tribulation will depend on her luck, said the West Jade Lord. Prince Yan frowned slightly when he heard that. Everyone who participated in that battle back then was killed by the Jiming Marquis. Many large sects in the Central Plains were also massacred. A few days ago, Piaoxiu was also sent to the Wall of Repentance. She won't be able to step out for 60 years. Let's end this here, sighed the West Jade Lord softly. Prince Yan looked ahead calmly and silently. After a long time, he turned around and walked out of the cave. If she doesn't wake up, I'll come back. The legend's last words were bone-chilling. The Buddhist flames in the Seven Buddha Heavenly Pass seemed to have weakened. Chapter 642. In the Red Luan realm, the entire sky above the Sun and Moon Lake was filled with a sea of fire. The demons were merciless as they refined the phoenix with heavenly fire and devoured its body. In front of the Sun and Moon Lake, the Dawn Moon Tower master blocked the pass. The silver string in her hand danced, and the sound reverberated, stopping the Red Luan Realm King. The confrontation between the strongest cultivators in the world caused the sky to sink and the earth to fall. Endless waves of dust surged and swept tens of thousands of feet. Outside the battle, Master Mo, the Heaven Speaker, and Overlord Jean she watched quietly. No one interfered. In the heavenly fire, the phoenix was about to die. Princess Hong Luan's face was full of anxiety. She stepped forward, wanting to save the phoenix. However, the moment she passed by, the silver string flew out, and the sound was faintly discernible, blocking her way. With a bang, Princess Hong Luan was forced back several steps, unable to cross the heavenly barrier. Before this battle ends, no one is allowed to pass. In front of the battle, the Dawn Moon Tower Master stood quietly, looking at the three in front of her and saying coldly, "When I let you go back then, you've become a big problem. Mo Xiao Wei, do you really want to be enemies with the King's realm?" The Red Luan Realm King said in a low voice. "Is it serious?" The Dawn Moon Tower Master said indifferently. "You're courting death." The Red Luan Realm King's expression turned cold. He clenched his right hand, and the earth shook violently. A red divine weapon rose. It was neither a saber nor a sword, and red mist lingered around it. With a clang, Qi Shao streaked across, and the void cracked. The Dawn Moon Tower Master blocked the divine weapon with her fingers, and the aftershock shook her body. The first sound of the yellow spring. The waning moon brothel mistress whispered. She waved the silver string in her hand, and in an instant, an invisible sound wave spread out. An extremely terrifying and destructive pressure appeared. Everywhere it passed, the earth crumbled, and the heavens and earth grieved. The Red Luan Realm King's expression changed slightly. He stepped back, and Qi Shao condensed his essence to block the sound of the yellow spring. With a muffled groan, he retreated several steps. The sound entered his body, and the Red Luan Realm King's mouth was dyed red. He was injured for the first time. Qi Shao trembled. Affected by the sound, cracks appeared on the divine weapon, showing signs of collapse. The Red Luan Realm Monarch's expression sank. She used her blood to replenish her weapon, and the cracked blade recovered in an instant. "Oh!" Seeing this, the Dawn Moon Brothel Mistress let out a soft cry of surprise and slowly said, "A bloodline symbiotic weapon. Unfortunately, it is useless against me." As soon as she finished speaking, the Waning Moon Tower's mistress moved for the first time since the battle began. She took a step forward and pointed at the former's chest. The Red Luan Realm King's pupils constricted as Qi Shao moved to block in front of her. "Ka!" An almost undetectable soft sound appeared. A crack line once again appeared on the crimson cloud. It swiftly spread before it shattered with a bang. As the divine weapon shattered, the Realm King of the Red Luan Realm was severely injured. The corners of his mouth were dyed red. His clothes were dyed red. The Realm King of the Red Luan Realm endured his injuries and forcefully counterattacked. The blood light surged and swallowed everything. The Dawn Moon Brothel Master frowned slightly. She took a step back and retreated 10 feet away. At this moment, the white silk moved horizontally and vertically. It was soft but firm as it wrapped around the former. The Waning Moon Tower Mistress waved her hand and shook off the white silk. She looked at the woman not far away and said calmly, "Yaoji, it's not gentlemanly to stab someone in the back. I'm just a woman. How can I act like a gentleman?" Yaoji said softly. The Waning Moon Tower Mistress smiled faintly and said, "That makes sense." Yaoji looked at Princess Hongluan and said, "Hongluan, you go and save them. The Realm King and I will block him." "Okay." Princess Hongluan nodded. She took a step forward and rushed towards the battle. At the same time, Yaoji and the Realm King of the Red Luan Realm joined hands. Their vigorous true essence covered the sky. "I already said that before this battle ends, no one is allowed to go over," the Waning Moon Tower Mistress calmly said. She took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Princess Hongluan. Her silver string swung, and a dazzling silver light blasted the latter back. 7 rulings of the Yellow Spring, judgment of the third night. The mysterious sound rang out again. The King of Hell received the order. A shocking pressure spread out and attacked the 3 people again. Yaoji's eyes narrowed. The white silk rolled and turned into a barrier in front of her. With a violent tremor, the white silk shattered. The Realm King of the Red Luan Realm flashed past and pressed his palm towards the chest of the person in front of him. The Waning Moon Tower Mistress turned her palm to block the attack. She blocked one palm and was hit by another. Silently, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Music is indeed not suitable for battle. The Waning Moon Tower Mistress's palm exploded with true essence. She raised her hand and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Then, she waved her left hand and a stream of light wrapped around a green cloth appeared. Her aura shook and the green cloth shattered. A green spear appeared in the waning moon tower mistress's right hand and the blade of the spear appeared. She put her hands together and the yellow spring appeared. The waning moon tower mistress's aura was like an unsheathed sword. Her silver cloak fluttered in the wind. Her sharp aura was hard to look at. Come, let me see how much you've improved in the past 100 years. The yellow spring was in her hand and the king of hell was judging them. The waning moon tower mistress looked at the two people in front of her and said indifferently. Her words were casual and did not carry any threat. The true king of the Red Luan realm showed his peerless aura for the first time. His eyes were indifferent as he looked down on the world. Yaoji's expression froze. Without a doubt, Mo Xiaoai was the most likely person to enter the true realm or even the fourth realm in the past 1,000 years. If he had not left the king's domain, no one would have been able to take the realm king's position. On the other side, after 100 years, the Red Luan realm monarch couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. With a deep roar, the true yuan around his body surged. Star Slayer. The king summoned. In the depths of the Red Luan realm, a red stream of light flashed. Red mist curled around it, splitting the sky and the earth. It was the treasure of the king's domain, the heaven weapon Star Slayer. The Red Luan realm king held the sword and rushed forward. The heaven weapon and the yellow spring collided. The two peerless weapons of the king's domain clashed again after 100 years. In the earth-shattering collision, the sky and the earth collapsed. Huge waves surged into the sky. The terrifying shock waves continued to spread, destroying one realm-protecting formation after another. Yaoji saw this and jumped forward. She gathered her true essence and helped the Red Luan realm king. The waning moon tower mistress's expression did not change. The yellow spring turned and shook the heaven weapon away. Yaoji leaned to the side and avoided the yellow spring divine spear. The white silk appeared again and wrapped around the spear. The Red Luan realm king saw this and stepped forward. The heaven weapon was about to kill. 100 years ago, I said that if you did not have the courage to face me alone, you would never surpass me. Today, I see that your growth has disappointed me. The waning moon tower mistress let go of the spear. The spear spun rapidly and wrapped the white silk. She pushed with her left hand and the yellow spring opened a path. Yaoji, it's better for a woman to be less scheming. If you use up all your tricks, you will end up ruining your life. The yellow spring returned. The waning moon tower mistress grabbed the spear and pulled it. A powerful palm imprinted on the woman's left shoulder. With a bang, blood splattered. Yaoji's body flew back and she vomited blood. The unbelievable battle situation and the complete suppression shocked everyone present. No one would have thought that the man in the gray cloak in front of them would be so powerful. At this moment, terrifying auras awakened in the depths of the Red Luan realm. Each aura was no weaker than the corporeal realm. In the next moment, the void swirled and two withered figures appeared. Shocking pressure swept across hundreds of miles. Sixth ancestor, seventh ancestor. Queen Hongluan was shocked. The waning moon tower mistress sneered when she saw the two appear. They had come in the end. Mo Xiaowai, since you chose to leave the king's domain, you shouldn't have come back, said the seventh ancestor. Where I go is not up to you to decide, said the waning moon tower mistress coldly. Unrepentant. The seventh ancestor's expression turned cold. He flipped his palm and condensed yuan. In an instant, a large hand appeared and slapped down. Stop! At this moment, an extremely ancient voice rang out. The wind and clouds stirred and instantly dispersed the former's palm power. Third ancestor. Hearing the person who spoke, the seventh ancestor and sixth ancestor's expressions turned solemn and respectful. Don't mourn. 100 years have passed. It doesn't matter who was right or wrong. Let it go, said the ancient voice in the sky. The waning moon tower mistress smiled faintly and said, What happened 100 years ago is not worth mentioning. The one who really can't let it go is not me. Third ancestor, it's only been 100 years and you seem to have aged a lot. Who doesn't get old without reincarnation? I've lived for too long and have no regret. Don't mourn. Since you've come back, come and see us old guys. Perhaps there won't be a chance next time. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind and clouds dissipated and everything returned to normal. The waning moon tower mistress looked at the depths of the king's domain. Her calm eyes narrowed slightly. In the void, the seventh and sixth ancestors snorted coldly, and their figures faded away, disappearing from sight. Outside the battle, the crowd had yet to recover from their shock. Suddenly, they felt an unprecedented sword pressure sweep out. It was so majestic that it made their hearts tremble. It was endless and boundless as it soared into the sky. Above the sun and moon lake, within the heavenly fire, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the 9 heavens. A huge phantom of a phoenix appeared between heaven and earth. The phoenix, which had almost been completely refined, suddenly opened its eyes and its aura rose rapidly. The phoenix bathed in fire and was reborn. It was a god of fire. It absorbed all the power of the heavenly fire around it and instantly broke through the restriction of the underworld in the divine sense. Memories flooded in. The phoenix's eyes became clear again. Without any hesitation, it cut off the tribulation of love. In an instant, its body broke through the limits of the realm and stepped into the realm of consummation. Welcome back. Feeling the change in the phoenix, the demon spoke calmly. Thank you. The phoenix body responded. It took a step forward and soared into the 9 heavens. The ink in its hand danced about as incomparably beautiful sword light gushed forth from all directions. There was no beginning and no end, it was boundless and endless. This world-shocking scene shocked everyone present. Nirvana. The sword of Nirvana reappeared. The sword light broke through the sky like a rainstorm, cutting through heaven and earth. The last move went beyond the limit. Wherever the sword flow passed, space collapsed. It was a horrifying scene. The demon's expression turned serious. The white rainbow in its left hand absorbed the power of the underworld. The Tai Shi in its right hand condensed the extreme yang. The yin and yang opened the formation. The yin and yang reappeared. The Tai Chi formation rose into the 9 heavens. Yin and yang interchanged endlessly. In the next moment, the two extremes collided. The magnificent sword flow broke into the yin and yang sword formation. The sword light collided and consumed a lot of energy. A rumbling sound was heard. The extreme sword power spread. Hundreds, thousands of miles away, only the sound of the sword was heard. In the sword flow, the waning moon tower master quickly retreated with Yin-Er and Hong-Luan to avoid the sword power of the last sword. On the other side, the Red Luan Realm King and others also quickly retreated from the center of the battle. They did not want to be affected by the terrifying sword power. In the blink of an eye, the center of the battle erupted with dazzling brilliance. The last sword power spread out and swallowed everything. Chapter 643. On the Sun and Moon Lake there were raging waves. After the last move, the battle stopped. In the pouring rain, 2 figures appeared. The 2 of them, who were on opposite ends of the spectrum, stood at the peak together. It's a draw. The eyes of the spectators flashed as they asked. You let me win. The demon said calmly, then turned around and left. Outside the battle, Yin-Er let go of Hong Luan's hand and trotted after him. What a breathtaking battle of swords! Seeing the end of the battle, Emperor Jinsi sighed with emotion. Unfortunately, it's not over yet. The waning moon tower master smiled. If the battle continued, it would be a life and death battle. The atmosphere is not right, Emperor Jinsi said. The waning moon tower master smiled faintly and glanced at the woman beside her. Hong Luan, let's go. Yes. Hong Luan nodded. The 2 of them walked together. When they passed by the Realm King and Yaoji, the waning moon tower master paused and smiled. When the realm king gets married, I will attend the wedding. Goodbye. After that, the waning moon tower master walked out of the king's domain. On the sun and moon lake, the phoenix body waved his hand and withdrew his sword. The sword intent on his body was completely restrained. No one could feel it anymore. Queen Hong Luan stepped forward and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," the phoenix body said calmly. In the distance, the realm king Hong Luan looked at the red-robed young man in the center of the lake. After a while, he turned and left. "Come to the drizzle pavilion to see me later," Yaoji transmitted her voice. Then she faded and disappeared from the sun and moon lake. What an incredible young man! In the sky, Emperor Jinsi looked at the sun and moon lake that was destroyed by the battle and sighed. Then he stepped out and left as well. After the battle ended, all the strong cultivators left. The spectators outside the sun and moon lake also left one after another. What was left was a desolate scene full of scars. An hour later, Queen Hong Luan walked over from the drizzle pavilion. Looking at the woman in front of the clear lake, she bowed respectfully. "What about him? Has he left the king's domain?" Yaoji asked. "Yes." Queen Hong Luan nodded and said, "His realm is already there. Now, he only needs to verify it. This trial won't stump him." Yaoji nodded and said, "I called you here to remind you that although it's a good thing for him to make a breakthrough in this battle, the art of mind bewitching may also change. Don't be careless and observe carefully." "Disciple understands," Princess Hong Luan replied softly. "One more thing. Do you remember why he came to the king's domain?" Yaoji asked. "Requesting the jade pool divine water," Princess Hong Luan replied. "Since you still remember, don't forget to remind yourself that his feelings for you are only due to the influence of the mind-bewitching technique. Remember your identity. Don't be influenced by your feelings and make irrational choices," Yaoji said calmly. "Yes," Princess Hong Luan replied. At the same time, in a desolate place 500 kilometers away from the Red Luan King's territory, lightning and flames covered the sky and blotted out the sun, and a myriad of bolts of lightning crisscrossed together with a terrifying might that shook the heavens and the earth. In the lightning, a red-clothed figure moved and a black sword light rose. The sword intent was endless, and it cut a path through the lightning. 10 miles away, a black-clothed figure stood quietly, holding a cute little girl's hand, quietly watching the phoenix body go through the tribulation. "Ning Chen, can he go through it?" Ina raised her head and asked. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. "How do you know?" Ina was puzzled. "He has passed the Supreme Being tribulation. With his ability, it's more than enough to deal with this lightning tribulation," Ning Chen said calmly. "Oh." Hearing this, Ina was relieved. She looked at the red-clothed figure in the sea of lightning ahead, and unconsciously revealed a touch of envy. Not long after, Ina raised her head again and said expectantly, "I also want to learn this dual transformation technique. When you learn the martial arts in the heavenly book, I'll teach you," Ning Chen promised. "Okay." Ina nodded vigorously and said. While the two of them were talking, the phoenix body had reached the great circle of perfection after severing the tribulation of emotions. Her aura had reached the peak of her life. The sea of lightning was 10,000 layers, and her sword intent was crisscrossing between heaven and earth. She had learned the sword for 30 years, and today, the knowing destiny sword had taken another step forward, peeking into the path of the sword. The path of the sword was abnormally difficult. Someone as strong as the knowing destiny sword had learned the sword at a young age under the guidance of Mu Bai and Yen Wang. Today, she had finally comprehended her own sword. The sword light in the lightning was incomparably magnificent. Even from 1,000 miles away, one could feel the sword pressure that surpassed the peak. Nirvana! Mo Kuang waved his hand and the sword light converged. It soared into the sky and broke through the sea of lightning. There was a shocking explosion, and heaven and earth sunk. The sea of lightning collapsed, and it dissipated amidst the raging winds. A red-clothed figure walked out of the sand. Light flashed in his hand, and Mo Kuang withdrew his sword. After several breaths, the red-clothed figure arrived 10 miles away. Looking at the two figures, one big and one small, a smile appeared on his calm face. Demonic body, Ener, long time no see. What's wrong with your face? Ener looked at the former and asked. It's just a technique. The phoenix body waved its hand, and its face changed back to its original appearance. The two bodies of the mirror body had the same face. The only difference was the brilliance in their eyes. One was as calm as water, and the other was as dark as an abyss, cold and emotionless. I need an explanation, said the demonic body indifferently. To obtain the Jade Lake divine water. The phoenix body calmly said, when I came to the Red Luan King's domain to obtain the Jade Lake divine water, the Realm King saw the phoenix origin in my body. The Red Luan Realm King proposed that I stay in the King's domain until the day the God's domain opened. I would exchange my phoenix blood for the Jade Lake divine water. Did the Red Luan Realm King go back on his word? Asked the demonic body coldly. Yes. The phoenix body nodded. The Red Luan Realm King wanted to keep the phoenix origin in the King's domain forever, so he asked Princess Hong Luan to act. You have the fastest speed in the world. Even if you can't defeat him, how can you not escape? Love tribulation. The phoenix body slowly spat out 2 words. The demonic body had heard this before, and his eyes narrowed. As expected, none of them could avoid the love tribulation, the demonic tribulation, and the tribulation of all beings. So, you were bewitched by Princess Hong Luan's bewitching technique on purpose? Asked the demonic body. Yes. The phoenix body lightly replied. The love tribulation is difficult and can't be severed. I can only find another way. When Princess Hong Luan used her technique, I used the forbidden land of the underworld to seal my own memories. I fell into the bewitching technique and obtained the method to overcome the love tribulation. You have always been cautious, but you still chose such a dangerous method, said the demonic body lightly. There are many strong people in the heavens beyond heaven. If you want to find the method to resurrect the dead, you must have absolute strength. The love tribulation can't be an obstacle, said the phoenix body calmly. Can you find the whereabouts of the Jade Lake divine water? What about the God's domain? Asked the demonic body. The great void God's domain is said to be a divine land created by the Western Queen Mother. The Jade Lake divine water is there. However, the 7 ancestors Hong Luan are now in the God's domain. It's not easy to enter and find the Jade Lake divine water, replied the phoenix body. Whether it's easy or not, we must enter. Where is the entrance? Have you found out? Asked the demonic body with a glint in his eyes. Yes, it's in the King's domain. The phoenix body looked at the Red Luan King's domain in the distance and said, Now, the domain King Hong Luan and the others still don't know that I have recovered my memories. So, now is the best chance. Take advantage of the wedding between Princess Hong Luan and the domain King's avatar. One of us will find a chance to enter the great void God's domain and find the whereabouts of the Jade Lake divine water as soon as possible. The demonic body thought for a while and nodded. At sunset, the sky gradually darkened in the Red Luan King's domain. In front of the flowing wind palace, Hong Yi walked over. His eyes were as deep as the abyss, without a trace of light. Seeing him, Princess Hong Luan, who had been waiting, stepped forward and asked with concern, How is it? Has your domain stabilized? Yes. Hong Yi nodded and calmly replied. Princess Hong Luan was relieved and said softly, I didn't expect the 9th son of Mahist to have such strength. The Mahist lineage is really scary. Hong Yi was silent and did not say a word. Princess Hong Luan did not find it strange and continued, In today's battle, I noticed that the 9th son of Mahist had a similar aura as you. Could it be that he had also obtained the inheritance of the phoenix? I don't know. Hong Yi simply replied. Princess Hong Luan laughed at herself. She had almost forgotten that his memories had been completely erased by her mind-bewitching technique. Even if he knew something, he had forgotten it now. Was this really what she wanted? Princess Hongluan's heart was in a mess as her thoughts were disturbed. She suppressed her emotions and said, "You must be tired. Rest first. I'm going back." Hong Yi nodded and did not say a word. Princess Hongluan sighed in her heart and walked away. Cold wind blew past. In front of the flowing wind palace, Hong Yi stood quietly. His eyes were as dark as the abyss as he looked into the depths of the palace. Outside the king's domain, in a neighboring city, Dawn Moon Restaurant. Air sat alone on the first floor and ordered a large table of dishes. She ate as if there was no one around. On the first floor there were quite a few guests. Only the little girl occupied a large table by herself. She had the best seat and the best dishes. On the second floor, in the bright room, Dawn Moon Restaurant's owner was trimming the flowers and plants as a faint smile appeared on her face. Not long after, Hong Luan walked down the first floor with a veil covering her face, covering her alluring appearance. "Air, why are you alone?" Hong Luan sat beside the little girl and gently asked. "Ning Chen went to handle some matters and temporarily couldn't take care of me, so I ran over." Air raised her head and revealed a smile. Hong Luan was slightly surprised. Under normal circumstances, no matter where he went, Ning Chen would bring Air along with him. What exactly happened this time that he couldn't even take care of this little girl? "Hong Luan, prepare an earth room for Miss Air in a while. It's free." On the second floor, Dawn Moon Restaurant's owner calmly said, "Yes." Hong Luan softly replied, "Thank you, restaurant master." Air happily smiled and said, "You're welcome. Miss Air, feel free to stay in Dawn Moon Restaurant for as many days as you want," Dawn Moon Restaurant's owner replied. Air smiled and nodded. Under the table, she secretly tugged at Hong Luan's clothes. While maintaining her smile, she asked in a soft voice, "Sister Hong Luan, is your black-hearted boss planning something bad? Why is he so generous?" Hearing her words, Hong Luan helplessly smiled. What was this little girl thinking about? On the second floor, Dawn Moon Restaurant's owner lightly smiled and shook her head. She did not mind and continued trimming the flowers and plants in front of her. Chapter 644. On the eve of the wedding in the Red Luan King's domain, Hong Yi stood in front of the flowing wind palace. The bright moon shone down on Ji Ming, making him look even colder. His deep, black eyes looked towards the depths of the palace without any ripples. This was his last chance, and he couldn't miss it. The palace was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, creating a joyous atmosphere. Everyone was busy as the wedding was approaching. The night was long and the cold moon was moving west. Hong Yi looked towards the depths of the palace and waited patiently. "Husband, it's time to change." Two beautiful maids walked over with black wedding attire in their hands. They bowed respectfully and said, "Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness." Ning Chen nodded calmly. The three of them entered the palace. At this moment, powerful auras appeared in the depths of the king's domain. They were filled with the vicissitudes of time, and everyone in the king's domain could clearly feel the heavy pressure. "They're finally out." Ning Chen's footsteps paused as he looked into the distance. His deep eyes flashed with brilliance. The 5 Red Luan ancestors appeared, and the princess came out to greet them respectfully. She didn't dare to be negligent. After bowing, Princess Hong Luan raised her head and saw that one of the 5 was missing. She asked softly, "Second ancestor, did third ancestor not come with you?" "His tribulation of the true realm is coming, so it's not good for him to show up," the second ancestor said calmly. Princess Hong Luan's eyes flashed with regret. After a while, she calmed herself down and smiled. "Ancestors, please." The 5 nodded and followed her. Not long after the 6 left, a red light flashed past. It was so fast that they couldn't even see its shadow. In an instant, the phoenix appeared. Looking at the spatial entrance in front of it, It stepped in without hesitation and disappeared. In the flowing wind palace, Ji Ming was wearing Zhu Xuanduan. His dark clothes were embroidered with golden patterns, making him look noble and extraordinary. The time for the wedding had come, but Ji Ming's face was still as calm as water. On the other side of the palace, Princess Hong Luan sat in front of the mirror in her red wedding dress. Under the red candles, her face in the mirror was as perfect as a painting. It was so charming that it seemed unreal. The flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water were beautiful and illusory, intoxicating. Behind Princess Hong Luan, two maids were helping her with her makeup. The red flowers added to her beauty. "Your Highness, the prince consort has already changed his clothes." At this moment, a maid walked over and bowed respectfully. When Princess Hong Luan heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She said softly, "I understand. You can leave first." "Yes." The maid accepted the order and stood up to leave. Perhaps she was overthinking things. Princess Hong Luan stared at her reflection in the mirror as a complicated expression flashed past her eyes. Was it real this time? It was almost time. Outside the main hall, the sun was rising in the east. Dawn had arrived. A figure walked out of the flowing wind palace. The maids who had been waiting outside respectfully bowed and welcomed Hong Luan as she set off on her horse. At the same time, in the great void immortal realm, a red light gathered and a phoenix appeared. Her black robe fluttered in the wind. The divine realm was vast, spanning thousands of miles. It was like a country. Above the 9 heavens, a majestic and dignified divine palace floated. It was extremely extraordinary. Ning Chen looked at the divine palace in the sky, and a light flashed past his eyes. He took a step forward and flew forward. Within the divine kingdom, it was primitive and backward. It was unlike the bustling world outside where thousands of creatures worked diligently and numbly. Above the void, Ning Chen stopped and looked at the countless mortals below. He frowned slightly. There was not a single martial artist here. He looked up at the divine palace floating in the sky. Vaguely, there were hundreds of powerful auras gathered. There were countless experts in the mortal world, forming a clear contrast with the people below. Ning Chen was focused on finding the Jasper Lake divine water. He quickly flew past and released his consciousness. He found the whereabouts of the Jasper Lake divine water in the divine kingdom. In the west of the divine kingdom, the raging waves hit the 9 heavens. After a few days of heavy rain, the flood once again broke through the river bank and rushed downstream. Downstream of the river, the people who were working in the fields saw the flood. They threw down their farming tools and ran for their lives in fear. However, the flood was as fast as a ferocious beast. In a few breaths, it had spread and swallowed all the people in the field. The cries of thousands of people were drowned by the sound of the flood. The compassion of the people was ignored by the heavens and the earth. There was no God in the divine kingdom. Natural disasters occurred frequently, increasing the misery of the people again and again. In the void, knowing destiny felt something. He looked into the distance and saw a young woman in the flood trying to lift a baby out of the water. The instinct of a mother was moving. Sighing softly, Ning Chen flashed and flew above the flood. He reached out and grabbed the woman's arm, saving her from the flood. "Leave." 100 miles away, Ning Chen brought the mother and son down from the sky and said. The young woman recovered from the shock and immediately knelt down. She kowtowed and said, "God, please save the people. I beg you." She begged and blood stained her forehead. The woman held the baby and kowtowed continuously, begging the god to save the people from the disaster. Ning Chen frowned slightly and waved his hand to lift the woman up. He said calmly, "I'm not a god. I'm just a mortal like you. There's no need to worship me." "Didn't you come from the divine palace in the sky?" asked the woman in reverence. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "No, but the divine palace you mentioned doesn't have a god." The woman was shocked and couldn't understand. "I have something to ask. I wonder if you know where the Jade Lake divine water is in this world?" asked Ning Chen softly. The woman was startled. A moment later, she said uncertainly, I heard from the elders in the village that there's an immortal spring at the northern end of the divine kingdom. The spring water can revive the dead. Is that the Jade Lake divine water you mentioned? Ning Chen nodded and said, Thank you. In return, I'll agree to your request. With that, Ning Chen clenched his right hand. A black light flashed and Mo Kuang appeared. An extremely powerful sword intent spread out and sword light shot out. Break the sky. Ning Chen stepped into the air and swung his sword. Beams of sword light fell from the sky and swept towards the roaring waves. It was an earth-shattering strike. Tens of thousands of sword lights split the flood apart, creating a path of survival. Once the path of survival appeared, Ning Chen's sword energy changed again. Tens of thousands of sword lights condensed into one. With a loud bang, the flood ended and the earth collapsed. 100-mile-long ravine was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. The flood was immediately sucked into the ravine. The commoners were saved. Looking at the figure in the distant sky, they all knelt down and kowtowed to thank him. Ning Chen landed in the void and looked at the woman behind him. I've already fulfilled your request. See you again. Ning Chen didn't stay any longer and walked toward the north. The woman recovered from her shock. Looking at the black-robed youth leaving, she shouted, Are those people in the sky really not gods? No. Ning Chen stopped and calmly said. The woman's expression changed and she said, Then what is the god that we worship generation after generation? Mortals who call themselves gods. With that, the black-robed youth disappeared into the distance. The woman stood there with a dazed expression. It was hard for her to accept the collapse of her faith. Although they had never seen the gods appear, generations after generations of inheritances had made them firmly believe in the gods. Today, when they encountered a flood, they did not expect that the gods would not come, but a young man who denied the existence of the gods would come. In the extreme north of the divine nation, at the end of the divine realm, Ning Chen appeared. Looking at the dangerous place filled with wind and snow, his aura became heavy. Ice and fire restrained each other. The phoenix was a fire element and didn't like the cold. It was repelled by this world of ice and snow. Ning Chen walked in the world of ice and snow. Phoenix essence circulated around his body to resist the cold. In the sky, snow was falling. Everywhere was white. The black-robed knowing destiny state cultivators were very eye-catching. Ning Chen released his divine sense and kept looking for the immortal spring that the woman had mentioned. He didn't have much time. He had to find the immortal spring as soon as possible. The cold wind was bone-chilling. After walking for a long time, Ning Chen stopped in front of a snow-covered mountain and frowned. The snow mountain in front of him was endless. What was more unique was that when his divine sense entered, it was forcefully stopped by an inexplicable force. Ning Chen walked towards the snow mountain. If there were no accidents, this should be the place. On the snow-covered mountain, winter pines stood proudly in the cold wind. Their needle-like leaves were covered with ice and snow. It was a beautiful sight. The path of the snow mountain was rugged and difficult to walk. Ning Chen walked quickly and disappeared into the pine forest. In the depths of the pine forest, the sound of flowing water could be heard clearly. It seemed to be right in front of him. However, it was difficult to find it. After searching for a long time, Ning Chen stopped. His eyes flashed coldly. Illusion. With a wave of his hand, Mo Kuang appeared in his hand. He slashed with his sword and forcefully broke the formation. Crack! The mirror flower, water moon shattered and the surroundings immediately distorted. Suddenly, a sharp halberd light slashed towards him. Ning Chen stepped back and retreated. However, the halberd light followed him like a shadow. It was difficult to dodge. The young man in silver held the halberd and danced in the wind and snow. He was extremely powerful. Back off! The halberd attacked continuously. Ning Chen dodged several halberd strikes. Finally, impatience appeared on his face. Light gathered on his sword and he slashed with the halberd. With a loud bang, the wind and snow became chaotic. The silver-clothed man retreated. Blood dripped from his halberd hand, dyeing the ground red. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the divine realm?" The silver-clothed man suppressed his surging blood chi and said in a deep voice, "Debt collector, the realm king of the Red Luan realm, has taken his reward. It's time for him to pay the price." Ning Chen said coldly and stepped forward. His sword cut through the wind and snow. The silver-clothed man blocked with his halberd. With a bang, he was sent flying again. They were both at the absolute perfection realm, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Absolute suppression. Wherever the cold Mo Kuang passed, the snow melted and evaporated. After a few breaths of time, the sword light entered his body. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. Pulling out his sword, Ning Chen did not look back and continued to walk forward. The silver-clothed man fell to the ground, blood flowing from his chest. He looked at the back of the black-clothed man, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Why was there such a huge difference in strength when they were both at the absolute perfection realm? Why? The cold wind whistled and dyed the silver-clothed man's body red. His unwilling eyes gradually lost their luster. Even in death, he could not rest in peace. In the distance, Ning Chen stopped in front of a clear green pond. Looking at the water in front of him, his eyes lit up. Finally, he found it. Chapter 645. In this world that was wrapped in silver, it formed a grid of its own and wasn't affected by the cold air of the outside world in the slightest. Ning Chen walked to the front of the clear pool. Feeling the endless life force of the pool, there was finally a slight change in his calm gaze. After searching for a few years and experiencing life and death situations, he finally found the most important divine water of the Jasper Lake. With a flip of his hand, the green cauldron appeared and floated in the air. In the clear pool, the water rippled and turned into a waterfall that went against the heavens and entered the green cauldron. Just at this moment, a gloomy roar came from the green pond. The water that rose up immediately fell back down into the green pond. The water fell back into the pool and a huge black shadow soared out from under the water. It had a pair of wings on its back, a body covered with scales and thorns, a big and long head, a sharp nose, sharp eyebrows, sharp teeth, and a protruding forehead. Winged dragon. Looking at the monster in front of him, Ning Chen squinted his eyes. There was actually such a ferocious beast in the Jasper Lake. When the winged dragon appeared, the sky was covered by dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Before the heavy rain could fall, it had already condensed into hail and fell from the sky. In front of the clear pool, Ning Chen stood quietly. The wild ink sword chi in his hand was constantly increasing. He did not dare to be careless when facing a ferocious beast that shook the ancient era. Roar! With a furious roar, the winged dragon opened its mouth and spat out black water vapor. Its heavy aura was like a falling mountain. It was extremely shocking. Ning Chen took a step forward and his figure leaped to avoid the dragon's breath. Shortly after, the sword in his hand turned and thousands of sword lights surged out and slashed towards the winged dragon. With a bang, the winged dragon swung its tail and the sword lights collapsed. The aftershock shook the ground and split it apart. The powerful ancient ferocious beast's body was as hard as metal and stone. After being baptized by the water of the Jasper Lake for countless years, it was no longer afraid of the sharpness of swords. Seeing that swords were useless, Ning Chen snorted coldly and stepped into the sky. His figure disappeared and turned into a phoenix. The phoenix appeared and its cry reached the 9 heavens. Boundless phoenix flames spread out and evaporated all the snowflakes on the mountain range. The dragon and phoenix collided. Water and fire could not tolerate each other. The aura of the dragon and phoenix constantly rose. After the ancient era, the battle between the dragon and phoenix reappeared. The dragon's cry and the phoenix's cry resounded through the sky. The black water and red flames intertwined in the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Rip! The sound of flesh being torn apart rang out. A piece of dragon scale where Rainbringer's eyes should have been torn off by the phoenix's sharp claws. Blood gushed out and splattered on the ground below. Roar! With a painful roar, he opened his mouth and exhaled, engulfing the phoenix. When the dragon's breath arrived, the phoenix soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it teleported, and its sharp claws once again aimed at the weakest part of the dragon's face, the scales on its face. In an instant, blood sprayed all over the sky, and a beautiful scene bloomed between heaven and earth. In the battle between the dragon and the phoenix relied on its extreme speed to gain the upper hand in the battle. Its sharp claws forcefully tore apart the dragon's scales one after another, revealing its flesh and blood. Amidst the rain of blood, the phoenix transformed back into its human form. Ning Chen looked at Winged Dragon and calmly said, "I'll take your life." As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Kuang's sword-intent soared to the sky, slicing through the heavens and earth and slashing down. The winged dragon roared angrily, and its dragon breath collided with the sword light descending from the sky. "Sia!" With a soft sound, the wind stopped for a moment. The sword light cut through the dragon's breath and sank into the flesh on Winged Dragon's face. Unable to react in time, its vitality was instantly destroyed by the sword intent. Its massive body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Winged Dragon! At this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky changed, and an unusually powerful aura appeared. It was as if a divine general had descended from the heavens. "They're finally here." Ning Chen looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes. With a flip of his palm, the green cauldron sank into the clear blue pool. A huge suction force spread out, sucking all the pool water into the cauldron. The green cauldron returned, and Winged Dragon's corpse also disappeared in a flash, disappearing into the shadow of the phoenix. At the same time, the experts of the Divine Palace descended and surrounded Ning Chen. Their auras were powerful, and even the weakest among them had the cultivation of a superior supreme. The three leaders were all in the immortal void realm, trespassing into the divine realm and stealing the immortal spring. "You can't be forgiven," said the blue-robed man coldly. "No need to say more. Capture him and let the fifth forefather come back to deal with him," said another blue-robed man indifferently. "Let's see how much ability you have to stop me." Ning Chen's expression didn't change. His feet trembled, and the true essence around his body surged. Rays of sword light coiled up, and the sword became one, shaking the heavens and the earth. In the face of provocation, the two immortal ascension cultivators took the initiative to attack first. Their palms opened and closed like a ferocious tiger, destroying everything in its path. With a clang, the sword and the palm collided, and the cold air waves rolled. The pine trees along the way collapsed and were swallowed up in the aftermath. The sword became one again, and its sharpness reappeared. It was the first time a life-and-death situation had occurred since the knowing destiny state. The palm and the sword collided, and the sound of the sword reverberated through the snow mountain. Mo Kuang, who was waving his sword, was shining brightly. The flow of the sword was like a sword reaching the peak. After a few moves, the two immortal ascension cultivators looked dignified. They pushed their palms again, and the wind and clouds changed rapidly. "Kill!" At this moment, the white-robed man who had been watching the battle ordered in a deep voice. He immediately waved his sword and rushed forward. With a violent tremor, the two swords collided. The sharp sword light surged, and the mountains moved and the earth shook. "Your swordsmanship is not bad, but that's all," the white-robed man said coldly. The green divine sword hissed, and the peerless divine weapon could destroy mountains and rocks. Ning Chen waved his sword, and Mo Kuang moved. His sword was like thunder, and even when facing the three immortal ascension cultivators, it was still as majestic as a mountain. Sky-shattering. Lin Hua's sword shattered the void. The huge sword mist cut through the heaven and earth, and forced the three to retreat. The three retreated, and the immortal ascension cultivators advanced again. Ning Chen looked at the impenetrable divine palace around him. He pointed with his left hand, and a vigorous force of origin surged rapidly. In an instant, the phoenix fire surged, and the shocking sword pressure surged endlessly. 4 symbols deity sealing sword. The 4 symbols deity sealing sword reappeared, and the 4 symbols deity moved around, roaring and shaking the heavens. The heaven and earth felt it, and the light was overflowing, echoing the sound of the sword. The sword's peak exceeded the limit. Suddenly, there was a slight sound of the sword cracking in his heart. Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of pity for the sword. Blood overflowed from his left hand, and he used his blood to protect the sword. The 4 symbols deity sealing sword roared, and its power was shocking. Suddenly, the aura surged, and the gods shook the sun. Seeing this, the 3 immortal ascension cultivators' eyes flashed, and they gathered their vital energy to block the sword. The other immortal ascension cultivators also gathered their vital energy, and their auras were connected, covering the sky and the sun. In an instant, the 4 symbols deity sealing sword appeared, and an unparalleled sword pressure appeared, rumbling and exploding, drowning the entire snow mountain. Several groans were heard, and blood spurted out. More than 10 immortal ascension cultivators flew hundreds of feet away, and blood gushed out from their bodies, dyeing the ground red. On the other side, the 3 immortal ascension cultivators also retreated a few feet, and the corners of their mouths were red. They were seriously injured. Crack! In the cold aftermath, the sound of the sword cracking was heard again. In Ning Chen's hand, Mo Kuang trembled, as if it was telling a story, and also as if it was bidding farewell. If your wish is to leave no regrets in the last sword, then I will fulfill your wish. Taking a step, Ning Chen leaped into the sky, and the sword aura from all directions gathered rapidly, crisscrossing and magnificent. Nirvana! At the same time, in the Red Luan royal territory, the time for the wedding had arrived. Inside the imperial palace, there were many guests, and the 5 ancestors of the Red Luan royal territory sat at the highest position, and below them were the territory king and princess consort Yaoji. The Dawn Moon Tower master arrived as promised, wearing a silver-gray robe and a large cloak. She was noble and cold, and there was a smile on her face, without any discomfort. Yin-Er and Hongluan sat at the table next to the Dawn Moon Tower master. The little girl was still eating her own food, as if no one was around, and turned a blind eye to the various cultivators. As usual, Hongluan wore a veil on her face, and her eyes were gentle. From time to time, she would pick up some food for the little girl, but she rarely ate. Just then, outside the imperial palace, the sound of drums and gongs sounded. At the end of the White Jade Road, a group of maids in splendid clothes walked over, and in the middle, 2 figures were particularly eye-catching. Ju Pin was a knowing destiny cultivator, and his indifference was concealed, and his delicate face looked even more heroic. Beside him, Princess Hongluan was wearing a red wedding dress, and a red veil covered her face. She walked step by step toward the imperial palace. In the imperial palace, various cultivators were deeply moved. This time, the Red Luan King's territory had obtained another outstanding young genius. From the battle that day, the strength of the prince consort Hong Luan had far exceeded the limit of his realm. Even a cultivator who had just entered the emptiness realm might not be his opponent. It was extremely difficult to cultivate the ultimate martial arts realm, but once one walked his own path, his combat strength was similarly unreachable. In the imperial palace, the ancestors of the Red Luan King's territory nodded in satisfaction when they saw the young man walking over. After that battle, they already knew that if such a genius stayed in the king's territory, there might be a day when a peerless cultivator comparable to the true realm would walk out of the king's territory. The 2 entered the palace, and the ceremony was about to begin. However, knowing Destiny's footsteps stopped, and his pitch-black eyes revealed a trace of light. Seeing this, Ji Xiang was startled, but he soon recovered and urged in a low voice, Prince Consort, it's time to bow. No need. The demon opened his mouth and said indifferently. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Queen Hong Luan's body trembled, and she lifted the red veil on her head in disbelief. Her eyes were filled with shock. The sudden change made the realm monarch Hong Luan furious. She slammed the table and sat up, saying in a low voice, "Do you know what you're saying?" I said, "No need." The demon looked away and said indifferently, "How dare you?" The realm monarch Hong Luan was furious. She slammed the table beside her, and immediately, the teacups fell and shattered, scattering all over the floor. "Why?" Queen Hong Luan clenched her fists and asked, unwilling to give up. "Do I still need to explain?" The demon's eyes were indifferent. "So, you've really recovered your memory?" Queen Hong Luan's body trembled, and she whispered. This farce made the guests' expressions interesting. Master Mo and Overlord Jinsi quietly drank their wine and watched the situation unfold. Interesting. The Dawn Moon Tower Master looked forward, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly. This was getting more and more interesting. Where was the real protagonist? On the side, Ina raised her head and looked at the young man in front of her. Her big eyes turned, and soon after, her small mouth twitched, revealing a dissatisfied expression. "Ina, what's wrong? Is it not delicious?" Hong Luan ignored the farce and looked at the little girl, asking softly. "No." Ina shook her head, took a piece of dessert and stuffed it into her mouth in a fit of pique, and did not say anything else. It turned out that after leaving her behind, he ran here. No wonder there was no news at all. At this moment, the 5 Hong Luan ancestors all stood up from their seat. In an instant, an incomparably powerful pressure descended, and the entire palace shook violently. Chapter 646. In the Red Luan Palace, the wedding had changed. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive, making it hard for people to breathe. On the high seats, the Red Luan 5 ancestors stood up. Their powerful auras shook the heavens and the earth. Within the palace, the demonic body stood there calmly. There were no fluctuations in its eyes, as if it was in a perilous situation. It was still as deep as the abyss. On the side, Master Mo's eyes flashed. He carefully sensed the aura of the person in front of him. After a while, he frowned. This person was Old 9. "Give me a reason to leave your corpse intact," the Red Luan 4 ancestors said coldly. "No need." As soon as he said that, the light flashed and the sword chi shook the heavens. Before they could react, the sword chi was so close to them. The Red Luan 4 ancestors' faces sank. They turned their palms and blocked the sword chi. Vast vital energy whizzed out. The flowing light moved again, evading the palm force and returning to the hall in an instant. The demonic body stopped. He looked at the 4 ancestors of the Red Luan Kingdom and said indifferently, "You only have this much ability and you dare to speak so arrogantly. Is the Red Luan Kingdom filled with hypocrites like you?" The Red Luan 4 ancestors' faces were gloomy. They took a step forward and attacked with their palms. At this moment, the Red Luan 2 ancestors suddenly trembled. They came back to their senses and shouted, "Old 4, something happened in the divine realm. Don't stay here and go back immediately." As soon as they finished speaking, the 4 of them flashed and disappeared from the palace. Hearing this, the Red Luan 4 ancestors' faces turned serious. They stopped attacking and quickly followed without hesitation. "Ina, wait here. Don't run around." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Ming moved and also disappeared from the palace. "Chase!" The Red Luan Realm King shouted and rushed out of the palace, chasing after the former's aura. In the depths of the palace, in front of the entrance of the Divine Realm, the Red Luan 5 ancestors entered one by one and disappeared. Behind them, the demonic body followed and entered the Great Void Divine Realm without any hesitation. In the Divine Realm, in front of the Snow Mountain in the extreme north, the Phoenix body and the Great War Deity Palace's Nirvana sword chi swept across the 9 heavens. In the next moment, the sword chi poured down like rain. More than 10 great fulfillment realm experts couldn't bear the extreme power and flew hundreds of feet away with blood. Bang bang, with several loud tremors, blood shadows crashed onto the ground one after another, causing sand and dust to fly up into the air. At the very center of the battlefield, 3 immortal treading experts took the nirvanic rebirth head-on. Blood sprayed out as their bodies were sent flying, crashing into the mountains behind them. Buzz. Fine cracks appeared on Emo Kwang's sword, which rapidly expanded. The final sword chime was a farewell to the knowing destiny state. Bang! The tip of the sword shattered into pieces, and it transformed into stardust that dispersed into the heavens and the earth. The last sword, seeing the one and only, no regrets on the sword. Ning Chen was speechless. He looked at Emo Kwang's stars in the sky and silently bid him farewell. The cultivators of the divine palace had been defeated. At this moment, thunder roared in the sky. Above the divine palace, one figure after another descended. Their aura covered the sky and the sun. In the divine kingdom, the common people couldn't help but kneel down and tremble as they looked at the many divine soldiers and generals in the sky. In front of the clear pond, Ning Chen took a step forward and leapt into the air. His black robes fluttered in the wind, and his icy cold eyes were filled with killing intent. "It's you!" At the same time, the 5 ancestors of the Red Luan rushed over. Seeing the figure in the air, the 6th and 7th ancestors of the Red Luan recognized his face, and their expressions immediately turned cold. "Who is he?" the 2nd ancestor of the Red Luan asked coldly. "The 9th son of the Mahist sect," the 7th ancestor replied. "Wrong." In the void, Ning Chen spoke. Looking at the demon in the distance, he said indifferently, "The person behind you is—" The 2 arrived at the same time. Behind them, the Red Luan Realm King, Princess, and the others also rushed over. Looking at the black-robed figure in the void, they said coldly, "It's you again? You?" Princess Hongluan looked at the 2 young men in front of her. She understood a little, but she also had more doubts. These 2 had been fighting to the death before, so why were they working together now? The master of the Dawn Moon Tower appeared soon after. Looking ahead, the smile on her face grew wider and wider. Things were getting more interesting. Kill them. Leave no one alive. The situation was unclear. The 4 ancestors of the Red Luan realm gave the order without thinking too much. Yes. In the void, hundreds of cultivators of the divine palace received the order. They rushed down and surrounded the people below. The demon flashed and appeared in front of the phoenix in a single step. Taisher slashed, cutting open the void and blocking the path ahead. Outside the battle, Princess Hongluan saw the sword in the demon's hand. Her body shook, and her eyes were filled with confusion. The Red Luan Realm King also noticed this, and his face gradually darkened. How could he have the sword of the 9th son of the Mahist sect? Outside the battle, the 6th ancestor of the Red Luan realm leaped forward. His palm was vast and powerful. With a bang, the sword and palm collided. The auras of the 2 bodies flowed together, blocking the power of the corporeal realm cultivator. In the rumbling, the 2 bodies used the momentum to retreat, moving hundreds of feet away. "Now I'll let you see the truth." The demon spoke. His appearance changed, returning to his original form. The 2 people standing side by side had identical faces, shocking everyone present. In the next moment, the 2 bodies merged, and a shocking aura erupted. The rumbling sound of swords broke through the 9 heavens. The phoenix and demon merged, and yin and yang merged. Suddenly, the sword energy rushed to the 7 evils, and thunder filled the sky. Sky Breaker. With a light shout, sword intent rose. The Sky Breaker sword reappeared, and its power was unparalleled. It was the peak of Taoism, and Taisher opened the sky. 1,000-foot storm roared and slashed at the 6th ancestor of the Red Luan realm. The power of this shocking sword was far greater than before. The 6th ancestor of the Red Luan realm did not dare to be careless. He turned his palm and condensed yuan to block the sword light. There was a loud explosion. The world was chaotic, and the sword intent was unparalleled. It scattered in all directions, and its remaining power was inexhaustible. Hundreds of divine palace cultivators blocked the attack. The sword killed their souls, and several of them fell, covered in blood. The gods are dead. Below, the common people were shocked. They looked at the gods falling from the sky, and their faces were filled with shock. In the distance, the woman holding the baby also saw this scene. She finally believed that what the young man had told her not long ago was the truth. These people were not gods at all. It turned out that the gods they worshipped for generations were just a scam that had been passed down for countless years. In the sky, the prince consort of the Red Luan realm and the ninth son of the Mahist sect merged. The shocking fact made those who did not know what was going on unable to recover for a long time. So, the master of the Dawn Moon Tower was startled, but soon recovered. She smiled and shook her head. It turned out to be the truth. No wonder. She was wondering why there were so many peak swordsmen in the world. Not far away, Queen Hong Luan's body was constantly trembling. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she found it hard to accept this sudden truth. Why? Hong Luan asked in a trembling voice. The master of the Dawn Moon Tower looked at the Red Luan realm's side, and the smile on her face could not be concealed. A trap within a trap. The person who set up the trap had become the person in the trap. The self-righteous Red Luan royal family had tasted the consequences of their own actions. Why? In the sky, Queen Hong Luan's eyes became more and more bloody. Her voice was desolate, and everyone present could not help but feel a bone-piercing chill. In the blink of an eye, a mournful scream resounded in the sky. Queen Hong Luan's bloody aura soared into the sky. The phoenix crown on her head suddenly shattered, and her fine black hair turned white overnight. Seeing this, the master of the Dawn Moon Tower sighed. A pitiful person must have a detestable side. If she had known this would happen, she would not have done it in the first place. Outside the battle, a red light flashed past. Queen Hong Luan's aura rose to the extreme. Her delicate hand shook, and 100 feet of space collapsed. Bang! Tai Shi blocked the attack, and the aftermath shook. There was no longer any emotion in Ning Chen's eyes. In order to overcome the tribulation of love, he had used Queen Hong Luan's art of bewitchment to overcome the last obstacle before becoming a prime, cutting off the tribulation of love. All that was left was indifference, an attack full of hatred and a flawless defense, one attack and one defense. The friendship of the past was gone. Ning Chen, who only defended and did not attack, was extremely calm. His eyes observed the positions of the Divine Palace's experts and the 5 ancestors, and he quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Old 5, old 6, old 7, don't wait any longer. Kill him, the 2 ancestors said coldly after observing the battle for a while. Okay. The 5th, 6th, and 7th ancestors nodded as their silhouettes flashed past, instantly joining the battle. The 3 moved, and Ning Chen moved with them. The phoenix's speed was extremely fast. House Master, quickly leave the divine realm. With that, Ning Chen took a step forward, transformed into a phoenix, and shot up into the sky. Oh no! Seeing this, the 2 ancestors' expressions changed and they shouted, "Stop him! His target is the Divine Palace." The waning Moon House Master heard this and her eyes flashed. Without hesitation, her figure faded and disappeared. Below the Divine Palace, the experts of the Divine Palace rushed into the sky and chased after the figure in the sky. Hundreds of figures, their auras blotting out the sky, quickly flew into the sky, wanting to stop the phoenix in the sky. However, the phoenix's speed was not something that ordinary people could catch up with. In an instant it had reached the sky. The phoenix transformed and returned to its human form. Then it split into 2, and the phoenix and demon ran side by side. In the Divine Palace, the experts left, and the defense became unprecedentedly lax. The huge building floating in the sky was like an empty city at this moment. Watch carefully. Thank you for your help with this move, said Ningchen indifferently. Immediately, the sword will around him rose sharply. With a wave of his hand, the white rainbow and Tai Shi appeared at the same time. One was hard and one was soft, one was yin and one was yang. The qi of the netherworld and the divine fire of the phoenix spread out at the same time. Yin and yang swirled, and the two elements opened the formation. The earth-shattering sword pressure swept through the 9 heavens. 6 paths fall together, thousands of demonic tribulations, Taishang forbidden sword. With a shout, the swords of the two bodies flowed together. Thousands of sword radiances circled, and the vast and huge sword supremacy move rushed into the 9 heavens. Doomsday catastrophe! In the thunderous thunder, thousands of sword radiances fell from the sky, covering a radius of thousands of feet, and rushed directly to the divine palace. Below, the faces of the cultivators of the divine palace, who were rushing over, changed dramatically. In the catastrophe of the sky collapsing and the earth falling, the entire divine palace collapsed and fell to the mortal world. The divine palace was destroyed, and sand waves covered the sky. In the moment when everyone was distracted, a flowing light flashed in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it was thousands of feet away. Everyone, let's meet again if fate wills it. In the void, Ning Chen looked indifferently at the people below, and then his figure flashed past, heading directly to the entrance of the Great Void Divine Realm. At the entrance of the Great Void Divine Realm, the Dawn Moon House Master had just walked out when Ning Chen appeared. Without saying anything, he waved Tai Shi in his hand, and the wild wind roared and slashed at the entrance of the Divine Realm. There was a loud rumble, and in the entrance of the Divine Realm, the matrices collapsed, and the space turbulence surged, swallowing the entire passage in an instant. This time, the Red Phoenix Realm King and the others will not be able to come out without paying a huge price. The Dawn Moon House Master looked at Ning Chen's actions with admiration. He had calculated 10 steps with 1 step, and he was a genius. I have no choice, and there are many things to settle. Will you come with me? Ning Chen smiled. It would be my pleasure. The Dawn Moon House Master smiled softly. Chapter 647. The Realm King, Princess Lian, and the other ancestors were all trapped in the Great Void Divine Realm, unable to escape. In an instant, 90% of the king's domain's combat power was lost, leaving only Princess Yaoji. In the Imperial Hall, Ning Chen and the Dawn Moon Tower Master returned, no longer hiding their auras. The powerful sword will shocked all the guests present. At the front of the seats, Princess Yaoji stood up when she saw the people who had returned, her beautiful eyes full of shock. How could it be them? Where were the Realm King and Princess Lian? Master. Ning Chen walked to Master Mo and bowed respectfully. Master Mo looked at him up and down. After a while, he said lightly, "Give me an explanation when you go back." "Yes." Ning Chen replied calmly. Yaoji released her divine sense and felt the changes at the entrance of the Great Void Divine Realm. Her eyes changed and she flashed to the knowing destiny state in the main hall. Lord Mo stood up and took a step forward, blocking the former's palm with a bang. He said calmly, "The most important thing right now is to think about how to save the Realm King and the others. As for the grudge between Old Ninth and your noble realm, I don't think it's urgent now." Hearing this, Yaoji snorted coldly and stepped toward the destroyed entrance of the Great Void Divine Realm. After Princess Yaoji left, Master Mo looked at Mo Shaoai and said calmly, "Tower Master, thank you for taking care of Old Nine these days. We'll meet again if fate wills it." "You're welcome. We'll meet again," the Dawn Moon Tower Master said with a smile. "Old Nine, go back early." Master Mo looked away and instructed. Then, the 7 colors around him swirled and gradually disappeared. Light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes as he watched Master Mo leave. Only after facing an advanced corporeal stage expert of the same level did he feel that his master was extraordinary. He did not know why, but he felt that Master Mo's strength was likely far beyond what he knew. "Little brother, how should I address you?" Overlord Jinsei stood up and asked. "Junior Ningchen." Ningchen came back to his senses and said with a smile. "Heroes come from the young. If there's a chance, little brother Ning can come to Jinsei Imperial City as a guest." "I'll be waiting," Overlord Jinsei said calmly. "Overlord, you're too kind. If there's a chance, I'll definitely visit," Ningchen said politely. Empress Jinsei nodded and did not say anything else. She walked out of the Imperial Palace. In the distance, in the golden flames, a carriage pulled by 3 7-colored elks appeared. Empress Jinsei stepped in, and the carriage rose into the air. Empress Jinsei stepped in, and the carriage pulled her away. "Ningchen, if you have any trouble with me, you can come find me at Tianyu Peak," the Heaven's Speaker said as he stood up. His figure merged into the void and disappeared as well. He didn't seem to be. He was Overlord Heaven's master. He to heaven to heaven to heaven to go to heaven to heaven to heaven to heaven to heaven to heaven. There's no need to think too much. Heaven's Speaker has always been mysterious. Their actions and words do not follow common sense. The Dawn Moon Pavilion's master walked up and said, "It's rumored that Heaven's Speaker is the only existence in the world that can communicate with the heavens. They can hear voices that ordinary people can't hear and know things that ordinary people can't know." Although it sounds like nonsense, the strength of this Heaven's Speaker is absolutely unquestionable, especially when she opens her eyes. Speaking of this, Overlord Jinsei's words became serious. "Remember, if you have to face a Heaven's Speaker one day, you must eliminate her before she opens her eyes. Otherwise, you won't have any chance to win, because the Heaven's Speaker who opens her eyes is no longer a Heaven's Speaker, but Heaven." When Ningchen heard this, his eyes narrowed and he nodded lightly in agreement. "Let's go back to Xiaoya Chang'an first," Overlord Jinsei said. "Okay." Ningchen nodded and waved to the little girl sitting at the table. Let's go." Hearing this, Einer threw down the chopsticks in her hand and trotted forward to hold the former's hand. Hong Luan also walked over and nodded to the man in front of her. The emotions in her eyes were all concealed. "Miss Hong Luan, I'm sorry for what happened back then," Ningchen said softly with an apologetic expression. Hong Luan was startled and didn't understand why. "We'll talk about it when we return," Overlord Jinsei said. Hong Luan nodded and followed. Ningchen held Einer's hand and followed, walking out of the main hall together. Inside the royal palace, many guests looked at each other in dismay. A grand wedding had turned into an unpredictable farce. This time, the Red Luan royal territory would probably become the laughingstock of the entire Red Luan star field. However, when the Red Luan royal territory made trouble, how would Mo Gate deal with it? Would they hand over Mo Gate's 9th son or start a war? Outside the royal city, in a neighboring city, Xiaoya Restaurant. When the 4 of them returned, Ningchen changed his appearance from when he was in the Red Luan royal territory and explained what happened back then to Hong Luan. After hearing the reason back then, Hong Luan was silent for a long time before she softly said, "Since Sir Ning didn't do it on purpose and Hong Luan's injuries were healed thanks to Sir Ning, then Sir Ning doesn't owe Hong Luan anything. Let bygones be bygones. Thank you for your forgiveness." Ningchen bowed and thanked her while inwardly sighing. There was such a big difference between light and shadow. Hong Luan's tolerance was indeed inferior to the princess, but her kindness was hard to come by. "Hong Luan, bring Einer out. I have some matters to discuss with little brother Ning." After explaining the past, Xiaoya Restaurant Master glanced at the 2 of them and said, "Okay." Hong Luan nodded and brought the little girl out of the room. "Brother Ning, how many times have we had a formal conversation?" Xiaoya Restaurant Master walked to the table and sat down. "This is the 3rd time. I didn't know you were a senior expert and overstepped my boundaries. I hope you can forgive me." Ningchen smiled. "Ah, senior, it's always the generation that dies before me. I don't want to be cursed to death so quickly. It's better for us to talk as equals. Xiaoya restaurant master chuckled. Ning Chen smiled and didn't continue on this topic. He sat down across from her and said, "The relationship between Xiaoya restaurant master and the Red Luan royal territory is so tense, but Xiaoya restaurant is located next to the king's territory. It seems that even the king's territory has to be wary of Xiaoya restaurant master's strength." Xiaoya restaurant master poured 2 cups of tea and pushed one of them over. "You flatter me." Brother Ning was able to trap the entire celestial realm and above of the Red Luan royal territory in the Great Void God realm. It can be seen that compared to martial strength, wisdom is a killing weapon that can't be guarded against. It's just the light of a firefly. I don't dare to say the word wisdom in front of Xiaoya restaurant master. Ning Chen picked up the tea and replied. On the first floor, Ener ordered another large table of dishes and ate happily at the table by the window. Across the table, Hong Luan looked at the little girl and helplessly said, "Ener, didn't you just eat?" Ener raised her head and said with her mouth stuffed, "Didn't you hear what that white-bearded old man said? He wants Ning Chen to return as soon as possible. Even the grass that can be eaten doesn't grow on the 9th peak. I have to eat more so that I won't have nothing to eat later." Hong Luan was helpless and asked, "Don't you know how to cook?" "I don't." Ener straightforwardly shook her head. "What about young Master Ning?" Hong Luan asked. "Why would he care about me?" "He doesn't need to eat," Ener angrily complained. "Doesn't anyone in Ma's sect know how to cook?" Hong Luan asked. Ener thought for a moment and her eyes suddenly brightened. "Yes, Sister Lingluo should know how to cook. Why didn't I think of that?" "Lingluo Zhen, master of Mahist sect's 8th peak," Hong Luan softly said. "Sister Hong Luan also knows?" Ener asked in surprise. "Yes." Hong Luan nodded and softly said, "The disciples of Mahist sect are widely known in the entire Red Luan star field, especially the master of the 8th peak, Miss Lingluo. She's known to be a genius. Perhaps Miss Lingluo will be able to step into the corporeal realm soon and become one of the strongest experts in this world." "That's amazing," Ener said in surprise. Hong Luan nodded and asked, "Do you have a good relationship with Miss Lingluo?" "Yes, when we went to the 9th peak, Sister Lingluo and Ning Chen's 5th senior brother were the friendliest to us. As for the others, we rarely interact with them," Ener truthfully said. "It's hard to imagine that young Master Ning, who has half a devil's body, can actually be so kind to others. I even feel afraid when I talk to him," Hong Luan softly sighed. Ener raised her head and smiled brilliantly. "Sister Hong Luan, you're thinking too much. Ning Chen is actually very easy to talk to. It's just that he's experienced too many things and has become like those old monsters who have lived for several hundred years. However, he's pretty good to the people around him. Of course, when he's ruthless, he's also quite scary. I heard the Tower Master say that devils are born from the heart and that they've all suffered unimaginable blows. Young Master Ning's temperament is so strong, so how did he walk on the path of the devil?" Hong Luan softly asked. Hearing this, Ener's beautiful eyes dimmed. "It's because Sister Qing Ning was Ning Chen's only relative in this world. However, she was forced to her death by bad people. That was also the first time I saw Ning Chen and I almost collapsed. It was very scary. At that time, I was also almost killed by Ning Chen." Hearing this, Hong Luan's expression shook. She found it hard to believe. Although the Tower Master had said that young Master Ning was a devil, she didn't think too much about it because young Master Ning didn't seem much different from a normal person. On the 2nd floor, the two of them had already conversed for over an hour. The tea in their cups had gradually cooled down and they placed it on the table without refilling it. The Dawn Moon Tower Master looked at the young man in front of her and sighed. "Previously, I found it strange that with a devil's nature, how could he always maintain his rationality? Today, after seeing what happened in the Red Luan King's territory, I finally understand that a person's rationality and wisdom can actually be so terrifying. The Red Luan King's territory exhausted all its schemes, but in the end it was all for you. Only after today's chess piece and looking back did she realize how terrifying the person in front of her was. He used Queen Red Luan's bewitching technique to pass the love tribulation and then used the wedding to divert everyone's attention. After obtaining the Jade Pool's water, he took the opportunity to scheme against the Red Luan King's territory's king and the other ancestors, capturing the top battle strength of the Red Luan King's territory in one fell swoop. Step by step, one step after another, one step after another. If a person's emotions and actions could be controlled by their rationality, could such a person still be called a person? Perhaps there wasn't any difference between the phoenix and demon dual bodies of the young man in front of her. Chapter 648. In the starry sky, his red clothes fluttered in the wind as he strode forward. Streaks of starlight streaked past, so dazzling that even though he was thousands of miles away, it seemed as if he was right beside him. Ina looked at the surrounding starry sky, her large eyes filled with curiosity as usual. She looked left and right, unable to remain still for even a moment. The star field was vast, and from time to time, when they passed by great life stars, they could clearly feel waves of powerful auras. They were incomparably majestic, like a vast ocean. Ning Chen, after we return, will Master Mo punish you? Mo planet was getting closer and closer. Ina recalled what had happened at the Red Luan King's realm, and asked worriedly. No. Ning Chen shook his head. Why? Asked Ina confused. Regarding the matter of the Red Luan royal territory, who is right and who is wrong is not something that can be determined with just a few words. Mo Master has no right to judge this matter, said Ning Chen calmly. Oh. Ina nodded and said, if the Red Luan King's territory were to cause trouble in the future, would Master Mo hand you over? I'm not sure. We can't worry about that right now. The Red Luan Realm Queen and the others won't be able to come out anytime soon. Let's deal with this first, said Ning Chen. What is it? Asked Ina puzzled. Look for a spirit vein and plant a peach tree, Ning Chen said seriously. While the two of them were conversing, Mo planet was already within reach of them. Lord Mo and Qi Huan, who had returned first, had already returned to Mo Mountain. Half a day later, at Ink Mountain's Whispering Peak, Ning Chen returned. He looked at the white-robed old man on the Dao platform and bowed respectfully. Master. On the Dao platform, Mo Zhu opened his eyes and said calmly, It's good that you're back. Tell me in detail what happened in the Red Luan King's territory. If the fault lies in the King's territory, I will naturally seek justice for you. Yes. Ning Chen bowed and explained everything in detail from when he first entered the Red Luan Galaxy until he went to the Red Luan Royal Territory to ask for the Jade Pool water. Other than some of his own secrets, Ning Chen did not hide anything else because there was no need to. Mo Zhu quietly listened to the former. After a long time, he nodded and said, I understand. You can go and rest first. Disciple will take his leave. Ning Chen bowed respectfully, then turned around and left. Looking at the back of the former, Master Mo's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Old Nine, how many secrets are you hiding? Ning Chen returned to the 9th summit with air. He had not returned for many days, and the hut in front of the bamboo forest was covered in dust and fallen leaves. Clearly, no one had cleaned it for a long time. I'm going to look for Sister Ling Luo. Ina looked at the 8th summit, her big eyes darted around, and she said in a coquettish voice. Okay, come back soon, Ning Chen instructed. Got it. Ina replied and jogged towards the 8th summit. Seeing that the little girl had left, Ning Chen went into the house and took a broom to start tidying up. It was getting late and he had to clean up as soon as possible. The illusory soul body looked at the person in front of it and said, The matter of the spiritual land requires one person to find it. That won't be difficult, but the following matters will be very troublesome. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, "The undying peach tree needs 9,000 years to bloom and bear fruit. That's too long. We must think of a way to deal with it. Chongling has formations that can speed up the flow of time. However, it is still not enough for the immortal peach tree to bear fruit quickly," the demonic body said gravely. "Time seal," Ningchen said slowly. Light flashed through the demonic body's eyes. He said, "This seal only exists in legends and has never appeared in the mortal world. How can we find it?" "I'm not sure. Mo Master is one direction. The other is the Dawn Moon Tower Master and the Heavens Speaker. These three are not ordinary. Perhaps we can find some clues," Ningchen said calmly. The demonic body nodded and said, "There are too many unimaginable things in Mo's sect. It is not good to stay here for long. Once we obtain news of the time seal or other methods of reviving the dead, we must leave as soon as possible. As for the Dawn Moon Tower Master, until today, I still cannot figure out how he saw through my identity. This person's secrets are no less than Mo Master's. We must be on guard." Ning Chen carefully swept away the dust in the corner of the house and said, "One step at a time. Let's test Mo Master first. There is no need to interact too much with the Dawn Moon Tower Master for now. Businessmen always prioritize profit. It is not difficult to interact with each other, but it is not easy to form a deep relationship. Compared to these two, I actually want to go to the Heavenly Word Peak and visit that Heaven's Speaker." "You think she will know?" the demonic body asked with a frown. "Not entirely because of this." Ning Chen raised his head and looked in the direction of the Heavenly Word Peak. He said, "All this time, in order to revive the ghost girl, we have hurried through every place. Other than the Divine Prefecture, our foundation is too shallow. Just like this time, in the Red Luan King's realm, although we trapped the Realm King and the Red Luan ancestors in the Great Void God realm, we were unable to completely solve this problem. The reason is because our foundation is too shallow. When we need manpower and combat power, we are unable to do so." "You mean, we should rope in that Heaven Speaker?" the demonic body asked seriously. "Perhaps we can try. Compared to Mo Master and the mysterious Dawn Moon Tower Master, that Heaven Speaker might be a better candidate to befriend. Previously, she took the initiative to express her goodwill. We can use this opportunity to test whether it is true or false. If it is true, gaining the friendship of a Heaven Speaker will be very beneficial to us in the future. If it is false, we can immediately leave without too much loss," Ning Chen replied calmly. The demonic body thought for a moment and said, "I am not good at this. You will do it. Leave the search for the spirit vein to me. We will split up and focus on finding the time seal." "Okay." Ning Chen agreed. He thought for a moment and said, "When searching for the spirit vein, pay more attention to the whereabouts of the main body. There are too many things to do now. If the main body is here, it will be much faster." "Understood," the demonic body replied. As he spoke, Ning Chen raised his head and looked in the direction between the 9th peak and the 8th peak. He frowned and said, "Why is this girl back so quickly? Something might have happened. You deal with it." After saying that, the demonic body's soul merged into Ning Chen's body and disappeared. Not long after, Ina ran back breathlessly and said, "Ning Chen, Sister Ling Luo is missing." Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "She might have been sent out by Mo Master to do something. What's wrong? Is there anything strange?" "Something's not right. Go and take a look," Ina said a little anxiously. Ning Chen nodded and took the little girl with him. He took a step forward and rushed towards the 8th peak. On the 8th peak, the two of them appeared in front of an elegant and quiet house. Ina ran forward and pushed open the door of the bamboo house. She said anxiously, "Look." Ning Chen took 2 steps forward and looked into the house. He slowly frowned. The house was already covered in dust. It was clear that no one had lived in it for some time. Ning Chen walked into the house and looked around. He wasn't unfamiliar with Ling Luozhen's house. The clothes and decorations in the room were exactly the same as before they went to planet Hongluan. This meant that Ling Luojian hadn't planned on leaving for too long. However, the current situation clearly wasn't like that. Could something have happened to Sister Ling Luo? With the Third Peak's master as an example, Yin-Er's eyes were filled with worry. Wait, Ning Chen said as he carefully searched the room. The furnishings in the house were very simple. Other than a table, chairs, and a bed, there was only a dressing table. There was only a mirror and a peach wood comb on the dressing table. Ling Luojian didn't like to use makeup, so she didn't put those things on the dressing table. Ning Chen, I can't find the box of makeup I gave Sister Ling Luo, said Yin-Er anxiously as she looked around. Ning Chen frowned and released his divine sense to search the entire 8th peak. Not long after, Ning Chen's eyes focused and he said, Yin-Er, that box of makeup was thrown under the pear tree by the cliff. Go and pick it up. Don't attract anyone's attention. After you pick it up, go back to the 9th peak. Okay. Yin-Er responded and jogged out. Ning Chen followed her out of the bamboo house and rushed towards the 5th peak. Qi Huan stood in front of the 5th peak and looked into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. Ning Chen arrived and said, 5th senior brother. Qi Huan was startled. He came back to his senses and said, You're back. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and said, 5th senior brother, where did Sister Ling Luo go? I don't know. Qi Huan shook his head and said, Senior brother, didn't you ask Master? Ning Chen frowned. Master just returned. According to 6th junior brother and 7th junior brother, Sister Ling Luo was still on the 8th peak before Master left for planet Hongluan. Qi Huan sighed softly. Did Master say anything? Ning Chen didn't understand. No. Qi Huan shook his head. Ning Chen understood and didn't ask any more questions. He bade farewell and walked towards the 9th peak. 9th junior brother. At that moment, Qi Huan opened his mouth. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Then, he sighed softly and said, It's fine. You can go back and have a good rest. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and responded. He then rushed towards the 9th peak. Ning Chen waited quietly in front of the bamboo house. Before long, Yin-Er ran back. Just as she was about to hand over the rouge, she saw Ning Chen shake his head. Before we leave Ink Mountain, you have to take this rouge. Ning Chen sent a message to her. Okay. Yin-Er responded softly and carefully put the rouge box away. She didn't ask anything else. Night fell and the cold moon rose. Ning Chen stood quietly in front of the bamboo house. He hadn't rested. His eyes flickered from time to time as he thought about everything that had happened recently. There was something strange about Mo Gate. There was no doubt about it. From Ling Luojian entering the forbidden land of wind and fire to suppressing her cultivation base to Ling Yun's accidental death, to Ling Luojian's disappearance today, there was something fishy about everything that had happened. There were only two reasons. Either there was something wrong with Master Mo, or there was a power that Ink Sect couldn't resist controlling everything from behind. Regardless of the reason, Ink Sect was not a safe place. However, what he didn't understand was why the disciples of Ink Sect, such as Ling Luojian and Ling Yun, had stayed behind despite knowing how dangerous it was. There seemed to be many opportunities to escape Ink Sect. Going to the Western Celestial World was the best opportunity. However, Ling Luojian and the others had still returned. It might be a problem with their cultivation methods, the devil body reminded him. Ning Chen nodded. That was the only explanation. The only similarity among the disciples of Ink Sect was that they all cultivated the cultivation methods that Master Mo had bestowed upon them. Tomorrow we'll ask Master Mo about Ling Luojian. Let's see what kind of answer he gives. Also, we can use this opportunity to ask him about the time restriction, Ning Chen said calmly. Chapter 649. A cold wind blew at the Whispering Peak and leaves fell. The aura of late autumn spread through the mountain, making it seem bleak. Hong Yi bowed in front of the platform to greet Mo Gate's master. Master, Ning Chen said respectfully. What's the matter? Mo Gates' master asked. Disciple came to ask Master if there really is a time restriction in this world. Ning Chen didn't beat around the bush and directly asked. Mo Gates' master was puzzled. Why do you ask? Disciple once came into contact with the Yellow Springs restriction in an ancient land and learned a lot. Therefore, Disciple is very interested in the time restriction, which is also a divine restriction. There is indeed such a restriction. Mo Zhu nodded and slowly said, 400 years ago, Master wasn't Mo Zhu's master yet. When I was wandering outside, I personally witnessed a grand cultivator using the time restriction. The destructive might of the divine restriction is something I still can't forget. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. Master, do you know who that grand cultivator is? Mo Gate shook his head. I don't know. We only met once and never met again. Ning Chen's expression was regretful. A moment later, he suppressed the fluctuations in his heart and looked at the old man with a serious expression. Disciple has one more thing, but I don't know if it's appropriate to ask. Speak. Mo Gates' master replied. Where did 8th senior sister go? When will she return? Ning Chen asked. Mo Gates' eyes didn't change at all. Her corporeal realm tribulation is about to arrive. She needs to focus on her cultivation and won't return for the time being. As for how long, it will depend on when she can take this crucial step. May I know where 8th senior sister is cultivating? Ning Chen didn't give up and continued asking. Why are you looking for her? Mo Gates' eyes narrowed. Disciples' cultivation has reached a bottleneck. 8th senior sister's lunar scripture and my solar scripture complement each other. Perhaps they can help me overcome this bottleneck, Ning Chen said calmly. Mo Gates' eyes flashed. After a long time, he said, a demonic calamity is descending on Galistar in the north of the Red Phoenix star region. Go and deal with it. You can use this opportunity to break through your bottleneck. 8th senior sister. Ning Chen opened his mouth. However, before he could ask, he was interrupted. We can talk about her after you return. The demonic calamity can't be delayed. Let's leave today, Mo Gates' master said coldly. Yes. Ning Chen bowed. He had no choice but to leave first. On the 5th mountain peak, Chi Huan looked in the direction of the Whispering Peak and sighed. 9th brother had the heart, but unfortunately, this matter was not something he could resolve. Ning Chen's expression darkened as he stood outside Legacy Summit. He took a step forward and charged towards the 9th summit. Behind him, on the Dao platform, Mo Zhu frowned as he watched the former's disappearing figure. He could no longer conceal his displeasure. Red light gathered on the 9th summit. Ning Chen appeared and walked out of the Dragon's Gate. When Yin who had been waiting for him, saw this, she jogged over and asked with concern, Did you manage to get anything out of him? We'll talk about this later. Pack your things and head out, Ning Chen replied. Yin was startled and asked in confusion, Didn't we just come back? Why are we leaving again? Master Mo gave me a mission. If there's anything, we'll talk about it on the way. Let's pack up first, Ning Chen instructed. Yes. When Yin heard this, she did not ask any more questions. She ran back to the bamboo house and put on the package that she had not had the time to open before handing it over to the former. Ning Chen waved his hand and put away the package. Then, he brought the little girl down the mountain. Outside Mo Gate, Ning Chen turned around with a grave expression. After one last glance, he stepped into the Dragon's Gate and disappeared. In the starry sky, Yin could no longer hold back and asked, Where are we going? Galistar, replied Ning Chen. Why are we going there? Asked Yin. Master Mo said that a demonic calamity is happening there. But that's clearly just an excuse for him to send me away. None of the peak masters of Mo Gate are weak. It's not up to me to deal with them. The true problem lies with Ling Luoxian's disappearance. My questioning has clearly angered Master Mo, said Ning Chen gravely. Then what should we do? Did something really happen to Sister Ling Luojan? Asked Ina worriedly. Where's the rouge I told you to put away? Asked Ningchen after thinking for a moment. It's here. Ina took out the rouge from her bosom and handed it over. Ningchen received it and opened the box. Looking at the rouge that was as red as blood, he narrowed his eyes. This was going to be troublesome. What is it? Did you see something? Asked Ina impatiently. Something really did happen to Ling Luojan. It's very likely the same thing as the Third Peak's master, Ling Yun, said Ningchen. How could that be? Ina felt extremely pained. Tears flashed in her eyes. How do you know? This rouge contains Ling Luojan's blood. She clearly sensed danger and purposely left it behind, said Ningchen. Who wants to harm Sister Ling Luojan? Is it Master Mo? Asked Ina. I can't be sure. But based on the current situation, the possibility is very high, said Ningchen gravely. Ina wiped away her tears. Then after this trip we won't return. Mo Gate is too dangerous. If it really was Master Mo's doing, then whether we return or not isn't something we can decide. Ningchen sighed softly. If they could leave, Ling Yun and Ling Luojan would have left long ago. They wouldn't have stayed in Mo Mountain to wait for death. There must be a force that they couldn't resist. It's just that we don't know about it yet. Is there no other way? Asked Ina worriedly. Let's wait and see. According to Qi Huan and Ling Luojan's previous warnings, there shouldn't be any problems before stepping into the immortal realm. Black light spread from Ningchen's body, and his demonic body appeared. Let's part here. We'll act separately according to the plan. Yes. Ningchen nodded. What about me? When Ina saw this, she asked anxiously. Follow the phoenix body. I won't be gone for too long. Mo Gate is truly troublesome. The phoenix body can't handle it alone. I'll be back soon, said the demonic body calmly. Oh. Hearing this, Ina nodded and obediently agreed. Don't expose yourself. Also, we don't know when Xian Luo will appear. You have to be careful, reminded Ningchen. I know. Once I find a suitable spirit vein, I'll rush back as quickly as possible. Before that, try not to clash with Master Mo. The demonic body didn't say anything else. His figure flashed and he flew to the other side of the starry sky. Let's go too. Seeing the demonic body leave, Ningchen and Ina also sped up, rushing to the north of the Hongluan starfield. On Galastar, demonic chi curled up. The entire planet had practically turned into a dead planet. Corpses were strewn everywhere, and rivers of blood flowed everywhere. It was truly a great terror, a world-destroying demonic tribulation that shook people's hearts. In front of the slaughtering sword sect, the black-robed sovereign stood calmly. His white hair danced in the wind, and the demonic mark on his forehead was dazzling. A terrifying aura shook the surrounding mountains. The sovereign of the devil's eyes were ice-cold. The demonic sword in his hand was dripping with blood. The reforged demonic sword was even more murderous than before. Within the slaughtering sword sect, the swordsmen had formed a formation. Numerous grandmasters were standing guard, blocking the demonic tribulation. In front of the formation, the black-robed sovereign moved. His demonic sword's light illuminated the sky. In an instant, demonic might filled the 9 heavens. Reincarnation. The demonic sword slashed out and sword light coiled out, going back and forth in an endless cycle. In an instant, between heaven and earth, tens of thousands of demonic swords collided with the sword formation, annihilating everything. Ugh! Amidst a series of muffled groans, more than 10 great grandmasters of the sword faction flew out, covered in blood. Why? The sect master staggered a few steps and questioned. Because you all deserve to die. The sovereign replied coldly. He raised his demonic sword again, and an incomparably dense demonic chi spread out. In an instant, above the 9 heavens, the sea of clouds rolled, and 10,000 bolts of lightning struck. Bury the heavens! With a clang, the demonic sword stabbed into the ground. In an instant, hundreds of miles of mountains collapsed. In the sea of clouds, sword light descended. The bury the heavens technique was destructive. With a loud explosion, sand waves raged. With the slaughtering sword sect as the center, the entire mountain range collapsed. Blood spurted into the sky and rained down. The sovereign walked out from the raging sand waves. His white hair danced in the wind as he walked into the distance. At the same time, thousands of miles away, the Dragon Gate appeared. One big and one small figure walked out. The scene in front of them was shocking. What entered their eyes were only blood and corpses. There was no trace of life. Iner covered her small mouth as her body trembled. Even though she had seen the changes in Zhongzhou, seeing this scene again was difficult for her to accept. Ning Chen looked at the little girl beside him and said softly, "It's okay. Don't be afraid." Iner came back to her senses and replied softly. Her small hands subconsciously tightened. Boom! Thousands of miles away, the mountain range collapsed. A terrifying fluctuation spread out. Ning Chen felt it and looked forward. Without saying anything, he brought the little girl and rushed over. In the ruins of the slaughtering sword sect, the blood had yet to dry up. The mountain was dyed red, and it spoke of sorrow. Ning Chen hurried over and saw the familiar demonic qi and sword intent. His body trembled violently. Zi. The slaughtering sword sect that was buried by the mountain rock had become history in a single day. Its name once shook the world, but now it was just a pile of yellow soil. Suddenly, there was a slight movement under the mountain rock. It was so light, but it was clearly heard by the two people present. Ning Chen squinted his eyes and his figure flashed. He arrived in front of the mountain rock and waved his hand to shake it away. Under the mountain rock, there was a pool of blood. The light in the eyes of a middle-aged man in green was abnormally dim. When the master of the slaughtering sword sect saw the red-clothed young man appear in front of him, his dim eyes suddenly lit up. Demon, before he could finish his sentence, he could only feel regret. He did not raise his drooping arms again. The master of the slaughtering sword sect was unwilling to leave this world. Sighing softly, Ning Chen stretched out his hand and closed the former's eyes. The grudges of the past had all disappeared after death. After stopping for a moment, Ning Chen held Iner's hand and left. Outside the mountain range, he waved his hand and condensed a sword. Rays of sword light soared into the sky and disappeared into the mountain range behind him. With a rumble, the entire mountain range collapsed and buried the bodies of the dead. The dead were buried and their souls returned to the yellow springs. Ning Chen, is it really a demon? Iner asked softly. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and sighed again. In order to resist the Nether King, Ziyi's 3 souls had been demonized. Before Zhang Sun left, he did not speak of his regrets. Chapter 650. Gloomy clouds covered Galistar, and slaughter was everywhere. The desolate scenes made one's heart turn cold. Demons brought disaster to the world, regardless of gender, age, or age. Wherever they passed, demonic flames burned the plains. Dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder rumbled. It was as if they were lamenting over this calamity. The sovereign of demons walked forward, his eyes emotionless. The demonic mark on his forehead gave off a demonic red light, and his white hair danced in the wind. It was extremely dazzling. The 3 souls demonized, a demon among demons. Heaven and earth trembled as he walked forward step by step, lonely and desolate. 3,000 miles away, a red-clothed figure flashed, heading in the direction of the demonic clouds. At this moment, clouds shone brightly in the distance, and several figures descended from the sky. Their powerful auras shook the world. Oh no! Ning Chen was shocked when he saw this. He hurried forward, increasing his speed. The wilderness was desolate. The rulers stopped in their tracks, and the air pressure between heaven and earth suddenly dropped. 11 top-notch powerhouses descended into the mortal world. Their auras surged, frightening gods and ghosts. The 2 at the front were young, but their auras were abnormally powerful. The pressure of the ascending immortal emptiness realm continued to spread. All living beings within 1,000 miles trembled in fear. Divine General Jin Shi, the demon said indifferently. Kill! Qing Shao said coldly. At his command, the 9-peaked Great Fulfillment powerhouses manifested long sabers in their hands. They formed a 3-on-3 formation and attacked. The killing formation arrived, and the demonic sword appeared. The sovereign's eyes were emotionless. His former benevolence had turned demonic. The swords and sabers clashed, and the king armaments faced each other. Sharp killing light swept out, splitting mountains. 3 waves of attacks, 1 attacking, 2 defending, and 1 attacking. There was a tacit understanding between them, and their battle prowess multiplied. However, the demonic sword did not show any flaws. Wherever it passed, the wind and clouds lost their color. It's more troublesome than I imagined. Qing Shao frowned when he saw that he did not have the upper hand. The white-clothed man nodded and said calmly, "This demon is indeed not simple. You stay here. I'll deal with this demon." Qing Shao waved his hand and cold chi surged. The azure frost sword appeared, and his figure flashed into the battlefield. With a loud clang, the demonic sword and blue frost collided. Demonic energy and cold energy violently collided. The remaining might of the sword rapidly spread outwards. When Qing Shao entered the battle instantly became white-hot. The edges of the swords intersected, causing thousands of waves of sand to rise and the sky to darken. In a battle between top experts, every move was a killing move. The aftershock spread in all directions, causing the earth to shatter and the sky to shake. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 moves had been exchanged. With the aid of the killing formation, the might of the azure frost sword was unparalleled. It actually managed to suppress the demonic sword by a bit. The ruler snorted coldly and shook off the battle with his sword. The moment the 3-to-3 killing formation retreated, the demonic chi on the demonic sword surged like wave. It soared into the sky, parted the thunderclouds, and connected heaven and earth. Heaven burning devil flame. Demonic flames suddenly descended, burning the sky and boiling the sea, dispersing the cold air between heaven and earth. The dazzling black flames gushed out like waves, like a surging fire dragon, shocking the world. When the demonic technique appeared, Qing Zhao's expression turned serious. The cold chi on the blue frost sword was activated and spread out again. The collision between the flames and the cold air caused the heavens and earth to shake violently. It was difficult for them to withstand this extreme power. The 9 powerhouses at the peak of the Great Fulfillment once again pressed forward. The sharp saber light was fatal. In the demonic flames, the ruler's body was like a black prison. His white hair danced wildly and his sword moved. With great power, he turned the situation around. The benevolent ruler and the ruthless demonic cultivator had once saved the world, but they could not save themselves. Outside the battle, Bai Qin stood quietly and watched the battle. She was not in a hurry to make a move. Just as the battle was getting more and more intense, Bai Qin's gaze focused. She turned around and looked behind her. Then, her figure flashed and disappeared. 100 miles away, Red Clothes was rushing. Suddenly, a white light gathered in front of her. A white-clothed figure walked out and blocked her path. "The Jinsi dynasty is in front. Your Excellency, please take a detour." The battle could not be disturbed. Bai Qin appeared to block the person and said calmly. Ning Chen stopped and his eyes darkened. He said, "Get out of the way." "Sorry, I can't," Bai Qin said faintly. Ning Chen was worried about his good friend's safety, so he did not say anything else. He took a step forward, and his figure was like an illusion as he passed by. "Oh!" Seeing this, Bai Qin's eyes flashed with a touch of depression. Her figure flashed, and in a flash, she blocked the front again. Heaven and earth moved extremely fast. For the first time, space cracks kept spreading between the two. "Your Excellency, please take a detour." Bai Qin knew that the person in front of her was not ordinary. She did not want to offend him easily, so she said again. The sound of the battle in the distance could be heard clearly. Ning Chen's expression became colder and colder. He did not delay any longer. With a wave of his hand, a white rainbow appeared. Holding the rainbow sword, Red Clothes moved instantly. A dazzling white light flashed, and the yellow spring opened the way. Bai Qin focused and clenched her left hand. In the surging lightning, an equally white sword appeared. White Lightning and Blue Frost, the two famous swords of the Jinsi dynasty, appeared in the world at the same time. The two swords faced each other. Extreme speed against extreme speed. Phoenix against thunder. The fast confrontation could not be seen clearly. Red light and white lightning intersected again and again between heaven and earth. The swords were cold and did not leave any leeway. The white swords, one was hard and one was soft, and the other was filled with lightning. When they collided, magnificent rainbow lights were reflected. In the battle of martial arts, Bai Qin had the upper hand. In the battle of swords, Knowing Destiny had the upper hand. Separated by one realm, Knowing Destiny went against the flow. Ning Chen's white rainbow changed constantly. Hardness and softness combined to close the gap between their realms. Sky shattering. With the sound of swords, an irregular sword mist whizzed out. It split the void and slashed toward Bai Qin. Bai Qin focused her eyes. Her body flashed like lightning and avoided the sword light. She immediately took advantage of the situation. White lightning surged and screeched. Troublesome opponent. Ning Chen said softly and stepped into the air. His sword stirred up the wind and clouds. The converging sword style of the heavenly book martial arts descended to the world. 9 sword suns circled and immediately fell from the sky. The shocking power instantly destroyed the world within 100 miles. The extreme sword power descended. Even Bai Qin, who was as strong as divine General Jin Shi, did not dare to be careless. The white lightning divine sword gathered lightning from all directions and blocked the power of the 9 suns. The two techniques collided and the explosion spread endlessly. The land within 100 miles collapsed and was destroyed. In the aftermath, Bai Qin flew out. However, she could no longer see the Red Clothes swordsman. 100 miles away, the Red Clothes swordsman appeared. When Ning Chen walked out, his pupils constricted. The sovereign in front of the dragon gate had white hair fluttering in the wind. His face was like that of a demon. His killing intent was piercingly cold. It was as if the king of hell had descended to the world. It was shocking. When the battle ended, corpses were everywhere. All 9 perfection sovereigns had fallen. None of them survived. Stop him. Not far away, Qing Shao staggered a few steps and vomited blood. His severely injured body could no longer support himself and fell straight down. Good friend, goodbye. With one last look and cold words, the sovereign stepped into the dragon gate and disappeared. Ning Chen hurried forward but could not stop him in time. Qing Shao. Behind him, Bai Qin rushed over. When she saw the figure in the blood wave, she was shocked. She immediately went forward and helped him up. She poured her vital essence endlessly. Immediately, white lightning flashed around them. It was extremely dazzling. Ning Chen glanced at the corpses on the ground and sighed. He held the little girl beside him and walked away. Sir, please wait. In the lightning, Bai Qin stood up and looked at the figure in front of her who was about to leave. Ning Chen stopped and turned to look at her. He said indifferently, "Killing each other? Anytime." Sir, you misunderstand. Bai Qin shook her head. May I ask if you are the master of Mo Gate's 9th peak? Yes, so what? Said Ning Chen calmly. I am Bai Qin, a subordinate of Sovereign Jinsi. Just now I had no choice but to attack. Please allow me to apologize to you, said Bai Qin apologetically. Ning Chen's eyes flashed. Someone from the Jinsi dynasty? He had forgotten that Galistar was not far from Jinsi Star, where the Jinsi dynasty was located. Brother, you came in such a hurry. Are you acquainted with that demon from just now? asked Bai Qin, confused. Ning Chen did not answer. He said calmly, I still have matters to attend to. If you don't have anything else, I will take my leave. After saying that, Ning Chen did not linger. He turned and left. That demon seems to be looking for a woman. A dead woman, said Bai Qin. Right after she said that, Hong Yi instantly flashed, forcefully breaking through the white lightning blockade and grabbing at her throat. Bai Qin was shocked. She quickly retreated 30 meters away. Swish! White rainbow cold kill. Boundless coldness spread out from Hong Yi's body. Killing intent that had not appeared even when they had fought just now was now rampant in the cold wind. Please don't misunderstand. That woman's death has nothing to do with us, explained Bai Qin hastily. Killing intent surged in Ning Chen's eyes. His sword flickered with cold light. Beside him, Qing Xiao was unconscious and in imminent danger. Seeing that Qing Xiao was under Ning Chen's sword, Bai Qin did not dare to be careless. She continued, rumor has it that before this demon recovered, he was chased by others. A woman brought him out of the encirclement. The demon was lucky enough to survive, but the woman was heavily injured and died. She was taken away. Who? Ning Chen's voice was hoarse. He could not suppress his killing intent, causing his sword to constantly hum. It was extremely piercing. I don't know yet. However, these people all had a coffin on their back. They were extremely powerful. They were last seen on this planet, but for some reason they completely disappeared, said Bai Qin with a grave expression. When Ning Chen heard this, the hand holding his sword cracked. His aura shook and his eyes, which had always been calm, were overflowing with killing intent. The demon just now has already lost his mind and cannot be left alive. No matter what grudges you had with him in the past, it is all in the past now. Demons are cruel, and it is impossible for them to return to the past. This planet, which is almost completely destroyed, is the best evidence, said Bai Qin seriously. Ning Chen waved his hand and put away his sword. The killing intent in his eyes gradually receded. His eyes were calm once more. After the Emperor returned from the Red Luan King's realm, he has mentioned your name more than once in front of us. He admires you greatly. Since we have met here, why don't we go to Jinsei planet together and report what happened today to the Emperor? We can discuss this demon together, invited Bai Qin sincerely. There is no need. I still have other things to do. Goodbye. Ning Chen said indifferently and turned to leave. Looking at his departing figure, Bai Qin frowned. The person sent by Mahist sect was actually the youngest 9th son. Just what was Mahist sect's intention? However, based on the situation just now, this person's cultivation in the sword was truly terrifying. It was no wonder that even the Emperor had a whole new level of respect for him. If it were not for the suppression of their realms, Bai Qin might have lost to him today. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qin took 2 steps forward and picked up the heavily injured Qing Xiao. Her figure flashed as she stepped into the air. Just as the two of them left, red light gathered in the original place. Ning Chen walked out and quickly followed. Chapter 651. The Jinsei planet was a prosperous planet of life. The Jinsei divine dynasty ruled the world, and no one dared to disobey the emperor's orders. Emperor Jinsei, who was at the peak of the Ling Lisha realm, used the dynasty's resources to make further progress. He was known as the person most likely to enter the true realm. In the Jinsei imperial city, the 2 divine generals, Bai Qin and Qing Xiao, returned. They failed to kill the demon and went to report to the palace. In the Jinsei palace, a powerful figure stood quietly in front of the throne. Golden fate circled around him like a burning flame, dazzling and eye-catching. Your Majesty! Bai Qin went up to the palace and knelt down. Get up, Emperor Jinsei said calmly. Bai Qin got up with a guilty look and said, I'm useless. I couldn't get rid of the demon. 9 divine guards died in battle, and Qing Xiao was seriously injured. Emperor Jinsei narrowed his eyes and said, Qing Xiao is not weak. Your strength is comparable to the peak of the virtual realm. Even with the help of the 9 divine guards, you still couldn't defeat the demon. The 9th son of the Mo clan suddenly appeared outside the battle. I didn't recognize him. When I tried to stop him, the battle collapsed and we were defeated, Bai Qin answered honestly. The 9th son of the Mo clan? Emperor Jinxi's eyes flashed. The person sent by Mo clan was actually him. Strange. Since you two fought head-on, what was the result? Emperor Jinxi asked. There was no winner. Just as you said, this person can't be treated as an ordinary person. His combat strength is incredible, Bai Qin said seriously. Experience, judgment, and adaptability in battle. This person's tolerance was shocking. He's obviously not a disciple carefully cultivated by a large sect. He's an executioner who killed his way out of the blood wave step by step, Emperor Jinxi said calmly. Bai Qin nodded, thought for a while and said, There's something else. It's also unusual. What is it? Emperor Jinxi asked. The 9th son of the Mo clan seems to be old friends with the demon. Especially when he mentioned the woman who died in battle, the murderous aura of the 9th son of the Mo clan was not fake, Bai Qin reported. Oh! Hearing this, a strange look appeared on Sovereign Jin Shi's face. This was something worth paying attention to. After thinking for a while, Emperor Jinxi looked at the people below and said, I will pay attention to it. Go back and rest. Don't worry about killing the demon. Yes. Bai Qin respectfully accepted the order and turned to leave. After Bai Qin left, Imperial Lord Jin Shi looked outside the palace. Mo sect had sent the person who shouldn't have come. However, he wanted to see how strong the 9th disciple of Mo sect, who had made Hong Luan suffer a great loss, was. On the streets of Jinxi Imperial City, Ning Chen walked with an air. None of the passers-by paid any attention to these two ordinary people. Ning Chen, are you suspecting Sovereign Jin Shi? Asked Iner, puzzled. I can't say that I'm suspicious. Ning Chen shook his head and said, Emperor Jin Shi, since this is the source of the news, regardless of whether this matter is related to him or not, we need to verify it. Also, I think Ze will be here soon. Why? Iner looked puzzled and said, This is Jin Shi Imperial City. With Sovereign Lord Jin Shi here, isn't he courting death by coming here? Demonic nature. Ning Chen sighed softly and said, Demons are the most vengeful race in this world. They wouldn't have let go of their pursuit just like that. If Ze had come prepared, even if Sovereign Jin Shi intervened, he might not have been able to stop them. Then when you meet again, will he still recognize you? Asked Iner. He will recognize him, but that doesn't mean he agrees with him. Ning Chen looked ahead and said, Ze is the same as the demon body and Xian Luo. They are all true demons. They are heartless and emotionless. Once they are angry, it means destruction. No one can stop them. Iner was silent. Her mood was not very good. Ning Chen saw through her thoughts and said, Don't think too much. The demon body didn't mean to hurt you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept you by his side. Although demons are emotionless, they are not without intelligence. Like normal people, they have their own judgment. Can't you save him? Iner looked up and asked expectantly. Ning Chen shook his head and said, So far, no one has succeeded. I tried to use Buddhist methods to wash away the demonic nature for Ze, but I failed in the end. Demons are demons, just like humans. People's hearts can't change, but the demonic nature is also hard to get rid of. When Iner heard this, she quietly followed beside the person beside her, and did not say anything else. Not long after they left, Ning Chen and Iner settled down in an inn not far from Divine General Bai Qin's residence in Fulian. The location of their room was directly opposite Divine General Bai Qin's residence. After running around for several days, Iner was very tired. When she ate, her eyelids would droop. The little girl, who had always been a glutton, quickly finished her meal and fell asleep on the bed. She was not even in the mood to untie her hair. Seeing that Yin-Er had fallen asleep, Ning Chen went forward to untie her hair so that she could sleep more comfortably. Under the candlelight, the little girl was slender and elegant. She was at the age of blooming, the best time of her life. A trace of emotion flashed through Ning Chen's eyes. Yin-Er had already grown up. Unknowingly, so many years had passed. Without thinking too much, Ning Chen suppressed the emotions in his heart. He walked to the window and looked at Divine General Baiqin's residence not far away. His eyes calmed down again without any changes. The flourishing human world was very similar to the great Xia of the past. 30 years had passed, and the past was like the clouds that could never be returned. After a while, the image of a phoenix appeared in the room. Phoenix flames rose, and a blood-red sword embryo appeared in the flames. After countless days and nights of tempering, it had finally taken the form of a sword. The star soul essence steel that was found in the 7 Kills Palace of the Heavenly Sanctum was unimaginably hard. Even with the refinement of the phoenix flames, it was difficult to temper it. Ning Chen did not purposely care about the sword embryo in the phoenix flames. He looked at the residence in front of him under the night sky and waited quietly. The night gradually passed, and nothing happened. When the sky gradually brightened, the phoenix flames dissipated, and the sword embryo in the fire also disappeared. Ning Chen closed the window, turned around and walked to the door. He opened the door and went downstairs. On the first floor, after the sky brightened, customers came down one after another. Ning Chen ordered a simple meal for the little girl, and after giving some instructions to the shopkeeper, he walked out of the inn. In front of Divine General Qing Zhao's residence, Red Clothes appeared. Her appearance was even more obvious, and she instantly entered the residence. In front of the residence, the guards only saw a blur. Before they could react, they could no longer see the figure of the person who had entered. "Who is it?" In the residence, the hidden expert roared. However, the person seemed to have entered a place where there was no one. In a flash, she had already arrived in Divine General Qing Zhao's room. Inside the room, Divine General Qing Zhao was still unconscious. A beautiful woman was sitting by the bed, taking care of the man on the bed with her clothes untied. Red Clothes appeared without any warning. The woman trembled and immediately stood in front of the man on the bed. Just at this moment, a tender voice rang out from outside the room. Shortly after, a small figure appeared and broke the momentary stalemate. "Mother!" Outside the room, a little boy who was not even 3 years old poked his head out and called out in a childish voice. Unable to sense the abnormal atmosphere in the room, he staggered into the room. The woman's expression changed, and she hurriedly shouted, "Don't come in!" Hearing the stern reprimand, the little boy trembled and looked at his mother in confusion. His beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Ning Chen turned back to look at the little boy. Without saying anything, he looked back at the unconscious figure on the bed. His figure flashed and appeared in front of her. The woman trembled. She wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The blue frost sword appeared, automatically protecting its master. Unexpectedly, the moment they clashed, Red Clothes' sword momentum changed. The yellow springs opened and sealed the blue frost sword. "I'll take this sword with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Red Coat retreated, brushing past him and leaving the room. Not long after Red Clothes left, 2 old figures appeared in the room. Their powerful auras shook the world. "Where is he?" asked one of the old men. "He's already left," said the woman with a heavy expression. The old man frowned and looked at Qing Zhao on the bed. "Is he here for revenge?" "Doesn't look like it." The woman shook her head and said, "He had a chance just now. He could have killed all of us, but he only took the blue frost sword and didn't attack us." "He came for the sword?" The old man narrowed his eyes, feeling puzzled. The blue frost sword was indeed extraordinary. It was one of the 3 famous swords of the Jinsi dynasty. However, it was not normal to choose to steal the sword in broad daylight. "Report what happened today to the Imperial Lord." Also, ask Divine General Bai Qin to come here. White lightning and blue frost can sense each other. Maybe we can find the whereabouts of the person who stole the sword. The other old man said calmly. Ning Chen came to the Fulai Inn. On the first floor, Yin was eating. Seeing him come back, she raised her head and smiled brightly. Ning Chen walked to the table and sat down. He picked up the bowl, chopsticks, and porridge prepared by the little girl and ate quietly. Where did you go? Yin picked up some vegetables and put them in his bowl. To steal a sword, Ning Chen said honestly. Oh. Yin responded softly and didn't care. She continued to ask, why did you steal a sword? To refine a sword. Also, to cause some trouble for the Jinsi dynasty, Ning Chen said softly. At the same time, Divine General Bai Qin appeared in Divine General Qing Zhao's residence. After hearing the woman's detailed description, she couldn't help but frown. Who was it? What was their goal? Or was this person the ninth son of Mahist? The answer was hard to be certain. Bai Qin waved her hand and held the sword. White lightning flashed and intertwined, shooting straight into the sky. Thunder and lightning appeared on a clear day. The sword pressure filled the entire Jinsi dynasty, looking for traces of the blue frost sword. In the Fulai Inn, Ning Chen felt the sword pressure from the sky. He ignored it and continued to eat. In Divine General Qing Zhao's residence, after searching for a long time, Bai Qin put away her sword and said, the blue frost sword is indeed still in the imperial city. However, I can't be sure where it is. The person who stole the sword is not an ordinary person. He sealed the sword's aura. It's very difficult to detect it. Hearing this, the woman sighed softly. She bowed politely and said, we can't lose the blue frost sword. I'll leave this matter to you, Divine General Bai Qin. I'll do my best. Divine General Bai Qin nodded and said. In the Fulai Inn, Yin put down her bowl and chopstick. She had finished all the food on the table. Not even a grain of rice was left. To the side, the waiter was speechless. He had seen people who could eat, but he had never seen someone who could eat so much. That red-robed youth had clearly not touched his chopsticks much. Chapter 652. Golden flames rose in front of the dragon throne in the Jinsi sacred palace. Sovereign Lord Jinsi, who had gathered the karmic luck of a dynasty, stood there, looking like a divine king. Divine General Bai Qin had come because of what had happened in Divine General Qing Zhao's residence. She half knelt. You may rise. Have you found out who it was? Asked Sovereign Lord Jinsi. The person who stole the sword sealed the Azure Frost sword's aura. We can only sense that the sword is still in the dynasty, but we don't know its exact location, reported Divine General Bai Qin. He didn't injure anyone and left after stealing the sword. It seems that person doesn't have much enmity with the Azure Frost sword. Are there any suspects? Asked Sovereign Lord Jinsi. My guess is that it was done by Mo Gate's ninth son. However, the portrait provided by the Azure Frost Manor is quite different from what the ninth son looks like, said Divine General Bai Qin. Mo Gate's ninth son cultivates a special technique that allows him to change his appearance. He was able to fool everyone in the Red Luan realm. Such a small matter shouldn't be difficult for him, said Sovereign Lord Jinsi. If it really was done by Mo Gate's ninth son, why would he choose to steal the sword in broad daylight? With his cultivation base, it's not impossible for him to do it without anyone noticing, frowned Divine General Bai Qin. Warning, said Sovereign Lord Jinsi. He might be suspecting that woman's death is related to the Jinsi dynasty. If that's really the case, then he might bring us quite a bit of trouble in the future, said Divine General Bai Qin. Mo Gate's disciples are not ordinary people. If possible, we can't kill him. Otherwise, it'll be hard to explain to Mo Gate's master. Find him and take back the Azure Frost sword. Have him retreat, said Sovereign Lord Jinsi calmly. What if he insists on resisting? Asked Divine General Bai Qin. Then there's no need to be lenient. Have Mo Gate take in another disciple, said Sovereign Lord Jinsi indifferently. Understood. Divine General Baiqin bowed respectfully and left the imperial city, the heavenly Yuan pavilion. Ning Chen brought Yin to the bustling pavilion. Looking at the dazzling array of treasures, he continued to the second floor. What do you want to buy? Asked Yin curiously. Something of extreme coldness, replied Ning Chen. Refining a sword is so troublesome. Yin sighed. If the quality of the sword is too poor, it will break easily. The Star Soul essence is a rare material. If it can't be made into a sword in the end, it will be very difficult to find another material of the same grade, explained Ning Chen. Where did the Star Soul Mother Steel come from? Yin asked, puzzled. I stole it, Ning Chen said honestly. Back on the Heavenly Mansion planet, the Star Soul Mother Steel that he had snatched from the Seven Kills Palace Master had been of great use. While the two of them were talking, they had already arrived at the treasure area on the second floor. As far as their eyes could see, there were all sorts of rare treasures, great medicines, cultivation techniques, and refining materials. Ning Chen released his divine sense and scanned the entire second floor. Then, he walked towards the furthest corner. You found it? Asked Yin puzzled. Yes. Ning Chen replied softly. On the west corner of the second floor, there was a stall that specialized in dealing with divine treasures. All kinds of treasures that had just been unearthed did not look good. Ning Chen stepped forward, picked up a rusty iron sword, looked at it, and threw it down. Everything was in a mess, each one more broken than the last. Basically, no one would pick them up even if they were thrown down from the second floor. Divine treasures sounded very tempting, but that was all there was to it. Time was merciless. After thousands of years, even divine materials would become scrap metal. After a long time, Ning Chen took out a piece of divine metal that still had spiritual energy. He looked at the old man in front of him and asked, How much? 100 pieces of celestial jade. The old man behind the stall looked listlessly at it and said casually, 10 pieces, said Ning Chen calmly. Deal, said the old man indifferently. Ning Chen paid the celestial jade and put away the divine metal. Then, he looked at a broken jade slip that only had 1/10 of it left. He asked, What is this? A divine forbidden technique, said the old man. What forbidden technique? Asked Ning Chen with a frown. I don't know, said the old man impatiently. How much? Ning Chen did not ask any more questions. 1,000 pieces of celestial jade, said the old man. 100 pieces, said Ning Chen calmly. Take it. The old man waved his hand. Ning Chen took out the celestial jade and took the jade slip. I want this. Yin squatted down and picked up a shiny bracelet. Her little face was full of expectation. 5,000 pieces of celestial jade, said the old man. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he said, 5 pieces. If you don't want it, then I don't want it. Deal, said the old man with satisfaction. Ning Chen helplessly paid the celestial jade. He had given the 5 pieces of celestial jade for free. Did I lose out? Asked Yin softly. Not at all. It's quite pretty, said Ning Chen gently. The old man smiled and did not say anything. Picking up 5 pieces of celestial jade for free was not bad. Ning Chen's gaze returned to the rusty iron sword. He picked it up and said, How much for this? 5,000 pieces of celestial jade. No bargaining, said the old man calmly. Ning Chen sighed and put down the iron sword. He looked at the stone pearl next to the iron sword and said, How about this? Buy one, get one free. Not sold separately. The old man narrowed his eyes. 10 pieces of celestial jade. Only the pearl, said Ning Chen with a frown. Not selling. The old man bluntly refused. Ning Chen stood up and looked at the little girl beside him. Let's go. Not far away, a young woman who had been paying attention to the transaction walked over. She smiled and said, Young master, why are you in such a rush? You can look at other things. No need. Ning Chen shook his head and left with the little girl. After the two of them left, The woman looked at the old man in front of the stall and bitterly smiled. Elder Yu, your item's price is too outrageous. It won't sell like this. The old man faintly smiled. Divine treasures are all about luck. If the price is too low, no one will buy it. But that young man clearly knows his stuff. The price you gave will only scare him away, said the woman helplessly. That's true. With that, the old man stood up, picked up the iron sword, and threw it out of the window. Outside Heavenly Yuan Pavilion, Ning Chen sensed something and raised his hand to catch the iron sword. His eyes narrowed slightly. This sword is for you. 3,000 pieces of celestial jade for the pearl. The old man's voice rang out from the second floor. Ning Chen nodded and said, I'll take it. With that, Ning Chen brought Ener back to the second floor of Heavenly Yuan Pavilion. With a wave of his hand, he sent out 3,000 pieces of celestial jade. The boundless spiritual energy immediately attracted several gazes. The old man flipped his hand and swiped across the celestial jade. With a flash of light, the mountain of celestial jade disappeared. The young woman's expression changed. Just who is this young man? He actually spent such a large amount of money on divine treasures that are mostly useless. Miss, which family's prodigal son is that? He threw away so many celestial jade just like that. Not far from the counter, a pretty girl dressed as a maid looked in front of her in surprise. Don't speak nonsense. A dignified and elegant woman softly reprimanded her. Then she apologetically nodded at the red-clothed man. She knew that this young man had heard everything just now. Ning Chen nodded in return. He didn't mind. Young master, is there anything else you need? As long as it's something you like, I can give you a 20% discount, Hua Xian said with a smile. It was rare to see such a straightforward buyer. Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, I have 2 weapons. I wonder if your pavilion is willing to accept them. The young woman's eyes flashed with surprise. She said, Young master, please come with me. Ning Chen nodded and followed her with Ener. In a luxuriously decorated room, a middle-aged man was wiping the weapons on the counter. When he saw the 3 of them walk over, he gently wiped his hands and said calmly, What is it? This young master has 2 weapons that he wants to sell. I brought them for you to take a look, replied the young woman. Oh? The middle-aged man raised his brows. What weapons? Ning Chen waved his hand and a cold saber and a rusty divine spear appeared. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped. The dense killing intent made one's hair stand on end. Seeing the sharp and bone-piercing saber on the table, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered. He said, Young master, how much do you want to sell these 2 weapons? For the saber, 2,000 immortal jades. As for the spear, it's only for exchange, said Ning Chen. The middle-aged man frowned. I can accept the saber, but as for the spear, forgive me for being blunt. This spear should have come from a divine treasury. Perhaps it was once priceless, but now. The man didn't say the rest, but it was self-evident. The probability of a divine treasury giving away a treasure was too low. Especially weapons, most of them were just scrap metal. Ener, let's go. Ning Chen didn't say anything else. He directly put away the 2 weapons and walked out. The woman's expression became anxious, but the middle-aged man shook his head, indicating for her not to stop him. Once the 2 of them left, the middle-aged man turned back to tidy up the weapons on the counter. He said, The saber isn't bad, but the spear is truly worthless. It's not worth spending a large amount of money to buy it. Wrong. At this moment the old man walked over and said indifferently, 2,000 immortal jades for that saber is too expensive. That spear is a true priceless treasure. When the 2 of them returned to the Fortune Inn, the sky had already darkened. The sky that had been clear for several days was now covered in dark clouds. Thunder rumbled, as if a heavy rain was coming. Ener wanted to eat something, so Ning Chen returned to his room first. With a wave of his hand, he took out the divine restriction jade slip he had bought today. He probed it with his spiritual sense to see if there were any changes to the restrictions within. After probing for a long time, he wasn't able to discover much. Only 1/10 of the extremely damaged jade slip remained. It was far from enough to restore the original appearance of the restrictions. Yellow springs, passing time, immortal execution, the many divine restrictions that had shaken the world in the ancient era had basically been lost. The restrictions within the jade slip weren't as complicated as the previous 3. Ning Chen didn't waste any more time. He put away the jade slip and took out the stone bead. With a flip of his hand, he shattered it. In that instant, silver light filled his eyes. The stone bead dissipated, and in its final moment, it erupted with an intense chill. It had once been a rare treasure, but after the corrosion of time, there wasn't much remaining energy left. Cold chi erupted, followed by phoenix flames. Within the flames, a blood-red sword floated up and down, absorbing the cold chi and tempering its edge. The cold chi spread, tempering the edge of the sword. When it ran out of energy, the blue frost sword appeared and the yellow springs restriction opened. The instant the cold chi spread, restrictions appeared once more, sealing the sword. At this moment, in a nearby residence, Divine General Baiqin suddenly opened her eyes, the light in her eyes bursting forth. Chapter 653. In the Golden Dawn Sacred Hall, Imperial Lord Golden Dawn stood in front of the dragon throne. Golden flames floated around him. Below the hall, Divine General Baiqin bowed respectfully. He had come because of what had happened in Divine General Qing Zhao's residence. In the Divine General's residence, Baiqin stood up and looked ahead. Surprise flashed through his eyes. The blue frost sword had finally appeared again. Stepping out, Divine General Baiqin summoned the white lightning sword with a flip of his hand. He poured his vital essence in and immediately, lightning shot into the sky, resonating with the Xian thunder of the 9 heavens. With the help of the heavenly thunder, the white lightning sword shone brightly. The lightning that ran through the world spread, and the sword pressure covered the entire dynasty. On the second floor of the Fortune Inn, the blue frost sword trembled violently in the phoenix fire, resonating with the white lightning sword. Ning Chen looked at the sky and flipped his palm. Within the phoenix fire, the blood-red sword embryo hummed. He used the sword to seal the sword and forcefully suppressed the blue frost sword. This was a battle of swords. Although it was not a direct confrontation, it was still extremely intense. Less than 1,000 feet away, the 2 top experts, one in the light and one in the dark, faced off against each other in a battle of swords. After a moment of stalemate, Ning Chen's aura surged. Within the phoenix fire appeared and engulfed the blue frost sword. The aura on the sword immediately disappeared. In the sky, Divine General Baiqin sensed this and his eyes focused. Boom! The 9 heavens rumbled and dark clouds roiled. Rain poured down, immediately enveloping the entire imperial city in the coldness of the autumn rain. Divine General Baiqin sighed softly. He withdrew his aura and slowly descended. Suddenly, the wind blew and the rain splashed. A white-haired figure in black robes strode over. His extremely powerful aura was shocking. Divine General Baiqin was taken aback and his pupils constricted. The demonic cultivator in front was dragging an azure-robed figure in his hand. He left bloody marks on the ground that were washed away by the rain and gradually dispersed. Qing Xiao. Divine General Baiqin was furious and the killing intent in his eyes was difficult to suppress. The demonic cultivator formed a demonic seal and sealed it into Divine General Qing Zhao's body. He then waved his hand and tossed him to the side. He said indifferently, "Don't worry, he's not dead yet. However, if someone interferes, you can collect his corpse." Divine General Baiqin's killing intent surged. He stepped forward and charged. The white lightning was unsheathed and the lightning flashed. The Jin Shi divine weapon once again shone with a peerless sharpness. However, the demonic cultivator was not afraid at all. Amidst the surging demonic aura, A demonic sword engraved with strange patterns appeared. The moment he held the sword, thunder from the ninth heaven came crashing down. Demons were abandoned by the heavens and were not allowed to exist in this world. Bolts of lightning landed on the bodies of the demons, wanting to exterminate the demons of the human world. Noisy! The demon cultivator shouted coldly. The demon chi around him soared into the sky and dispersed the lightning. The two swords clashed, and the raging waves collided with each other. Lightning and devil chi consumed each other, and the frightening aftershocks rapidly spread out. The two experts fought. Above the sacred hall, the light was extremely dazzling. The figure of an emperor shrouded in golden flames appeared. He raised his hand and stabilized the surging heaven and earth. Emperor Jinsi appeared. On the ground, the unconscious divine General Qing Shao rose and flew towards the royal palace. In the battle, the demonic cultivator sneered and did not stop him. Chapter 654. Above the palace, Imperial Lord Jin, she gathered yuan and poured it into divine General Qing Zhao's body. In an instant, imprints exploded and demonic qi surged, spreading through the latter's meridians. Seeing this, the Imperial Lord stopped and frowned. What a strange demonic imprint! After thinking for a while, Imperial Lord Jin, she looked at the battle and said, "Kill him and the demonic imprint in Qing Zhao's body will be removed." Yes. The battle separated. In the pouring rain, the divine General Bai Qin calmly accepted the order. With a flip of her left hand, thousands of bolts of lightning streaked across her sword. In an instant, the white lightning was as dazzling as the stars, illuminating the nine heavens. In the imperial city, countless people felt the pressure from the sky and knelt on the ground, trembling. The divine general attacked. Thunder rumbled and howled. The demonic cultivator focused and his sword rotated. Demonic chi surged and strengthened the sword. The divine sword and demonic sword clashed. The demonic cultivator took half a step back, his mouth red. On the other side, divine General Bai Qin was also injured. His blood chi surged violently. Sky-burning demonic flame. Blood flowed like flames. The demonic cultivator roared, his white hair flying wildly. Demonic flame burned the sky and boiled the sea. The shocking demonic flame covered the entire sky. In the demonic flame, the rain turned into white mist. The demonic cultivator moved. His sword aura was even stronger than before. He slashed with his sword. With a thump, the divine General Bai Qin swung her sword to block the attack. White lightning wailed. In the clash between the two swords, it was the demonic sword that won. Back off! Divine General Bai Qin's face sank. His true essence surged and strengthened his sword aura. He pushed the demonic cultivator away and stepped into the nine heavens. He stood under the thunderclouds. White lightning flashed and gathered the thunder from all directions. The demonic sword of the nine heavens appeared. Qilin. Lightning manifested and a Qilin descended. The earth-shattering sword moved, destroyed the void within 100 miles. The heavens sensed it and trembled. The sword move was extremely fast and powerful. The demonic cultivator's eyes turned cold. The demonic flames around him gathered like a tide, forming a protective shield in front of him. The demonic flames dissipated and the lightning passed through his body. The demonic cultivator grunted and blood flowed from his mouth. The might of the immortal trampling divine general was immeasurable. The powerful demonic cultivator finally showed signs of defeat. Above the palace, Emperor Jin she watched the battle calmly. Because he was worried about divine General Qing Zhao's safety, he did not intervene. He believed that divine General Bai Qin was strong enough to deal with this demon. Although they were both divine General Jin Shi, Bai Qin was undoubtedly more powerful than Qing Shao. With the help of the white lightning godly sword, there were few who could match her in the emptiness realm. The strongest divine general dared to block 100 men. In the sky, in the battle, the situation was tipping. The demonic cultivator was dyed red, but the coldness in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. His sword swept across as if it was light. Mad doomsday! The demonic cultivator spoke. The heavens and earth were solemn. In an instant there was silence. The oppressive atmosphere made it seem as if space itself had stopped. A moment later, a terrifying demonic aura swept out. Thunder and lightning from the ninth heaven rumbled. The demonic sword in the demonic cultivator's hand changed. The sword body and hilt continued to grow. A black aura spread out and coiled around the sword body. The moment the doomsday weapon, the sword of God crossing, appeared, the extreme power on the sword vibrated violently. The thunder and lightning dissipated instantly. In the rolling demonic aura, the doomsday demonic weapon, which was more than 7 feet long, appeared. The sword body and the hilt each occupied half of the sword body. The dazzling black light was abnormally dazzling. Seeing the demonic sword in the demonic cultivator's hand, Divine General Bai Qin's eyes narrowed. She circulated her vital energy and was on full alert. The demonic cultivator arrived. The mad doomsday sword slashed across the sky, turning into a dazzling black light. Before she could react, the sword light had already arrived. Divine General Bai Qin blocked with her sword, but she felt an irresistible force pressing down on her. It was as if the heavens and earth were pressing down on her, extremely heavy. With a loud sound, the Divine General fell and crashed into the ground. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Emperor Jin Shi's expression darkened. Finally, he could not wait any longer. He stepped out and instantly joined the battle. His palm was powerful. Golden flames surged and drowned out the demonic flames. The Emperor's aura shocked the heavens and the earth. The demonic cultivator waved his sword and released golden flames. The sword edge met the attack. With a loud sound, the demonic cultivator retreated several steps. Blood flowed out and dyed the hand holding the sword red. A peak corporeal realm expert was unrivaled. Your interference is extremely foolish. The demonic cultivator snorted coldly. His eyes flashed. In the distance, above the palace, a waterfall of blood exploded. Divine General Qing Zhao's entire body exploded, turning into bloody bones that scattered in all directions. No! On the ground, Divine General Bai Qin staggered to her feet. Looking at the rain of blood in the distance, her eyes instantly turned blood-red. How dare you! Emperor Jin Shi was furious. He stepped forward and the wind and clouds changed in his palm. Seeing this, the demonic cultivator's expression did not change. He half knelt, and black demonic chi surged around him. The image of a demonic god appeared, and the pressure of the 9 heavens and 10 earths roared out. On the second floor of Fulian, Ning Chen's pupils shrank when he saw the image of a demonic god appear in the sky. His calm expression changed for the first time. How is this possible? In the battle, the image of a demonic god appeared. The moment it opened its eyes, the golden chi around the demonic cultivator rapidly dissipated. It was actually forcefully suppressed by the demonic god's aura. Emperor Jin Shi's face darkened, and he pushed his palm even more. Suddenly, the golden chi in the depths of the palace rushed into the sky like an ocean, supporting the demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator and the demonic cultivator clashed. The image of a demonic god shook the 1,000 years of Jinsi dynasty's chi. Rumbling, the 9 heavens sank, and terrifying waves continued to spread. In the aftermath, the image of a demonic god dissipated. More than half of the Jinsi dynasty's chi around the demonic cultivator also dissipated. The demonic cultivator was hit with a deadly palm. The demonic sword blocked the palm power, and the demonic cultivator was forced back a few steps. He was severely injured. On the other side, Emperor Jin Shi's mouth also turned red after receiving the backlash of the image of a demonic god. He could not believe that the demonic cultivator had injured a peak corporeal realm expert. In 100 years you are the first person to injure me. I admire you. Emperor Jin Shi said coldly. He turned his palm and condensed the chi of Jinsi dynasty again. Majestic golden flames rose rapidly. This was a demon-slaying technique. Sky Dragon Shock. At this moment, a red figure appeared in the battle. A white light appeared, and an azure dragon roared and crashed into the demonic cultivator. Retreat. After one move, Ning Chen's figure flashed and quickly left with the heavily injured Xia Zi. In the battle, the azure dragon sword Qi attacked. Emperor Jin Shi's eyes narrowed. He turned his palm and dispersed the sword Qi. When he focused again, the demonic cultivator was already gone. The ninth son of Mahist sect. Emperor Jin Shi's eyes flashed coldly. It was indeed this kid who ruined it. On the ground, seeing the enemy leave, Divine General Bai Qin was so anxious that he staggered and vomited blood again. Seeing this, Emperor Jin Shi's figure flashed and instantly appeared below. He poured his true yuan into the general and forcibly stabilized his injuries. "Thank you, Emperor," Divine General Bai Qin said weakly. Emperor Jin Shi nodded. He looked forward and said coldly, "I was too careless. This demonic cultivator's power is beyond imagination, especially that weapon and the image of a demonic god. They are too powerful. They don't seem to belong to the human world. I have to avenge Qing Shao," Divine General Bai Qin said in a low voice. "Recuperate first. Wait for me to contact Master Mo. We will discuss this. I want to see how Master Mo will give me an explanation for what happened today," Emperor Jin Shi said coldly. 1,000 miles to the west of Jinsi Dynasty, Ning Chen appeared with Xia Zi. Without saying anything, he turned his palm and condensed his qi. Majestic Phoenix Qi poured into the latter's body to help him suppress his injuries. On the side, Ina looked nervously at the demonic cultivator in front of her. Her big eyes were full of vigilance. After a few breaths, Ning Chen stopped and withdrew his true yuan. In front of him, the demonic cultivator slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 655. On the western side of the imperial city, the demon opened his eyes. Killing intent circulated around him, but when he looked back, he was completely emotionless. The demon turned around and waved his sword. The cold sword light was extremely dazzling. Ning Chen caught the demon's sword. He looked at the person in front of him and said, "Friend, you don't even trust me? Long time no see, knowing Marquis." The demon cultivator put away his sword. "Long time no see." Ning Chen sighed. "I will remember your kindness for saving me today. We'll meet again if fate allows." With that, Xia Zi walked forward without any hesitation. "Luofei, where is she now?" Ning Chen calmly asked as he looked at the demon cultivator's back. Xia Zi's body trembled. Killing intent surged around him. He coldly said, "I don't know. Perhaps she's dead." Ning Chen clenched his fist. His figure flashed, and his sword pressed forward. The two swords clashed. White light and the wild apocalypse collided. Sword currents surged, instantly destroying the surrounding wilderness. "If she's dead, why are you still alive?" Ning Chen coldly asked. The demon cultivator turned his palm and condensed his devil yuan. He slammed his palm down, his power shaking the heavens. Ning Chen condensed his phoenix yuan and met the demon cultivator's attack head-on. With a bang, the two sides separated. The demon cultivator coldly said, "Because the one who should die isn't dead yet." Ning Chen put away his sword. He looked forward and said, "At this moment, who else can you trust besides me?" Xia Zi was silent. After a long time, he said, "She said that if someone wanted to save her, it could only be me. Luofei is kind and doesn't want to implicate anyone. But with the strength of those coffin-bearers, can you save her by yourself?" Ning Chen coldly asked. "Since you already know who did it, you should know how dangerous those people are. Not getting involved is the safest choice for you. Furthermore, do you still have the energy to care about other people's affairs?" Xia Zi said coldly. "Reviving the ghost girl isn't something that can be done in a short time. But Luofei's matter can't be delayed. Those people must have some other goal for taking her away. When we meet again, I hope to see the Eternal Night Sect's disciple alive, Not a corpse, Ning Chen said. Do you think I can trust you? Xia Zi asked coldly. You can only trust me. Xia Zi, I know that demons tend to be suspicious, but you have no other choice, Ning Chen slowly said. At the same time, in the Jin Shi sacred palace, golden flames rose. Emperor Jin Shi stood quietly in front of the dragon throne, looking at the void of the palace, waiting for someone to come. Moments later, the seven-colored light gathered above the void, and a white-robed shadow appeared, descending upon the Jinsi dynasty. Master Mo. Sovereign Jin, she looked at the person in front of him, and said lightly. Emperor Lord, you must have summoned me here for something important. Just say it. Emoju said calmly. Lord Mo, you should have heard of the devil calamity on Galistar, said Empress Jin Shi. That's right. I've already sent Old Nine here. Has the Emperor Lord not seen him yet? Emoju asked. I did. However, your disciple saved the devil fetus. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Said Empress Jinsi coldly. Emoju frowned and said, Emperor Lord, did you recognize the wrong person? Or did someone impersonate Old Nine to frame Mo Gate? Are you doubting my judgment, Master Mo? Overlord Jinsi asked coldly. Emperor Lord, you're exaggerating. Emoju replied, then continued, Emperor Lord, don't worry. If this is really Old Nine's doing, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. I hope so, said Emperor Jin Shi indifferently. I'll deal with this matter as soon as possible. I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, the seven-colored light in the void dissipated, and Emoju's figure faded and disappeared. Looking at the empty palace, a strange light flashed in Emperor Jin Shi's eyes. Master of Mo Gate, this time, what will you choose? In the wilderness to the west of the dynasty, the two friends who had been through life and death for 20 years finally met again. There was no greeting, only a tense confrontation. Luofei had been taken away when she was on the verge of death, so it was almost impossible for her to be alive. However, this was the only thing holding them back. Where did these people come from? Asked Ning Chen. I don't know. They suddenly appeared and disappeared. There were 13 of them in total, and each of them carried a coffin on their back. Each of them was above the treading immortal realm, said Xia Zi. Hearing this, Ning Chen pondered silently. There had never been such an organization in the Red Phoenix Star Zone. It was impossible for a sect with so many treading immortal realm experts to remain unknown. The only explanation was that these people were not from the Red Phoenix Star Zone. Don't think too much. The nearby star zones belong to the Jinsi dynasty. These people appeared and caused such a big commotion. Emperor Jin Shi must have known about it. So far, the Jinsi dynasty hasn't done anything. There must be a secret behind it. Since we can't find it, we'll eliminate them one by one, said Xia Zi with killing intent in his eyes. So, you killed all the people in the Jinsi dynasty's territory who might be related, even those who might be innocent, said Ning Chen in a deep voice. What's wrong? Are you moved by compassion? Jiming Marquis, put away your useless kindness. You saved the world, but how will the world repay you? Heroes have always been synonymous with sorrow since ancient times. The world doesn't need heroes, Xia Zi mocked. Ning Chen was silent. He didn't answer. Ninth brother, what are you doing? At this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky began to swirl. A white-robed figure walked out. A powerful and strange pressure descended, causing the three of them to feel heavy. Seeing this person, Ning Chen's expression sank. How was this possible? How did Master Mo know where he was? Ninth brother, have you forgotten the mission I gave you? Kill this devil and then apologize to Sovereign Jin Shi. If you do that, I'll pretend this matter never happened, said Emoju. Impossible, said Ning Chen as he pulled Iner behind him. Then you're going to disobey my orders, said Master Mo coldly. Xia Zi, let's go. Knowing that Master Mo's strength was unfathomable, Ning Chen didn't want to waste any more time. his figure flashed, and he quickly left with the two of them. "You can't leave," said Master Mo coldly. His figure scattered, disappearing from the sky. Flying rapidly through the night sky, a stream of light flashed by as it traversed 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles. The Phoenix's extreme speed brought the two of them far away from the danger. However, Master Mo seemed to know their whereabouts. Not long after they stopped, a 7-colored light would appear. "There's no need to run. Haven't you sensed it? Your aura can't escape his senses." 10,000 miles away, Xiaozi looked at the 7-colored light behind them. Devils, a race with no value at all. He then looked at his disciple and said, "Ninth brother, you've really disappointed me." Ning Chen's expression sank. As expected, there was a problem with the Sun True Scripture in his body. Fortunately, the Sun True Scripture in his devil body had already been transferred. Otherwise, he really would have been in danger. Phoenix flames soared, attempting to destroy the Sun True Scripture. However, the Sun True Scripture suddenly awakened on its own, forcibly resisting the Phoenix flames. After failing to destroy the Sun True Scripture, Ning Chen's expression became even more grave. This was troublesome. "You want to destroy your own body? Ninth brother, you betrayed Mo Gate and protected this devil. Your choice has infuriated me. It seems that letting you leave the mountain this time has made you forget the etiquette of respecting your master," said Master Mo coldly. Ning Chen ignored him and held Yin-Er's hand. He glanced at Xiaozi and said, "Be careful. If you can't pass this trial, you'll really be buried here." Xiaozi focused and said, "Your foundation is lacking. I'll block it. Take this chance to attack its weak point." "Sure." Ning Chen nodded. "Betraying your master and betraying the Tao? How foolish!" Master Mo raised his hand, and the 7-colored immortal technique appeared once more. In an instant, the night sky was filled with a rainbow light. Xiaozi waved his hand, and the devil sword changed. The berserk apocalypse appeared. Powerful devil chi surged, blocking the immortal technique. The immortal technique shook the devil's might. The devil was forced back several steps, and the devil chi around him violently shook. Samsara! The devil sword pierced the ground, and thousands of sword lights soared into the sky. The cycle was endless, and it swept toward the illusory figure floating in the void. Waning moon. Master Mo raised his hand again, and a black moon appeared in the world. Black and white intertwined, and an imperfection appeared in the midst of the perfection. The earth-shattering celestial technique froze heaven and earth. After a moment of silence, a frightening scene appeared. The sword light that filled the sky dissipated, and the demonic cultivator's body began to crack from his left arm along with the incomplete full moon gradually spreading out. The might of the immortal technique appeared again, and it was difficult for humans to block it. The devil endured the pain and half knelt down. The devil chi around him surged, and the image of a god and devil appeared behind him. Its aura surpassed the limits of the human world, and the whole world shook. The devil god appeared, and the devil chi shook violently. The immortal technique collapsed, and Master Mo's body flickered, and he retreated half a step. The moment Master Mo retreated, the phoenix appeared. In an instant, the red dress appeared in front of him, and the white sword chased after his soul. Master Mo squinted his eyes, and he turned his palm to block the sword. 7 colors rose, and the white sword couldn't move an inch. Seeing this, Xiaozi stepped forward. The devil chi of the apocalypse was vast and mighty, and it supported the knowing destiny state. "Your cooperation is not bad, but you are too weak." Master Mo condensed vast origin in his palm, and the two were sent flying. He raised his right hand again, and the immortal technique appeared again. Awakening moon, 7 rainbow berries the sun. The immortal technique appeared, and the power of the laws within hundreds of miles swirled crazily. In the void, an illusory divine sun appeared, and in an instant, it collapsed and swallowed the 3 people below. The might of the divine sun was unavoidable. The devil stepped forward, and the black feathers of the devil god behind him fluttered. The 12 wings of sin spread out, and in an instant, the wings of sin appeared behind the devil, and the destructive power of the devil spread rapidly. Behind him, Ning Chen's pupils shrank. The familiar wings of sin, the most terrifying memory. When the wings of sin appeared, the devil's cultivation rose rapidly, and the doomsday weapon appeared in the sky, blocking the immortal technique again. With a bang, blood splattered, and the devil retreated. The red dress rushed out at the moment they passed each other, and it was extremely fast. As soon as the immortal technique appeared, the old force was exhausted, and before the new force could rise, the white sword broke through the 7-colored barrier and penetrated his body. Ugh! With a groan, Master Mo retreated half a step, and the aura of his body shook violently. After a moment, he endured the injury and turned his palm. The red dress flew out and landed on the ground, stumbling and vomiting blood. Chapter 656. In the battle under the night, the king and the Marquis fought against Mo Zhu. This was the first time they worked together since the battle of sending off the god. The brilliance in the moonlight, the sword tip was fast and the sword tip was heavy. They cooperated with each other to fight for a way out. Mo Zhu, who had a shocking cultivation base, came here in his human form, but he already displayed terrifying strength. His every move was filled with immortal arts, suppressing the phoenix demon. The unshakable enemy fought to the climax. The demonic and knowing destiny's bodies were already red. Their sword-wielding hands were bleeding. Immortal art, joys and sorrows. Mo Zhu raised his hand, and the black moon and white sun appeared in the world. The sun and moon appeared in the sky, and a terrifying aura erupted. Suddenly, yin and yang intersected and were annihilated at the same time. The destructive power swept over. The demonic aura around the demonic cultivator was activated, and the demonic aura around him surged out. It turned into black wings of sin and spread in front of him, blocking the immortal art. When the immortal art and the demon art collided, everything fell. In the rumbling, the white rainbow fought for life. With a piercing sound, the sword was dyed in vermilion red. The extremely fast sword, with its speed supporting its sword might, broke through layer after layer of 7-colored multicolored light, once again piercing through the sword wound on Mo Zhu's chest. Ugh! Mo Zhu grunted and raised his hand to point at the former. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed and 7-colored lights shone. Invisible sword! Ning Chen seemed to be unaware of the immortal art. The sword tip in his hand kept spinning, concentrating and concentrating. Countless sword intents gathered on the sword, breaking through the obstruction and penetrating further. With a bang, the sword tip entered the body. The 7-colored immortal art was activated at the same time. In an instant, the demonic cultivator's palm force arrived and blocked the fatal move. Terrifying waves shook violently, and the battle was shaken apart again. The two flew out and vomited blood when they landed. In the aftermath, Mo Zhu's aura was violently unstable. The sword intent on the sword wound on his chest was in a frenzy, constantly eroding his body. You've done well. Next, it's time to end this battle. Mo Zhu raised his hand and touched the wound, forcibly suppressing the sword wound. Immediately, the black and white aura around him surged rapidly. The power of yin and yang swept in all directions, and the shocking power covered the 9 heavens and the moon. The ultimate move descended, and the power was shocking. Within hundreds of miles, a large area of the ground was overturned. Crisscrossing cracks spread continuously, and the doomsday scene made people tremble. With the appearance of the yin-yang celestial art, Ning Chen's extreme yang body was completely suppressed. The sun scripture was activated and actually restrained his body. With the imminent danger, Xia Zi gathered all of his demonic qi and infused it into the demonic sword. The sinful wings spread out behind his back, and the black feathers fluttered in the wind. Endless demonic qi overflowed, aiding his attack. demon sword, bury the heavens! The heaven-burying sword soared into the sky and immediately slashed open the world. The full power of the demonic cultivator's sword was beyond the limit, splitting mountains and splitting seas. The moment the immortals and demons clashed, the heaven-burying sword shattered. The demon flew out, covered in blood. He was severely injured again. Seeing that the battle was in danger, Ning Chen let out a deep shout and no longer cared about anything else. The phoenix flames around his body rapidly rose, and within the flames, a blood-red sword embryo appeared. The incomplete sword did indeed have an indescribable sword pressure that was faintly discernible. With the astral soul iron essence as its foundation, the sword that had been tempered by the extreme cold and phoenix flames emitted a biting cold light that illuminated the world. His right hand clenched into a fist as his astral soul manifested, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Above the 9 heavens, the dark clouds were dyed red by the sword light. Muffled sounds of thunder could be heard as everyone was shocked by the appearance of an astral soul. With the astral soul in his hand, the sword light spread out and descended upon the world. Upon seeing this, Emoju turned his palm and blocked the sword light. With a loud bang, the black and white aura shook violently. The transformed body that was hit by the devil aura and phoenix origin trembled violently once again, showing signs of instability. Ning Chen stepped forward, his figure moving with extreme speed. 2 swords shone, chasing after the soul and reaping life. "Old Nine, you have been hiding for so long, just for today?" Emoju turned his palm to block the sword light and immediately raised his hand to point at the tip of the astral soul sword. Ning Chen pulled out his sword and turned around. The phoenix spread its wings, drawing the most dazzling sword rainbow in the night sky. Within the sword rainbow, the yin and yang aura protected his body, constantly blocking the sword light. Emoju was as immovable as a mountain. His aura circulated around him as he blocked the sword light again and again. It's a pity to have such a cultivation base. A strange light flashed in Emoju's eyes. He raised his right hand again. Instantly, the wind and clouds gathered, and black and white aura swirled rapidly. The yin-yang immortal technique appeared in the world once again. An extreme pressure swept over. Black feathers gathered, forming a barrier in front of him. The devil sword and the astral soul sword joined hands to block the attack. With a loud bang, they both retreated a few steps. "Compared to back then, your foundation is actually so weak now." Xia Zi raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. "There is no such thing as a perfect situation in the world. Friend, can you still hold on?" Ning Chen asked solemnly. "Full of fighting spirit," Xia Zi said coldly. Ning Chen nodded and looked forward. Emoju is only here with his incarnation, so he can't hold on for too long. However, we don't seem to be able to hold on for too long either. Let's end this quickly. That's what I'm thinking, Xia Zi agreed. Black feathers fluttered around his body, and demonic aura surged on his 6-foot-long sword. His true origin erupted as he bet on his last move. Ning Chen also gathered his phoenix aura. His 2 swords spun and 9 suns appeared. The martial arts of the heavenly book appeared. The rising phoenix aura and demonic aura flowed into the sky. The ultimate move cut open the night sky and descended upon the world. Emoju raised his hand and the immortal technique appeared again. Suddenly, the aura around him dissipated rapidly. Without any warning, half of his power dissipated. The ultimate move descended, and the void suddenly split open. The terrifying remaining power swallowed everything within 100 miles. Amidst the chaos, the 2 of them retreated several steps. They looked forward with solemn expressions. There was no one left in the void. They didn't know what had happened at the last moment. "Since you're still alive, I'm relieved." At this moment, a calm voice rang out in the distance. Under the bleak moonlight, a green-robed woman walked over. She had a delicate appearance, but she didn't seem to be older than 20. She was elegant and quiet. The arrival of an unfamiliar person in the wilderness caused the two of them, who had just experienced a great battle, to calm down once more. "There's no need to be nervous, ninth junior apprentice brother. I didn't think we would meet so soon," said the green-robed woman. "You are?" Ning Chen's eyes flashed with a strange light. "Lulua. Or you can call me fourth senior apprentice sister," said Lulua calmly. Ning Chen's expression shook. "How was that possible? Are you doubting my identity?" Lulua raised her hand and rays of green light spread out. The two of them immediately felt as if they had sunk into a swamp. A moment later, Lulua waved her hand to disperse the green light. She calmly said, "Are you still doubting me?" Ning Chen suppressed his shock and bowed. He politely said, "Fourth senior apprentice sister. Let's go. If you have any questions, you can follow me back. As for you, it's up to you whether you come or not." After saying this, Lulua glanced at the demon beside Ning Chen and didn't say anything else. She turned and left. Ning Chen looked at his friend and said, "Let's go. Let's find a place to heal first and then discuss the future." Xia Zi nodded and remained silent. The three of them followed. After walking for a long time, Ener looked at the woman's back. A moment later, she raised her head. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. She asked, "Ning Chen, is it possible that big sister Lingluo is still alive?" Ning Chen sighed and shook his head. "The possibility isn't high." Er's eyes dimmed when she heard this. She didn't ask any more questions. Yanji City was an ordinary small city several thousand miles away from the Jinsi dynasty. In the eastern part of the city, Lulua brought the three of them to a quiet mansion. After settling the three of them down, Lulua looked at the red-robed youth and calmly said, "It's safe here. You can heal here. I'll go get some medicine for you." Fourth senior apprentice sister. Ning Chen frowned. He was just about to speak when he was interrupted. "If you have anything to say, wait until I come back with the medicine." After saying this, Lulua turned and left. Her attitude was neither cold nor warm, causing Er's heart to pound. "Do you trust her?" asked Xia Zi coldly. "At the very least, she doesn't have a direct conflict of interest with us," said Ning Chen calmly. Xia Zi narrowed her eyes. A moment later, she walked to the side and closed her eyes to heal. "We'll leave our safety to you. If there's any trouble, just call for help," said Ning Chen softly as he rubbed her hair. "Okay." Nodded her head vigorously and agreed. After saying those words, Ning Chen walked over to the side and sat down to recuperate from his injuries. After exchanging blows with Sovereign Monarch Jin Shi and Mo Zhu in a single night, the injuries that he had accumulated were already severe. If he didn't recuperate quickly, he would be in deep trouble. Ran to the table and brought a small stool over. She sat at the door and acted as if she was protecting the two of them. An hour later, Lulu returned with a pile of jade bottles in her hands. She pushed the door open and saw the little girl sitting at the door. "Come and help me." Immediately stood up and took a portion of the jade bottles. She asked curiously, "Are they going to finish all of this?" Lulu raised her head and glanced at the little girl. "Half of this is poison." Er's hands trembled and she almost spilled all the bottles. "Be careful," Lulu reminded her. She placed the bottles on the table and opened them one by one. After smelling the medicine, she placed them to the side. "Why isn't there a label on the bottle?" asked Iner. "I can recognize it." "Why would there be a label?" asked Lulua calmly. Iner was speechless. She almost went crazy. Why was it that no one related to Ning Chen was normal? Except for herself, after Lulua finished identifying the medicine, she took an empty bottle and poured out a different amount of medicine from each bottle. She then handed it to the little girl. "This belongs to that demon." Hearing this, took the medicine bottle and carefully walked to Xia Zi, who was not far away. After putting down the medicine bottle, she quickly walked back. Lulua continued to make medicine. Each bottle had a different smell and color. Just looking at it made people dizzy. "Sister Lulua, Isn't half of the poison here? Seeing that Lulua had basically used all the medicine, Ener asked in fear. Medicine is 30% poisonous. All medicine in the world is poisonous. These medicines are just a bit more poisonous. However, a stronger poison means that the medicine is also stronger. Ordinary medicine won't be able to help with their injuries, said Lulua. Nothing will happen, right? Asked Ener worriedly. I can't guarantee that nothing will happen to others if they take these medicines, but, at this point, Lulua's tone changed. If they take it, they won't die even if they want to.